so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Mind is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we read papers, green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masters. Just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The line with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
So the people right now, pegboard nerds, mods, I have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you catch in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. Better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they fire your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. drop bombs, yes. I drop bombs, yes. Let me see you go off like a bomb. I drop bombs, yes. Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
The last time we left the stage was in Wildcard Grand Finals, which was pretty much 4 days ago, and now we have elevated the competition even more. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. These are the Grand Final playoffs of the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, and always remember, this is the road to VCT for the South Asia region. That's quite huge in itself. I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me is CA, and he's quite pumped up, man. I like your bow tie. A little bit different.
Thank you. I got like a bunch of new bow ties just for these 2 weekends because, as you said, the hype is freaking real, man. I cannot, like, at this point, I cannot wait to get these matches started. We know that the teams are going to give it their all. And I've been saying this. I think the entire team of this VCC is trial by fire. Well, it is right now, as all of these teams, they've come out of the frying pan right into the fire. All of the work they put in for these 2 weekends coming up.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the tournament explanation, how these teams' journey looked like. As I mentioned the last time we were on Wildcard, which was quite 4 days ago, 2 slots from Wildcard moved into Grand Final playoffs, 2 slots from India, and then the rest of the regions got 1 slot for themselves. So now currently we are in Grand Finals. We have some of the best teams from the South Asia region for sure, but now we want to see, do they have the tough fight in them to actually give? There are quite a lot of teams that have returned again, CA. But again, last time, some of those teams, they weren't really able to perform that well. But this time, this is their only chance. 2 slots in the front. And there's another thing on the line. That's going to be the prize pool. That's going to add a little bit of more pressure, especially Grand Final playoffs. This is the stage. Is that as big as it gets? And, well, imagine the pressure these teams are going to be having. See, at $30,000 on the line.
Yeah, and for the longest of time throughout this month, they've just been able to look at that monetary amount, but actually giving their best performance this weekend secures you a top 4 slot going into the next weekend and guarantees you a chunk of that prize pool. But you know what, Necro? Every single time we have our eyes on that MVP of the tournament prize, and I'm really excited to see which players today step it up in the hunt for that $1,500.
$1,500. I mean, we did see there's quite a lot of players who are pretty close, especially Knight Rider and SK Rossi. But let's take a look at groups first, CA, and let's find out how the seedings really worked out. There were quite a lot of things going on in the past, but now we have finally a confirmed seeding for you guys. Group A, of course, having Enigma Gaming, Khumbu Esports, Team Exploit, and God Particles. Group B having Exeli, Velocity Gaming, Union Gaming, and then you have Global Esports coming in. Pretty much equally divided group, and I feel like it's not really like, oh, one group is really OP and the other group's not. It's like, I feel like now it's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we expect from the top 8 of our tournament, really. You know, every single team has a say in how they're going to be able to maneuver through these matches itself, and every single team is capable of being those top 2 teams that make it to the APAC Challengers playoffs. So I think for all of these teams now, it's enough talk, more action as they get ready, and so do we, to see them adjust in the map.
Exactly, man. The first matchup definitely is going to be a really interesting one. But again, that's another thing. As you mentioned, the MVP as well is what's going to count quite a lot now, because there were quite a lot of runners in the past too, but they're not really over here. Their journey has ended in the wildcards. Let's take a look at the brackets as well, and we're pretty much going to kick things off with Enigma Gaming and Khumbu Esports, and then we're going to have another matchup lined up. It's going to be God Particles versus Team Exploit, CA.
Yeah, and as you said, right, we've had quite a number of runners for the MVP prize because of the simple fact that this time around VCC has been intensely competitive across most regions, and which is where we're starting to see teams really start to rise up to the pressure. The teams that have been able to make their mark despite that pressure are the teams that we're now seeing in the top 8. So in Group B, we're going to have Exeli and VLT facing off, and then Global Esports and Union Gaming, which I also believe are our first 2 matches of the day.
Exactly, and that's going to be a really interesting thing. First 2 matches of the day, pretty much some of the best teams out there. They're going to be going head to head against each other. But again, I do doubt a little bit of, I mean, look, I'm going to be a little bit sharp here because, of course, the competition has elevated quite a lot. So I have a lot of doubts against Khumbu Esports. Of course, coming in from Nepal region, I really feel like they haven't really been tested to their limits.
The same could be said for someone like Exeli and Union, because Exeli coming in with Outlaw again, filling in for that 5th spot. Of course, he brings a wealth of experience, but maybe that won't stand up against someone like VLT, who have that experience already in the bag. And the same can be said for Union Gaming. For them, making it this far itself was a path of redemption, but now going up against the defending champions, it only gets that much harder.
Exactly. Let's take a look at our predictions, and well, here we have. There we go. VLT and Exeli. It seems like Exeli, they haven't really got a lot of fan base over here in the chat today. Instead, it's VLT 88%. I mean, pretty much we were predicting that too. So a 2-0 from all the casters as well, including CA, Phoenix, and of course Johnny, which are on the Hindi desk. Show them some love too. I mean, honestly, we need a little bit more love because they probably have a lot of viewership right now.
At this point, I'll take whatever love both of our streams can get, because
True.
Love is all we need, you know? But
Exactly.
as you said, for Exeli, this is a bit of a one-sided affair statistically, but I do think the way Exploit was the dark horse when you go back in VCC 1, where they surprised the heck out of everyone with their performances. That spot is now for Exeli. They are the dark horses, and they really have to turn up with this first match. But with no further ado, looking at this Veto screen, Exeli picking up Haven now. That's a bit of a question mark for me. I want to see how it goes about, because we know this about VLT. They see Breeze, they pick Breeze.
Interesting. Now, VLT pretty much picking up Breeze. We have seen them. They are pretty flawless on the map of Breeze. But on the other hand, Haven being picked from Exeli. Now, talk about Haven map. I feel like VLT are pretty phenomenal on the map of Haven too. So I'm expecting Haven to go a little close.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm really expecting Haven to be a tight map right here, and also the decider map effectively for the entire series, because don't get me wrong, yes, it is map 1, but given VLT's strength on Haven, if Exeli is able to take them down in this map 1, it's going to give them a massive boost going into something like Breeze, where we know VLT is meant to be dominant, where they themselves feel like they are one of the best teams on the map overall in South Asia. So Haven is going to be the true testing ground for Exeli, and I hope they turn up with all their might.
I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, look, as you mentioned, there might just be a little bit of surprising factor coming in from their side too, so you never know what things are going to be looking like from the side of Exeli. And it was a nice example given by you too. Last time in 2021, we saw Team Exploit surprising every single one of us and pretty much taking down a team like VLT. Now, that was a big statement in itself. Now, over here, if VLT does go down, that's going to be a huge statement for teams like Exeli.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And a bit of a history on this match itself. VLT versus Exeli was the exact matchup that happened back in the playoffs weekend in VCC 1 itself. So these teams do have a bit of history attached to themselves. Now, since then, the rosters have changed. Exeli have picked up what they deem as the super team of Bangladesh. So I think their first test is just going to be giving a better fight to Velocity Gaming than they were able to in their VCC 1, because you could see Velocity, when they're on their form, they smash teams like they absolutely mean nothing, because we saw that in India qualifier too.
Exactly. I mean, we did again, but still, VLT they got pushed down to India qualifiers too. So sometimes, somewhere down the line, the nerves is something that can hit these teams as well. Best of the best teams do tend to crumble down under those nerves. And from nerves, there's another team to talk about: Enigma Gaming, another surprising team that entered, and only in the first qualifier they just qualified through like a storm. They just steamrolled the entire India Q1.
Yeah, exactly. And Enigma, I think, is definitely going to be a team that everyone has their eyes on, especially with now an important fact to remember as we get ready for Agent Select. Neon is enabled, guys. So any team is able to pick up that new agent, bring that surprise factor into these matches. I want to see Exeli really doing that. You know, there's nothing for them to lose in these matches. VLT, on the other hand, you're expecting they're going to stick to comfort. They're going to stick to what they've practiced. But for a team like Exeli, who's looking to pull off an upset right here, Neon can be the key factor in doing that. Because if you look internationally, Neon is dominating the meta. Teams try to play her on every map that is possible, even if she's not necessarily strong on that map.
I mean, Neon overall is just kind of like a movement character, right? Just like Jet. She relies heavily on her movement. She relies heavily on her speed. And overall, in the defensive side as well, if you're already able to get those momentums pretty much counted on your side, that's all you really need, right? You're pretty much going to be able to hold off angles really well, where the attackers are not really going to be expecting you to be sneaking in there. So that's what Neon really is useful for. We have seen her ults as well. It's absolutely insane. I mean, all he can do is just run and start spamming out. But again, it does really come down to the aim as well of the enemy. And I'm pretty sure over here, Grand Final playoffs, this is as big as it gets. And players, they're not going to be missing any more shots. They're probably just going to hit the heads, and they're probably going to be the headhunter. Let's take a look at the Agent Select. And I like this new graphic, CA. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, same. I love this new graphic. Kudos to the production team, as we expect from the teams itself in regards to stepping up their gameplay coming into playoffs. You can see our production team as well has stepped up their star coming into these playoffs. Looks very nifty, very reminiscent of the actual VCT Agent Select, that is with the agents coming in one by one. But with respect to changes, you can see there are going to be none. No Neon just yet for our matches, and I'm going to go out and give a bit of a prediction right here, Necro. I don't think we're going to see Neon from any teams in playoffs, and if there is to be a Neon, I think it's going to come from Enigma Gaming. Exeli's been spamming that Neon on his stream every single day.
Hey, I mean, you might as well start getting the practices in, right? You do need, I mean, of course, Neon is one of the most, like, newest agents out there, so, again, that can be an instrumental factor. Also, at the same time, that can bring in some astonishing plays for your teams. But yeah, without any further ado, let's just straight up head inside the game, and let's find out how the first round is going to be looking like. I mean, for me, I feel like over here, pretty much Exeli being on defense, they will have to play on the defaults.
Yeah, absolutely, but it doesn't seem like Exeli want to take a step back. They want to take the fight to VLT, and that's the kind of proactivity we appreciate. Yeah. We can see already on the map a 3-stack towards that C-Long. You've got the Astra, the Breach, and the Jet ready to push on forward, and doing exactly that is Sami. Now, they're not going to find much of dice right here, because you can see VLT's default quite simple. Helef giving the call to Vibor. Hey, they're pushing me, man. I need you to set me up for the crossfire.
Oh, man, and look at this. LFF is taking his sweet little time. And there we go. The man peeks out, instantly shut down Sami. Not really taking his clothes right. Getting a little paranoid about the front. That's why it gets shut down. Nice flash. Fancy will need to turn around, but still he's the Breach himself, so he will have the blinding lights. There we go. Uses one. Instantly able to shut it down, but no, we don't really have the follow-up coming through, and that's where the problem's knocking their doors. VLT, they're just able to flood these frags in, and now it's all down to the final man. Outlaw has a classic in the hand, doesn't really have a suitable weapon for such a long range, but still I'm pretty sure it's going to try to deal some damage. What? Unfortunately, still gets the frag. I don't know why my classic isn't that accurate.
Exactly. Like, I'm not even sure. I want to see a replay of that. How did Outlaw manage to get a headshot? I think he was shooting the turret, if I'm not mistaken, but he still manages to find it. But hey, it's exactly what we expect from our top 8 teams right here. Quick start in the pistol round as VLT punish the aggression and immediately push forward, exploit the gap created by that first frag pulled up by Hellfighter, pick up that C site and get the pistol in the bag. Now going on to the anti-eco, it's as we expect full buys all around like VLT. Quite different in regards to a team like GE where they usually go for 3 Spectres and have their support players saved, therefore giving them a lot more options. For VLT, you can see they want to be aggressive on all fronts, Necro. They want to be proactive throughout the map.
And this is what I like to see, right? VLT, in 2022, definitely after the India Q1, they have been really proactive and aggressive. A huge change in the pace for the VLT roster, for sure. And there we go, right to Ace, kicking things off nicely on the short A side. Floodgates open, easy entry found over here. Vibor is going to try to hold him off, but still he gets shut down. It's fine though. That's the only man taken down from their side. HellFF has a crispy aim, not going to be missing those shots, but oh no, a little whiff for Ruski coming in from his side too. 36 HP to work off with, doesn't really have a lot of bullets to work with. This is getting a little too awkward, HellFF. He will get shut down. Sami, even though, I mean, Sami got him down, for HellFF, he got a little too awkward.
You can see the smiles running out through. I'm sure HellF's like, bro, this is so irritating. The dude just keeps jumping and spamming with the classic. What the heck am I supposed to do with the Spectre against that? And you can see the pain felt in the strength of that classic. But this little spray from HellF is not exactly a spray, more of that burst, right?
Yeah.
He does it with the Phantom, he does it with the Spectre, and I know he makes it look so easy, but I can guarantee it's not that easy at all. Like, the discipline with which he's able to manage his bursts, it's really nice to witness.
Yeah, indeed, you definitely need to keep your nerves calm when you're actually trying to burst through. Because usually when you see an enemy, you automatically start spraying, but still, if you're going to have the caliber to just burst it out, that means it shows how calm and composed you are in the game. Nice aggression coming through. Sami this time catches the man. Vibor shut down, but still the aggression is not being stopped. Sami being really confident in his moves. We do like to see that, but Outlaw as well, shutting down Deathmaker. What a tap. Deathmaker this time definitely is not going to be the playmaker for VLT in the rifle round. But still, Outlaw is able to shut down another man. This is quite a huge statement being made from the side of Exeli CA. They really needed this rifle round, but again, this was mainly a bonus coming in for VLTs too, so they're not going to be affected much. Solo Peaks coming out, they will get shut down one after the other.
Yeah, but without a single weapon lost on the side of Exeli, a flawless buy round does imply that they now get to go on to their actual buy round, to VLT's actual buy round, and contest fully with that economical boosting. You can see once again, despite the first 2 rounds lost, the proactivity not given up by Exceeli. I love it because it's exactly what you expect from the breach composition. The breach composition is not like the one with Sky where you can step back, play mid-round, play for info. No, you need to continuously be taking map control with that breach, and Sami doing exactly that, gets the round started off, and his team making sure to finish it up as well. Now VLT on the buy of their own. They're going to look to deny that A-long control Sami was able to take in the last round while they push forward on their own. And my eyes are, again, on that C-long position that Hellfighter is holding along with Zolo. It really comes down to timing when these Astras peek each other, because an Astra down on either side, that's not something the attackers Should you notice that? Hellfighter,
yeah.
Okay guys, I got my position. I'm just going to stretch my arms a little bit now.
Honestly, do get it sometimes, you know, if you're just going to have your hands on the mouse, it feels kind of uncomfortable.
No,
Zolo looks away for a while and will be instantly shut down. The eye is taken off, and that's where his head gets cut off as well. We do see the null command activated too, so Outlaw is going to be a little crippled on the B site. Champions Vandal glowing for Sami. Is waiting for the rotation coming through. There we go. Finds a man. Instantly shut down. Another man's right there in the front, but still just plays for the info peak. The contact play is done now. Has a decent amount of info to work with, but oh no, Deathmaker.
30 seconds left.
Definitely a troublemaker for them. Exeli, no, not really expecting the floodgates in the garage to be open just like that. Final man alive. It's going to be Fancy 9. We've seen this man in the past pull off some insane plays.
I have to say, VLT playing this really well, slowing things down, understanding that the strength of Exceeli and their comp lies in the fast-paced nature of the gameplay. They're able to utilize the advanced positions they got early round, with Deathmaker pushing into A-long to clear off Sami's threat, pick up the spike, and then punish the rest of the team looking for info as you could see, with Outlaw trying to jump in from Garage, trying to figure out where the heck VLT was going in the first place, and it's exactly what they did in the pistol. They waited for Exeli to make a move too many, to make a push too aggressive, and then punish them on the basis of that. But Exeli themselves, you can see, they have a plan up their sleeves. They're going to get Sami to go on the save while the rest of the team goes for the buy. He's going to play on his Blade Storm, getting ready for the Operator buy in the next round.
Actually, if I'm not wrong, Sami has a Vandal available in his hand, so he's able to shut down Deathmaker, so that's a huge frag, and now he's instantly going to back off, so still, that's a huge value. Imagine pretty much the entry fragger from your team is not really in the team anymore.
I'm curious to know if Sami bought that Vandal or if one of his teammates dropped it to him and told him to save anyways. This does make quite a big difference, but it seems like at least from the outlines we can see they all have their weapons, so I guess changing up their plans, they just decided to go for a full buy. Works out, they got the first blood, but
that's all
now
matters,
VLT, you can see they're edging forward. They've got the Cosmic Divide to set up the burst next.
There you go. Solo being spotted, and instantly VLT as well, letting their presence known and pretty much falling back. They're just trying to hold it off, but Matarasu also being spotted by the recon drone. Not really a lot of info to work with. You can clearly do see from the Amaterasu's webcam as well, he's trying to give in a lot of calls for his teammates. And now there you go. The Cosmic Divide as well sets in. But is this going to be a B take or not? That's the question. Yes, it is. But unfortunately, HellFF this time gets caught a little bit. He was not really looking at the mark, and Sami's able to flood these kills through, and that's not really a good sign for VLT. But Vubor is still alive with a crispy aim. He's able to click on some skulls, and now he needs to click on a little bit more. A lot of work to do for Solo Man. Is he going to be able to handle it or not? No is going to be the answer. Vubor falls down.
Not a big fan of that Cosmic Divide. As you can see, they're trying to use it on multiple sites at once, but my issue with it is simple. Like, if you're gonna set up the Cosmic Divide in front of like objectives, like in front of basic obstacles that the breach can flash through and push on through, it becomes that much easier for his team to just play on the near edge of that Cosmic Divide and try to play for the contact and then run back behind the wall. Those kinds of Cosmic Divides are usually good against teams that are running the KO, for example, or running the Sky where they have to pop flash before they get through. So would I have liked to see a more deeper one? But hey, right now, with that round win for Exeli, it does mean that they now get to force Velocity onto an eco, and Velocity relying on Deathmaker's Blade Storm to make it happen. But before that, the gravity well pulling all of VLT into death as Deathmaker pulls back a couple to equalize it, but now 2v3, it's damn hard to pull off this round.
Yeah, indeed. And look at the headshot percentage as well. Oh my god, Zolo crazy. 2 crazy headshots. And I also like that you're able to see the stats right beneath that player.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot of new additions being made by NODWIN Gaming production team, so that's props to them. But yeah, overall, a great shutdown coming through from the side of Exeli. Single man's able to get those 2 or 3 frags. And this is where the problem is starting to build on VLT. And see, this is not something new. We have seen VLT crumble down under a lot of pressure. Is this the start for that?
We'll have to see. We've also seen VLT being able to really reset themselves and find momentum in aggressiveness once they come into that pressure. So trying to, once again, maintain the same default. They've got this default going for all of these first few rounds going on so far, where their Astra and their Killjoy take control towards the mid or long area. They hold that peak angle as they try to get information, while the rest of the team takes proactive control, investing utility into getting a shot in a long. Now, once again, a tale similar to the last few rounds where Hellfighter picks up that first kill, the Astra for Exeli, Zolo taken down, and C-side completely open. It's a free plant and most likely a free post plant for VLT because without the Astra, the retake is so hard. Oh my god.
Oh no, okay, now he definitely knows. There you go. The plant's coming through. The deny's not going to be there on time, but still, as long as the stuns are coming through, that's all really is going to matter. 2 quick kills on the site. Site being open for the defenders. That's all they really needed. And now VLT, they're trying their best to hold on to the site. Amaterasu as well, as you mentioned, he is there, who's trying to flank from the back, and he might just be able to sneak some kills in, and yes he does. Oh, there's some shots there, but it's fine, he's able to recover.
Yeah, and the reason I said, oh no, when he popped that Rolling Thunder was because, yes, if would have got them the side back immediately the way Sami was able to get in, but they couldn't actually get long for themselves because they don't have the Astra. So I would have rather seen them set up the Rolling Thunder from somewhere like Garage to try and clear off the long cubby as well as the site at the same time, and that way it would have given them an opportunity to defuse while denying the lurk of Amaterasu itself. But you can see a spontaneous decision made there by Exeli. Can't really fault them for being not hesitating with their decisions. It's something that we always want with these teams, so definitely can be appreciated. But that maker spotting out the alarm bot just as it went down. They've taken it down and they're going to try to exploit the lack of information that now Exeli have in this garage area. But the lack of information actually hurting VLT. Instead, they had no idea there was a massive stack on the C garage area.
Oh man. There we go. Equal trades on both the sides, and now we're left with a 3-on-3. LFF definitely has a crispy aim. Look at the KDR this man has. Deathmaker with 1.35 as well. Looking really good for now. Both the teams taking things on a little bit of calm note right now, but I'm pretty sure this is the calm before the storm, where if the floodgates are able to open through on a site,
so, given the defaults of Exeli, Necro, VLT is sure to realize that B will be open because the Killjoy Outlaw from Exeli is dead. And at the same time, A should be open because they rarely play on that single stack on A. They usually try to double or triple stack it, trying to hold it down. But since this time, they already saw that double triple stack to its C, they can either go for that A or B side. They elect to go for B, but they do not cover their backs on time. A 1-for-1 trade is found, but it does give a little bit more time to Sami and Shustreak to now get up into A-Link, pressure VLT, force them to leave the side, go for the C-plant instead.
Oh man, there we go. 2-on-2 situation. Sami has the operator in the hand. And I'm pretty sure he's a man that can connect the shots, so VLT, they need to watch out here. Deathmaker as well, taking things really calm, but this recon drones where his position's going to be known, and a nice shot from Sami. Shuts him down. Yeah, he does, but still, again, the problem is going to be the operator, CA. He can try and deny the plant coming through for sure, but he's not really going for it just yet.
Oh my god.
And oh no, he takes him down at the right nick of time.
He can play on out.
Yeah, now he can definitely play on that, but still, I feel like he doesn't really need to. He's doing a really great job trying to shut it down. Oh no, it's over. Yep, he's going to get the defuse through, and oh no, right to ace. Should have realized the defuse has already gone through 50%. A little bit unknown at that frag.
I mean, I think he only had a millisecond to take a look at it, and all because of a very well-placed cloudburst by Sami. As soon as he gets this pick here, I assume the call is made, hey, I'm going to set up the cloudburst, you go for the defuse, I'm covering you with the operator, and it allows him to just stick it in his first go because it's already halfway done. So pristine communication here from Exeli Esports grants them a round win that honestly shouldn't have gone their way given the utility available for Velocity Gaming. Now Velocity themselves, they're going to look to go for an aggressive 5-stack, changing up their defaults. Necro, nobody left in long or mid this time. Velocity's intentions are clear. They want this A side, they want to play on the post plant with the Hunter's Fury.
That's a really nice Cosmic Divide too, but it's not really going to matter quite a lot because Deathmaker is able to flood inside with the dash. Nice flash, but still Deathmaker finds the pick, and that's all that really is needed. Drive-bys coming through from the side of Exeli, pretty much exploiting the heck out of Spectres. They're able to get the man himself down to just 20 HP, but he still has the Hunter's Fury available. And I honestly feel like, CA, at this point in time in the game, when you're not really having a lot of HP to support yourself with, yeah, it's not really going to be useful to use it. So there you go. VLT, they lose another round.
And I just want to take a second to talk about that Cosmic Divide. Solo instantly setting it up to help his team, acknowledging that if they're pushing through the Cosmic Divide, even if they pop flash with the KO, they're going to have to work into crossfires. And you can see the way those crossfires set up for Exeli, using, as you mentioned too, the Spectres to the fullest of their advantage, forcing those close to mid-range fights. So I always appreciate when teams are able to utilize their utility to enable better gunplay, because that is literally the best way you can play Valorant, using your utility to able to continuously optimize the way with which your weapons do function. Exeli being able to do that, now taking the lead for the first time in this matchup as Exeli starting to push back strong against VLT. And one of the major questions we asked in the pre-show, can this Exeli do better than the previous Exeli in what they faced in VCC 1 against Velocity Gaming? And so far so good. The map of their choice seems to be going really well, but
nice trade.
this eco round for Velocity, they're in a great position to now just rotate on after that 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's a really good trade. But again, picking up the weapons, I feel like it's a little too much because the weapon's still in the B side. There we go. Outlaw's going to retrieve the Vandal in his hand, so now they can only go for the Spectres. But still, A side flood coming through, and Exeli kind of unaware of that. We do see the Sova there, which is Shub's Freaks. His crosses are trained. They're pretty much just stomping on the A site, and they're ready to execute it as well. Flash is out. A sites, gates are open. They have got their presence on the A site. A site completely in their hands as well. So Deathmaker now is gonna left to make some plays over
30
here.
seconds left.
Right on the here, going a really aggressive. Did spot the aftershock as well, but he misses all the knives, and he will shut down as well. 2 men taken out. Shoot Fricks, he's doing a really good job on the defense over here. Right to Ace, the final man left alive, but nothing really to report from the player.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Deathmaker missing all of his daggers. I feel like maybe should have waited in the smoke itself for the push to come through.
I honestly feel like he
because
should have just not been aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Should have just waited in the smoke for the push to come through because I assume he had to have got the call from his team. You can see one of the players was taken by the aftershock. The player who was going for the plant, I believe, Amaterasu. And at this point, with that, it did mean that Deathmaker's position was crucial to the success of that round. And you can see VLT starting to understand that they're not really able to find the holes that they normally would in a defense with this KO composition. So the timeout taken out, Amaterasu detailing instructions. And the key part of that, Necro, has to be that maybe need to switch up their defaults. The way they play 1-1-3 with the Astra lurking C long and the Killjoy lurking mid needs to switch up to maybe the Killjoy lurking A long, the Astra trying to lurk C long while they take mid control, because mid is where that Killjoy is trying to hold down the side all by herself. So if you can shut down that Killjoy utility early with the KO 0 point, then you can put a lot of pressure on Exeli Esports.
Talk about putting a pressure. Before now, it seems like VLT, they are under a lot of pressure. Look at their faces, man. They're definitely not having a great time playing the game right now. I can tell you that. Amaterasu as well is trying his best to keep things together in the team. He's trying to be the chain who's holding things together in the team. And Exeli, on the other hand, not really phased by quite a lot of things because they're looking good, CA. They have 2 rounds lead. So a little bit of cushion to work off with. And also they're looking really good on the economy too.
Bomb grenade out.
Now like this, the way they seem to be set up, going for a split garage execute right here onto the C side.
Oh my God,
Deathmaker creates space, but he doesn't check his left angle. That's a key thing when you're going for that Cloudburst dash. You need to go for it while looking on the left.
God.
He doesn't. And it's disaster for Velocity Gaming.
Yep, it's gone. It's an instant shutdown no matter what they're trying to do. And look at Outlaw. Smirks on his face, CA. And this is the smirk of confidence. These are the laugh of confidence.
Even when we see that same Cloudburst into dash play from C-Long, it's a very common play that you see when teams are trying to execute C-Long. They Cloudburst the default plant area, have their jet dash on through. But if you notice, every top team, while doing the dash, has their player looking towards the right, so they can check their garage a near angle every single time. This time, though, Deathmaker just goes straight for the site, and his team getting caught off guard because he wasn't able to check the left angle. The comms needed to be made between Deathmaker and the team. Like, hey, I'm not going to be able to check that angle. You guys need to make sure you don't die from that.
There we go. Man being spotted in the close. How is he able to get away with a frag? Should have waited for the Soda to actually clear it out. And there we go. Null command's activated, so that means everyone near the site will be crippled too. So that's quite huge, but still is able to sneak away with a frag. Another one to follow it up as well. VLT. They're just not able to sync up with each other, and that's the problem. It's the signature Vandal with 25 bullets of pain. And they're just not able to find a cure to that.
4 in a 1v2, he's gonna set up his lockdown. His position though revealed, gonna go for the flank. Needs to have expected a push from Garage because of his position being revealed, but I think he assumed that they would respect the lockdown, and that's rarely the play a team wants to make in a 2v1, especially with full information of where the opposing one player is itself. But I 100% agree. I feel like VLT, I like the initial aggression they're showing, but the reason they found success in those early rounds wasn't this initial aggression. It was translating this initial aggression into punishing the mid-round peaks from Exeli, but they don't have that anymore. Instead, they're just going full W gaming, trying to go heavy from the start, and that works out perfectly for Exeli Gaming, Exeli Esports, because they're able to utilize their breach utility to contest on every single angle. They anchor down the sides, they don't have to play for the retake, and it puts VLT in a position where throughout that first half, we didn't see a single Hunter's Fury, we didn't see a single lockdown till the end being utilized by Velocity Gaming. So a lack of that proactive utility really giving a advantage to Exeli.
Man, Exeli, it seems like they're just able to shut down every single move that VLT are making. And talking about shutting things down, we haven't really seen the KO as well doing that great of a job shutting down the breach from the side of Exeli. So they are able to take full advantage of that thing. So Amaterasu will need to start to stepping things up. Things taking quite slow in the pistol round. Both these teams respecting each other for sure. Fancy 9 peeks out. Nice crispy shot from Deathmaker. Will shut him down. But I also like how Amaterasu is just right there. If there's second man available, he's probably going to be baited right into his crosshairs. But they have no intentions of pushing on A side just yet. They're just holding it.
Yeah, they're waiting for VLT to get desperate and check for information. But what they don't know is that Hellfighter's pushed in to see Long. He's giving them as much information as they need. Like, guys, I don't see anyone here. Neither do I hear anyone here. So it's most likely going to be a hit. You hold on to your positions. They will come to you. And that's exactly what happens.
Oh, that's a nice tag with the recon. There we go. VLT finally in sync a little bit. Still nothing much can be said, though. Pistol rounds are mostly relied heavily on aim. But the way they're able to get these trades, the way they're able to play off of each other, that's what's really well. Deathmaker connecting another shots, but Outlaw too. That's a great shot from his side. And the Classics speaking for itself, CA.
Ahead. Yeah, the Classics definitely. At this point, I think the Classics have had enough fight. They don't need to speak for themselves anymore. You know, the OP-ness, I don't think there's a better word. Like, I get it, I'm an English caster, I'm supposed to have an amazing vocabulary and all that, but the OP-ness is the best word to describe the Classic itself. Yep. Nerf after nerf after nerf, yet it is
still pretty
what
good.
Gives you nightmares at the end of your solo queue grind.
Nothing can nerf it down, man. It's just one of those things that
it's just classic.
Can't be tuned down. Yeah, it's just classic. It is called Classic for a reason. Oh my god, that's a really good one. And he's also able to get the spike down. That's such a huge info, CA. Even though they're going to retreat back now, but they knew that the spike was initially over here. So VLT doing a really good job for the nanoswarms.
Yeah, I love the placement of that nanoswarm. It's like against the edge of the entry, so it blocks the entry and gives damage on the other side.
I feel like over here on the defensive half, VLT, they're looking really dominant. Misses the shot. He will need to connect this one. Has no other choice. Oh, misses that one too. And Wolfie falls down. Frenzy in the hand. Only able to get away one kill. VLT another round on the board. They have 3 guns in the hand for the next round.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go on the half bonus of sorts, but you can see the initial damage done to Zolo combined with that nanoswarm shutting him down again. Love that placement of the nanoswarm, but at the same time, if that's something that VLT do consistently, is exploitable by the shock dart. So you can see it's simply a contact turret nanoswarm that they use in their bonus. They're now going to go back to the standard B and C anchor setup for the Killjoy and Astra as they look to deny the control towards a long and a shot that Exeli have wanted to take in the last few rounds with their 0 point. But that 0 point, it did not reveal anyone. It gave the opportunity to VLT to take a lobby for themselves, but Exeli instead turning it around, taking mid control for themselves, going for the execute on this B side perhaps.
Look at Sami too. In the mid, just chilling right now. VLT going for a full bonus round in this one, CA. Intentions are clear. They want to save up on a lot of economy. Or pretty much get Deathmaker on that operator. On defense, we know it can be a really crucial factor for a team, especially if they have a really good operator. Drone's out too.
Yeah, because of that drone, giving them information that there's no one in C long and Amaterasu's position on A. They know that mid control was taken by Exeli, but they're not going to be a team who just pushes on there instead. Oh, that A crossfire was
doesn't
critical.
matter.
They get caught out. Without that, it's side for Exeli.
Again, I mean, they were just not able to play off of each other. Talk about team synchronization. Just not coming into play. VLT not really expected this from them. The communication is a factor, and VLT somewhere down line kind of missing out on that. But still, it was a bonus round, so it doesn't really matter even if they do lose out on this. Right two ways, the call for this man has to be go for some exit frags, try to deal as much as damage, get some guns off of their hands. That'll be really good. Has a recon dart and 2 shock darts available here, so definitely can go for the damage play. There we go. Got the timing too. Sami looks away in the nick of time. There we go. Will be caught off. That's a nice flick onto Sami's head right there. Will he go for the defuse? Yep. Doesn't really have a lot of time.
Exactly. Not so much in the time factor there, but it's exactly as you said, Nitro. The lack of synchronization there. I think Webmaker should not be peeking till Amaterasu has his flashpoint set up, or Amaterasu should not be looking to set up the flash if Webmaker is peeking, rather playing off the contact of Webmaker, because you notice Amaterasu did have the Spectre, so he could have benefited from those close range fights if he played off of the contact. Either way, it's not really a one-player mistake, it's more of a synchronization issues, as you rightly pointed out. But as we were talking about, that last round was just the bonus of Velocity Gaming. Now onto their full buy, especially with that maker onto the operator. Is that first
Oh my god, how?
But it's instead the opposition Jet that finds it, and my reaction is the same. Sami's shots are nutty, man.
How is he able to connect those spray transfers like that? This is Valorant, not some other game.
One word
Jesus.
for you. Prodigy.
Look at this Amaterasu, the trigger control. Oh, the discipline not really working out this time. Discipline being shut down. He could have actually been able to shut down the Astra. That means the controller would have been out. But the trigger discipline going for a little bit too much at that point. And Exeli, they're just able to exceed limits.
And this is where Neo actually needs to start moving away from his traditional role of the playmaker into more of a lurking role, in my opinion. Try and continuously be a pain in the ass for the side of Exeli. Try to shut down their defaults, continuously attract attention towards him, because that's something that we see working, especially internationally. If you notice in Korea or EMEA, where that KO has really rose to prominence, that's a secondary strategy for the KO. When the first team is able to continuously circumvent this initial aggression,
oh my god, how?
that the KO brings, then you gotta step back. For Outlaws expecting that push. He knows as soon as the 0 point comes through, they're gonna try to take control of that area. It's becoming very telegraphed from Velocity Gaming.
I don't know how he's able to find those frags. Oh, Deathmaker, you gotta be a little more cautious with those kind of peaks. You got the Blade Storm too. You're the playmaker for your team. You means you're gonna be using the Blade Storm. Your team's heavily gonna rely on your plays. But him being shut down like that puts his team in a really awkward spot now. HellFF down low too. Yep, doesn't really have the HP to support him. There we go. The final man will fall down. And the problem is, there's just not really a lot of picks being found from VLTC, and that's the 11th round on the board for Exeli.
Yeah, and it's again like telegraph default. We saw this in the first two rounds as well. 0 point came towards A long, they pushed in and took control of A long. This time 0 point comes towards C long, they try to push and take control of that same area. So that's why I'm saying the KO needs to shift from the role of playmaker. Right now, Amaterasu is trying to set up Deathmaker for success, and rather he needs to start playing this almost like a secondary duelist, you know. Play for himself, give himself the information with the 0 point, and then become that lurker in mid-round where he's able to shut them down. And it seems that they are doing that. The 0 point this time towards the mid-A lobby area. Deathmaker able to utilize that to pick up the first peak as well, but Sami is on a tear. That Champion's Vandal is glowing, and he wants to make sure that not only does that glow, but Exeli as a team does too.
I don't know, he just looks like he's smurfing in the lobby right now, CA. I mean, nothing against VLT, but the way he's playing, oh my god. Sami, man, clearly just putting all the experience in the work in the game over here. And now this is what we call a superstar team coming in. A superstar, all-star lineup from their region. And now, Exeli, somewhere down line, they're able to prove themselves. pretty well against a team like VLT. Champions Vandal Glowman is looking to hand out some haircuts. And I'm pretty sure he is going to be successful in doing so, but oh no, this time it's VLT replying back in style. It's LFF on the site, who's able to give some haircuts to Exeli. Final man alive, it's Outlaw.
30 seconds
Oh
left.
no. Gets dinked, 55 HP. Will he go for the save or full commit? At this point, he might as well just go for it because they have a lot of cushion, CA.
Yeah, exactly. They won a lot of back-to-back rounds as well, so they have the economy. Outlaw just looking for some damage to the VLT eco, but he will find no dice. They shut him down, and at the loss of just one weapon, they put themselves in a position where they're able to now rally back using this round, build the momentum as well as their economy, and push on forward. But having said that, again, default's very, very important. Keep your eyes on that 0 point. The initial location of it will determine how Exeli approach the round, really. Because so far, what Exeli have been conditioned into understanding is that 0 point comes, push comes through. Even though in the last round the push didn't come, as soon as that 0 point came towards the mid lobby A area, you could see that from the side of Deathmaker the peak came in. This time instead he goes for the garden 0 point, revealing both Sami as well as Fancy's location. So Amitarasu has to have an idea that, hey, with this jet breach showing up in mid, they're most likely to take that mid control, and wow, that single shock dart gave them the site, removing both the alarm bot as well as the Nams.
Yep. I don't know, man. Exeli, the reads are perfect. Talk about perfection. Exeli on the point, but VLT, the communication is somewhat they're really missing out on. And look at how disciplined they're being as well. That's a really great fragment to flush the man out from the backside, but the Hunter's Fury available too from VLT is going to cause a lot of problem. That's a really great mana swarm too. That's going to buy a decent amount of time. Final man alive, it's going to be Outlaw, but that's huge. Oh, that's a huge boulder to hold on, and well, he will fall down too.
And I love this. A very simple call made from Velocity Gaming.
Look at the
Give up
music.
the B side. We can easily play for the retake for two key reasons. Number one, we have the Cosmic Divide that will deny them vision as well as an ability to spam through on the post plant. Number two, and perhaps even more important, we have the 0 point. The 0 point makes sure that they cannot utilize that Killjoy utility, that breach utility to try and shut them down. VLT with a perfect retake, shutting down Exeli, and that's got to start putting some doubts into Exeli's mind, because you could see they tried to go for the slow approach, trying to take control at the early parts of the round and then translating that into burst mid-round. But now they've been denied that. They've gotten the memo that VLT is happy to play for the retakes, so they're gonna have to get much quicker with the way they approach these rounds, Macro.
Yep. Again, man, they only need one more round, CA, for the match point, and VLT, they still have some heavy lifting to do. That's really good Cosmic Divide. Deathmaker with the Operator will be flushed back because there's no way he's going to be going that aggressive. Right to Ace able to still find a frag with the shock dart, so that's really huge. He drops the, oh my god, okay, did you see that trade coming through? Deathmaker switching up to the Vandal, and he drops the Operator to LFF, so I do want to see how things are going to be looking like now, CA.
It's the drone setting up with the retake. The Killjoy lockdown coming in as well, denies that site angle to Velocity Gaming, but do they know that Sami is still on site? He's playing under heaven, he's playing the crossfire with his teammates, and it's actually Zolo and Sami who pick up the frags, each becoming that nuisance in VLT's retake. Right now, just on the basis of that, they're able to shut them down. And you can see Sami, he's pumped, he's pumping his team up, because as you said it, one round for that match point. They've got to get one more to secure this first map in the bag for Exeli Esports, and boy oh boy. I was expecting some high octane action considering the teams were getting to play. Exeli love to play that breach, VLT love to play high tempo. But such high octane action combined with that instant decision making that we are seeing from both teams showing up today, it's exactly what we wanted from the grand final playoffs.
I don't know about both teams showing up. Yeah, at the start VLT was showing up, but later on they just seemed absent, CA. And it's well, pretty much flashback time for VLT, how they played against Exploit. Yeah, they're gonna be having little nightmares after this round, or at least after this map. How are they going to be able to get the second map in their hands? That's going to be the first question they're going to ask themselves. Or are they going to be moving into the third map? That's the question that I am wondering. 3 players stacked outside C, and they're looking to flood inside. There he goes, Zola Crazy, who is going to be the first man to get his eyes on the site. Amaterasu is available all the way in the back too. That's a good fragment to deny any kind of pushes. Exeli will be forced back without any other option. But I also like the discipline being shown from the side of VLT2 CA.
Yeah, they're relying though heavily on Deathmaker's operator here to shut down any aggressive A push, and he's gonna miss that first shot.
Oh no.
That's critical. He needs to find the second right here because he's gonna get flooded on both angles if he's not able to clear out Sami in a shot. Deathmaker does land that first shot. It gives him a bit of a
no,
respite.
Outlaw.
Now he can go for it.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that was a little awkward, and there you go. Deathmaker fired up now.
One enemy
Sami
remaining.
filled him up with a lot of fuel, and Deathmaker is able to connect these shots like it's nothing. A flawless round from VLT. And still Deathmaker being the saving grace for VLT for now.
30 seconds.
Nasty, not this one.
One enemy
Right
remaining.
after, right here. Sheesh.
Yeah, that was a great
Last
quick
player
scope.
standing. Flawless.
But again, you can see VLT's idea is very, very simple. They have the read as to where they're expecting. They have the utility to deny entry, so they play on the delay on one side while relying on the operator to anchor down another, which is why, again, I want to see Exeli just picking the pace 5-stack into his side. As soon as you spot the operator, dash into him and try to shut him down. Even a trade is worth it at that point.
Oh no, I feel like he's gonna get caught over here. Deathmaker. Oh no, we'll need to dash away. And there you go, Sami. His main goal was to shut down Deathmaker, and he does that perfectly. Oh, Amaterasu got a little skip for him over there. Missed out on a couple of shots at the start, and there you go. We'll have to pay the price for that. And Outlaw, as always, is going to be lurking on the flank, but LFF as well is a little sneaky man. He is going to be well aware of the fact. But Outlaw now trying to catch the flank. There we go. LFF able to shut down Outlaw, but Fancy 9's position. Fancy 9 as well is holding an off angle. It's really going to be hard to expect him in that place. But VLT, they're able to equalize the man number over here. Vapor is the only man left alive. Places the turret on the board. Has a lot of pressure, but he will crumble down too. And Exeli, the first map is in their hands, ladies and gentlemen. This is flashback time for VLT, and Exeli, they're looking to make a statement in the grand final playoffs of the VCC.
Give context to why Necro is saying flashback time, chat, is because last time around it was Exploit in this position who were able to surprise the heck out of Velocity Gaming and take them down early into the playoffs. And it seems like this time I labeled Exeli the dark horse for this exact reason. Filling into Exploit's shoes, they find the map 1 victory for themselves, but the journey, it's not over just yet. They've got to make sure they translate this performance into Breeze as well, because Velocity, they're going to be so much more comfortable going into that map. But this is sure to be a knock-knock wake-up call for Velocity Gaming. Like, yo, this is no longer just qualifiers. This is no longer just local teams. This is the grand final playoffs, and every team here, they've got to play.
Exactly, that's a really good statement from your side. This is not just anything, man. These are the grand final playoffs, and this is the road to VCT for the South Asia region. Only 2 slots will be moving in forward VLT, and that's not enough. You need to up your performance a little bit more in the map of Breeze. I mean, they are really comfortable, but still, I mean, if a team like Exeli, they have just let Breeze pass by like that, I feel like there has to be a little bit of game plan coming in through. If you remember last time, Exploit was able to beat VLT in the map of Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. So anything can happen is what I'm taking from that statement, Necro, and that's exactly the kind of series I love, where it could go either side. But right now, most definitely, Exeli is the one with the momentum advantage. Most definitely, Exeli is the one with the morale boosted up, because you could see it on the cameras as well. They are pumped. They know how crucial this map 1 was for their potential success throughout the series. So now they've got the map 1 in the bag. It's one major step out of the way, and they can focus on playing against VLT, continuously trying to befuddle VLT as they try to pick up Breeze.
Oh man, I mean, definitely a surprising factor coming through, but let's take a glance at the scoreboard. And well, there we go. Sami, of course, is going to lead the charge without a doubt. I mean, look at this. Man's ACS 302, and then we have Deathmaker on the other side with the ACS of 245. That's a huge difference.
Huge difference, I think, is the exact way to say it. But Sami clearly on another level whatsoever. I think it really did come down to the fact that Amit Risu on that KO is used to being the playmaker. We did see the adaptation, but I wonder if it came just a couple of rounds too late, with that KO not really being able to become a nuisance for Exeli. In those few rounds where he was shutting down the initial aggression or was able to play on the post plant or the retake with his KO utility, he was looking great, but it wasn't consistent through every single round, and Exeli were able to utilize those small loopholes to push their way forward and also show us, meanwhile, how cracked they are. Look at the headshot percentage.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. Sami, look at the peaks from this, man. The red color isn't Sami, and well, the VLT Deathmaker is going to be on the white lines. I mean, they had their own pop-off moments for sure, but Sami a little bit better this time, proving himself pretty much one of the top-notch players out there. And Sami as well, we might just see him in the MVP runner-ups if SK Rossi lets even 1 or 2 games slip by from his hands. I'm pretty sure a player like Sami will catch up, but we still have God Particles in the run too, CA, and Knight Rider is there for the MVP as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have to see if Sami, even from his end, is able to step up even more, because I know this is hard to digest, but I promise you this is not the peak performance of this player yet. It's definitely on another level from what we saw from the Bangladesh qualifier, but there's a reason I attach the word prodigy to this player. He is capable of unimaginable heights. So I'm looking to Breeze now, because in Breeze, Velocity are out with their defaults, their adaptations, their ability individually to understand the map itself. So Exeli now, they've got a big test, because with Outlaw, I don't think they've played Breeze in the past. So now becomes a test of how they've used the time that they've got between the Bangladesh qualifier and the grand final playoffs to prepare for this map.
Oh man, preparation definitely is needed quite a lot, because on the map of Breeze, VLT, they are definitely going to be looking quite flawless. And taking a look at the viewer rewards, guys, we have some exclusive merchandise available for you all, and all you guys need to do to participate in the giveaway is go ahead on your social medias, make a post saying hashtag VCC, be a little creative with those, and make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in your post. And if you do all these steps, if you follow all these steps, you're pretty much available or eligible for the giveaway, and good luck winning, because of course we're going to be drawing one winner every single day, so you're going to be having a lot of chances to win, but if you're just unlucky, then we can't help it. Yeah. But with that being said, we also got the little call from the producer. It's time to push to a break, because the first map has been taken care of, and Exceeli exceeding limits on the first map, but still second map of Breeze. We'll be finding out soon enough who's going to be taking it in their hands. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now, first map out the way, second map of Breeze is going to be the pick of VLT, so they will have a fair share chance to fight back, CA.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think whatever happened to VLT in that map, just how we're going to take a step away from it, I think that's going to be the exact idea of Velocity Gaming themselves. Coming into this map, they're going to look to reset completely and focus on their strength. And this is about to be a massive test, Necro, because yes, while they can reset their momentum, their defaults, all of that, what they cannot reset is the momentum Exeli have got for themselves. Their adrenaline is pumping, and Exeli are ready to take this and put the pedal to the metal, maybe even get a 2-0, because they've already thrown all of our predictions out of the window. They've thrown the fan predictions out of the window. Why not throw VLT out of the window along the way too?
Oh my god, okay, well, CA as well making quite a lot of bold statements, and let's see if they're going to be able to throw it. Why not? Yeah, still added a little bit of why not, so no offense, guys, but still. Map of Breeze, the pick of VLT. Again, anything can happen over here. We have seen in the past as well, Exploit Storm, a team like that beating out VLT pretty much last time, but again, last time they weren't really that comfortable on the map of Breeze compared to this time, so I'm expecting a lot of new things from the side of VLT, and so does a lot of new things from the side of Exeli. Now, talk about Exeli, man. They're definitely going to be having an advantage. Talk about the research that's going to be made on them, because they haven't really played a lot of games, and they haven't really broadcasted themselves that much. So there's not really a lot of research. There's not really a lot of traces to follow.
Exactly, and the question now becomes, what does Outlaw even play on this map? He's played Killjoy in almost every single map, and when we talked to the team, they explained that the reasoning was that we want him to play more of a passive agent where he can focus on giving us calls throughout the map and just play a little more defensively, not really under the pressure of taking up fights against players who had considerably more practice. But now coming onto the map of Breeze, there is no room for a Killjoy here. The best Sentinel we usually see is either a Cypher or a Chamber, so I wonder what Outlaw picks up for himself, because Sami, we know he's going to stick to the Jet. Fancy, I expect to pick up that Sky. Zolo himself, I'm assuming, goes on to the Viper since he is the controller main, but that's where I feel like we might see a switch up. Maybe Outlaw picks up the Viper, allows Zolo to go for something truly crazy.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a backup plan without a doubt, because of course they are a well-known organization in their own region, so I'm expecting them to come up with a new kind of like a game plan. And yeah, Neon as well. I do want to see, yeah, it'll be really interesting, right, to change things up, to spice things up, a breath of fresh air as well. And this is the player comparison in front of you guys, both the Jets over here, Deathmaker and Sami. And for now, Sami is going to be leading the charts pretty much in everything, including deaths too.
I mean, yeah, a lot of that due to his aggressiveness, but when we look at these players, I think the immediate stat that I pay attention to is those first bloods. You can see Sami having double the number of first bloods Deathmaker did, showing how prolific he was to his team's success in that map. But now he's not going to have as much, support in terms of playmaking coming on to Breeze. They have to play the Sky. They're not going to be able to play the Breach itself. So it is going to be a little slower. So again, a test for Sami to establish that he's not just that one-dimensional player. He can function as that high-profile, high-impact player on multiple different styles.
Oh man, talk about the high impact player. I mean, Sami was definitely there, but talk about Outlaw, man. I mean, he was one of those players that none of us expected to pop off that well, and he played the Killjoy role perfectly. I mean, talk about food blogger, man, and talk about these kind of things. I don't know what to say. He's able to eat these players as if they're some crispy bacon.
Yeah, next video coming in from Rafsan the Chotabai be like, hey, you want to see how I ate Velocity for breakfast today? Like, easy claps.
True, that'll actually be pretty cool video title for that, man. But yeah, still able to do that well, man. I don't know what to say. Outlaw, he's able to perform outstanding for sure in the first map at least. But again, Breeze is something I feel like that will make him step out of his comfort zone.
100%. I think there's no doubt about this, that coming into Breeze, all of the expectations that we hoped Exeli were able to live up to, that they did live up to on Haven, now just gone coming into Breeze because two key reasons. Again, Velocity strongest map period, and this is not something we are saying. This is something they've said continuously. They believe Breeze is their strongest map. They've effectively publicly said, if you don't ban Breeze, then we don't know what really you're doing against us. And you can see from the side of VLT, as soon as they pick that Breeze, they're happy to pull it off. But on the other hand, the second point being that Exeli, they did not have that stable fifth coming into Bangladesh qualifiers. As they said too, they only had about 4 or 5 days of practice. So now this is a big question mark with regards to how they use the time between the Bangladesh qualifier to now the grand final playoffs to get Outlaw comfortable with a different Asian besides Killjoy. Because on Breeze, if they pull up the Killjoy, I think we might as well be like, okay, GG, go next. Let's play split.
You never know, man. Maybe it's bringing up some kind of like new meta that none of us even dreamt about. Imagine that, even if with the Killjoys, if they're able to pull it off,
that's
then
what Sentinels
I don't know what to
in
expect.
Berlin, Masters Berlin, and then they got shut down hard and they never played Killjoy on Breeze again.
You never know, man. Maybe Exeli is like, all right, Sentinels, you weren't really able to show it. Well, watch and learn. And they're like, all right, here we go. That's how you play. You know, never know, man. You never know. Anything can happen because Outlaw is able to play that well. He's definitely been an outstanding man for me, at least. He has made me a fan without a doubt. I mean, imagine being good at eating food too, and also at the same time cracking some skulls over here. I mean,
that
pretty much
describes you,
dedicated
Necro.
a lot of his life. Yeah.
Oh,
I
and
mean,
look at this.
Oh, did you just call me good at video games? Thank you.
No, I said you're good at eating food. Okay, hold on for a second there, though.
Okay.
Because, oh no, I saw that chamber for a second. I believed the Outlaw might pick up the Neon, but he's gonna go to his comfort. Sami told us he's a duelist main, so they're gonna put him on the Reyna. And this just seems like, okay guys, you pick individually whatever you're comfortable with. We don't really care about the comp itself, so this is purely we aim, we win game for Exeli. And I'm not sure if that works against Velocity, man.
And I honestly feel like this is the same kind of thing over here. Like Exploit, you saw Exploit won the first map to kick things off, and then later on, the second map, they completely threw. Okay, they just gave up. It was like a one-sided affair from VLT, and then in the third map, Exploit bounced back hard.
Oh yeah.
So that might be the game plan for them as well. They're like, all right, Breeze was picked up, it's fine. They can have the second map, but the third map, which is the decider, that's where V will strike back.
And therefore, this now becomes a question of, can VLT really make a statement in this map? I think, while, as you said, Exeli will be under the impression that this map is not necessarily that they expect to pull off the way they might have expected for Haven. It is a matter of, if they pull this really close, then suddenly VLT have a lot of pressure on them, Necro, because they're going to be thinking, wait, this was our strongest map? If this was this close against Exeli, then suddenly the split is a big question mark where that Killjoy likely to come back for Outlaw. The overall comfort with Crazy, Zolo Crazy going back on Astra to be shown for Exeli, as well as that breach likely coming through for Francie. So you have to start wondering whether without this a statement made by VLT in this map, will Exeli be able to show themselves as the true dark horse as we speculated. But right now, going on to the map of Breeze, it's Exeli starting on the attack, and immediately I think on the attack is where they're going to really feel the pain from the lack of the sky. We're talking about pain, Necro.
Oh no, a pain for us.
Yeah. No.
Trauma, man. And this is the pre-game trauma hitting us all the time before the game starts. There has to be a little technical break, but at least we started the day off on a good note, CA. So
yeah,
I try to find positives and even in negatives.
That's kind of impossible. Like, a negative by definition is a negative. If you add a positive to it, then it becomes either a 0 or positive or negative.
Okay, but the negative is there to make you even stronger.
True.
See,
true.
That's positive.
True.
Right
I give you that one.
Exactly. So technical break over here to pretty much try and deal with our traumas. But the predictions
look at this.
From the audience again is in front of you guys, and 20%.
But
Exeli, last time we saw was 18. Yeah.
It was 11 actually. 89-11, I believe, was the pre-match predictions that we saw. So 9% of VLT's audience shifting votes, or rather maybe 9% more showing up for Exeli. Either ways, Exeli have won some fans with their amazing performance in Haven, but come on! Oh boy.
It was just productions playing with our feelings. They're like, all right, you know what? It's technical break. We gotta show something in front of you guys. So they're like, all right, here we go. Some predictions. Talk about this for a while. Talk about some numbers. Unfortunately, I'm really bad with numbers.
Oh, that's okay. I'm really good with numbers.
Yeah, there we go. Someone's bragging about being good at numbers. But yeah, moving forward.
Hey, you got the aim.
I got the aim. You got the brain. Perfect combination. But it seems like the technical break's now at the way, CA. The timer as well has been unpaused in Exeli and VLT. Both these teams looking really good. Nothing really being changed from the side of VLT, but Exeli pretty much having the composition of being really aggressive and playing for the picks. As you mentioned, the aim is the name of the game for Exeli.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how this Reyna works out. Because slowly but surely, Reyna is starting to become the second Phoenix, you know, while everyone acknowledges that the agent might be good for solo queue and whatnot, in pro play, she's effectively a piece of crap. Because her lure is absolutely trash. It can instantly be shut down with any synchronized team. It really does come down to her being hungry for those frags and finding them. So we'll have to see how Outlaw is able to make it work. Because right now, hungry for the frags is VLT. They've already shut down Fancy and dropped the spike.
They also got the spike control too, CA. Not really a good sign for that, but that's a huge flood from the attacking side, which is Exeli. That floods out. They're able to retrieve the spike, and now it's a 4-on-5 situation. LFF position known, a little bit unknown of Outlaw's place there, but well, there you go. Sit down, son. Says Deathmaker is able to shut him down quickly, but that's a nice shot from Zola Crazy. Will shut down the man on the site. 3-on-2 situation. Right to Ace catches a dink while he tried to fade away. 13 HP in his hands. VLT will need to play this a little safe. Deathmaker's Sheriff will have to make things a little bit more crispy. Sami's able to shut down one. Vibor's down quite low too. Able to connect another shot. Deathmaker now will definitely have a lot of pressure to work off of with. Sheriff in the hand, only needs to connect one shot, but Deathmaker is able to do so.
Yeah, makes a statement while doing so. He's like, I know I only needed one shot, guys, but I'm gonna make sure it's the head. Extra pressure. Nice round picked off for Velocity, but Exceeli making sure that it's not an easy peasy one. I think one of my biggest questions was how we're going to see Outlaw function on that Reyna. And already you can see he's going to be most likely more of a lurking presence, the truly secondary duelist, where the primary duelist, of course, is Sami trying to create the space, working with the team, whereas on the other hand, Outlaw most likely going to be working in solo or duo fashion, trying to slowly create space across the map and really find maximum value out of his lure. Because I do feel like if you stack up with the Reyna and try to execute on the basis of the lure, the issue comes in once again where they're most likely just gonna shut it down.
Oh my god. That's such a great shots coming through from Sami, but it's not really gonna matter. Because you have a man like Right to Edge to shut it down. Two men in front of Amaterasu. Nice burst to follow it up with the Spectre. Needs a fresh magazine, will get one. Sami, 48 HP on the board for this man. Trying his best to fight back, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be really hard to find anything in this position. He will be shut down too. But CA, I mean, overall, VLT, they do get the first 2 rounds on the board, but still, I feel like things look quite iffy. And I honestly feel like another downfall, as you mentioned, the Reyna Lears, they cannot really rely heavily on those Lears to pretty much try and execute a site. You do need proper flashes. This is where VLT will have a huge advantage on the attacking side.
Yeah, we'll have to see though, right? Because that point about the Reyna Lears lies on VLT being perfectly synchronized in shutting them down. So we'll have to see if that works out, because right now VLT is on the bonus. Exeli able to pick up their rifles on the full buy and standard defaults from them as they take cave control. But a small change is the fact that Sami is now starting to move in aggressively, but the trademark revealing the push from VLT, and that's a worthwhile trade, Necro. A Spectre for a Vandal, VLT will take that.
Yeah, they will. And look at him, Deathmaker's falling back too instantly. It's a 4-on-4. Exeli having Vandals in their hands. Is he trying to find the drone? But yeah, there we go. Now the presence is going to be made on the site with a nice wall. Gets tagged a little bit by the Cypher Cam. It's not really going to be that big of a deal for Fancy. Goes for the spike plant instantly. VLT, clear game plan here is that go for the retake. But Sami in this position is going to be a little caught out. The recon darts to perfection. Sami will be caught on the site. Nothing much can be done in this place. 1-on-3 situation. Shiv's going to be having a lot of pressure, and he is not going to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, not able to deal with the pressure right there, and it will mean the downfall of them in the buy round as VLT. The aggression shown, again, a huge part of that is that Sky pick of Necro. Was making a tier list earlier on my stream about like must pick agents on every single map, and for Breeze there were only 3. Viper, must pick, Jet, must pick, Sky, must pick, but Exeli, they're not able to pick it up, and I do wonder why, because I would rather see them play without the Sentinel than play without the Sky.
But I mean, again, flashes is what we're talking about, right, CA? And we did cover it up. Again, overall, yeah. She has those flashes to open up the sites as well, so that's going to be another key thing. And this is where I really do feel like, without a doubt, VLT, they're going to have a huge advantage. Links away instantly, but oh no, in the crosses of Labor, he welcomes him with open arms. Deathmaker spots out the man and closes. Has the operator in the hand as well. It's going to be trained. Back, he peeks out. Crosshairs there perfectly. Deathmaker's able to make it ring with the Reaver operator. Spotted by the recon dart, but still isn't really phased away, CA. The confidence clearly being seen from the side of VLT on the map of Breeze, because they realized it with the agent select itself. Outlaw's able to sneak away with a frag, but it's not really going to matter quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely not. And the statement we talked about from VLT on this map of Breeze Necro, we can already start to see glimpses of it being made as they shut down Exceeli in every single regard. And I think what's really missing for Exceeli is the confidence they had with their composition on Haven. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. There was no hesitation. Even when they were making plays that were more 50-50 based, they made it instantly. So that always gave them a bit of an edge going into that play. But right now, you can see Velocity Gaming, they are on a tear. 4-0 on the board. And Exceeli, this round is crucial. Last round was the economy. They've got the weapons back this round, so they've got to make sure that they pick this round up. They succeed in winning this round, because otherwise 5-0 on the board. You don't want to give a team like VLT that kind of momentum.
They also do have the Tour de Force available, CA. Key factor definitely can be in the success of Exeli. Again, comes down to if they're going to be popping it right now. Smokes out there. Oh, no, peeks out into 2 men, but still doesn't find any connection. Instantly pops the Blaze Storm too, to be a little bit more aggressive with the peaks that he's trying to make here. Deathmaker on the backside in a really awkward spot. Whips out the operator, does realize there are 2 men in the front, misses that flex. Shooves a great shot coming through. And now Outlaw's kind of pinched in the spot over here. Yep, there we go. Not going to be able to get back to safety. Will be shut down.
And you can really see the lack of comfort from Exeli in their player, in the composition with respect to their, even for example, you look at their trademark positions, right? That trademark is not good at all. It's one that is completely open, which means anyone pushing in from the flank can see it in broad daylight. And it does not cover both the flank angles. That trademark rather needs to be on the entrance to that A attacker side area, the A lobby area, where it is not visible and therefore can be shut. But even that we've seen from VLT in the past, where usually when that maker's flanking, he's able to shut it down. But either way, it doesn't matter. Right now, VLT is just able to sit on site, win their duels, and shut them down because they're not being pressured at all.
There we go. I told you, man. The game plan here is just give this map away. Exeli, clearly they're not even like trying to fight back. The way they're playing this is like, it's kind of like whatever, you know. They're just going for some classic executions. I don't even feel like it's about how to. I mean, this has been the game plan in the past too, CA. I mean, some of the teams that really did surprise us, for example, God Particles 2, right? If you remember, the first time they played against Global Esports, or at least the time when they defeated Global Esports, they pretty much let the second map go away. And I don't know, it's just like something that they let these teams pick, okay, you guys can go with your own comfort map, but our game plan isn't really to take you down on that comfort map. Our game plan is to take you down on the decider map. Ooh, nice shot from Sami there, CA.
Yeah, he's gonna get rewarded with a Vandal for himself now in a 2v3. Definitely winnable, especially if they're able to shut down Dapmaker's operator right here. Sami trying to go for the wrap, but Dapmaker smells something fishy and he draws Sami like a fly. Gonna pull out his Sheriff and make that 2 for the count. Find 6 on the board for Velocity Gaming. As you said it, Necro, it just seems like the teams are gonna take for themselves the map of their choice and split up the score line going into that decided map.
Again, Fracture was kind of like a comfort band for Exeli.
No more charges.
And they knew if Fracture slipped by VLT, they're pretty decent on Fracture. So Fracture has to be kind of like their kryptonite. So they banned out Fracture. They were like, alright, Breeze can slip by. It's fine. They can have the Breeze in their hand. But the Decider map, we don't really want it to be Fracture. So, pretty much going for those bans. Going for comfort bans inside this one. That's another way to play the game out. But
Welcome to my
there we go. Viper's Pit on the board too. Exeli looking to make looking to get at least 1 round in their hand. But again, plenty of utilities are available in the hand of VLT too. So yeah, VLT they're looking good. They're going to be looking really great over here. This recon drone is going to be. This recon drone is definitely going to be a really crucial one too. It's out, tags a man out over there. Will be shut down as well. Nice spray coming through VLT. The frags are just flowing in.
Yeah, you can see Hellfighter himself. He's like, no, what was that flick I just hit? This is nasty. His expression showing exactly what we're feeling right here. Was trying to shut down the chamber, but instantly flicks onto Fancy. And I'm a little curious why Fancy did not do the save, but Hellfighter just faster, I guess. And
Yeah.
even that 1 round that we thought might go in the way of Exceeli Esports.
Nope.
It's not gonna happen, Necro. VLT looking for a 13-0 right now, and there's no better way to make a statement than to 13-0 your opponents. Like, yes, I get the fact that Exceeli most likely came into this map expecting a dominant show from VLT, expecting the strength of VLT to show through, but strong map, weak map, nothing like that is as big as an impact from a 13-0. 13-0 plays into any player's minds.
That's a really great smoke from the Viper. But again, the question relies, is it going to matter? Because it instantly gets shut down. So, see, that's the controller out the board, and that's the man that they were heavily relying on. So now they don't even have anyone to block any sort of vision for the enemy team. So this round's already gone. You might as well just call it.
They are gonna go for the heavy rotate though, but their intentions revealed with a single Trailblazer. Hellfighter just camped up in this B site, getting the information that the push is happening with the help of his camera. Has got the backup already coming through with Dapmaker's operator, and it's just a matter of Hellfighter buying some time as Dapmaker finds them heads.
Yep, there we go. Just line him up like it's nothing. But still, oh, Outlaw makes him look like a melted candle. He's melting him down with the Vandal spray. 25 bullets of pain for sure with the signature Vandal. Oh, the elbow's peeking out. That's a nice shutdown from Amaterasu from the flank. Spike still went down though. Okay, so that's good, but really it's not going to be mattering quite a lot. As I mentioned, as soon as the Viper got taken out, the controller was off the board. So site execution is going to be quite iffy.
I think what's especially key right now is for Exeli to try and focus on working in duos and trios, because you can see when it comes to those aim game, when it comes to finding trades or playing on duels,
30 seconds left.
Tommy and Outlaw did an astounding job in this round, but it's simply a case that they're not able to outthink VLT right now on Breeze, so they just need to remove that variable from their gameplay. Just remove the thinking factor, just play full W gaming, hard execute onto sites, and if it works out, it works out. Well, if it doesn't work out, you can't get worse than a 13-0 that seems to be happening right now.
I mean, over here at this point, Exeli, they just don't care. I honestly, that's what I really feel like. Exeli, they're just over here on this map just to play it out. They're just like, okay, let's play out the map of Breeze because we don't really have any other option. So we're probably going to be playing it. The deciders where probably the tough competition will be given away, but Sami over here trying to change things a little bit. Nice shot from Deathmaker to shut it down. 3-on-3 situation, and the chamber's quite low, so still the trouble are knocking Exeli's door. Chambers all the way in the back too. Trailblazer finds out the man in the front. Will be shut down, and now it's a 1-on-2 situation. Zolo Crazy, 16 HP in the hand. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to do anything, but that's a nice shot. 16 HP still. Blade Storm available in the hands of Deathmaker. There you go. Another round on the board, CA.
You can see VLT, they're getting pumped up. Necro Fighter just adding an extra bit of voice to just that, making sure his team is feeling that adrenaline. Because despite the initial openings Exeli is able to find, they're not able to translate it into a round win itself. And I think that's why I want to see them go for just a 5-stack rush. They know that they're going to be able to at least play on the trades. They have that level of synchronization for sure. So if they're able to just go for the rush, push into the face of VLT, really make them hesitate for a second, then at least they can pull back some of the overwhelming momentum that VLT have got for themselves so far in this map.
Overwhelming momentum.
You want to play? Let's play.
And the Viper's Pit gonna deny the entire entry on the A side, so yeah, no other choice left rather than to try and flood in from some other directions. Again, not really something that's impossible. You can definitely try to pull it off, but the problem is Deathmaker in the mid. If he's able to find the opening like that, that's where the problem's going to keep knocking the doors of Exeli. And Exeli now, they will need to try and find the opening string of VLT. If they do, that's where maybe VLT will start crumbling down.
Definitely looks easier said than done. Because right now there is no expectation of VLT crumbling at all. They're at a 9-0 lead. Even in this round, they've got the man advantage already. Because Asus Freaks trying to distract some of the attention from his 2-man squad in A main. But Amitarasu having the backup of the board does not need to turn around. He finds one, but Amitarasu not expecting a duo stack there. Gets shut down by Fancy. Sami with another, and suddenly A side up for grabs. Now with 3v3 on the retake, it's gonna come down to Deathmaker, and he finds the first open.
Yeah, Deathmaker's just now missing these shots. Shubs though, okay. That's a lot of trade right. That's a lot of value right there with the classic. Gets the operator, but again, nothing really being converted. Another round in the pockets of VLT. Thanks. The unstoppable streak keeps going.
It is over. And I'm just curious why Deathmaker did not know Shub's Streaks was there, because if you remember mid-round where Amitarasu found the first pick, like right here, Shub's Streaks had opened the door in hall, so he had to have known that as soon as he killed off one player, Shub's Freaks was either going to peek out from switch or going to come out behind him. Just not expecting him behind him. That makes it getting shut down for once again. It will not matter. And it seems like Exceeli have just been like, okay guys, let's just try to pad our KDAs a little bit. Shub's Freaks is picking up an operator for himself, which is a bit of a yikes, because that's not really what you want to see from your Sova. But okay, interesting. Viper wall set up, trying to split mid in two as they take mid control on both sides of that wall. But I'm confused as to what the primary purpose of this wall is besides cutting off that A heaven angle, because the mid heaven angle otherwise doesn't give them much value.
It indeed doesn't, but look at the frags. At least in this round, it's back and forth, so maybe a chance for Exeli. It's still a fat maybe, though. We don't exactly know. Oh my god, the neural theft.
So fat,
well, not anymore. The neural theft right there is just revealing all the intentions, and Deathmaker's ready with the operator. He's gonna make it rain. He's gonna rain these bodies, and there we go. The first one being found. Second one almost did, but HLFF just stole it away from right underneath his crosshair.
Last round before the switch.
HLF being like, you're too slow, boy. Vault Cypher for the win. When Vault Cypher come online, every team fears the shiny bald head. I actually wish someday we could see the bald head of Cypher. That would be pretty cool. I don't even know what he looks like because he's always wearing them.
See, I want to see you bald.
Huh? You don't think he's bald?
No, I said I want to see you bald.
You want to see?
Yeah.
I love my hair. I'm not going bald.
Come on, man. Guys, hashtag CA bald in the chat.
No, I have a better idea, chat. Necro being bald would be better. Plus, he has better aim, right? So bald Necro could become a thing. So hashtag Necro go bald in chat. Let's go.
Listen, man, I've been bald like a lot of times, okay?
Alright, even better reason for you to go bold. But hold on,
but-
talking about going bold, it seems
No
like
more.
right now, due to the stress of the map of Breeze, Exeli is losing all of their hair. Because Velocity seems to be ready to make it a 12-0 and most likely a 13-0.
Uh-oh. VLT just lining up the rounds,
Switching sides.
stacking them up on top of each
Match
other.
point.
And the match point too. With the round switch up coming through. Now, Exeli, they can try and go for it, but still, I feel like just wrap it up at this point.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, VLT's manager coming to them be like, guys, I thought you were going to 2-0. I had a date lined up after the 2-0. So now, since you've already lost the map, can you wrap up the next two real quick, please? I've got a date to get to, man. Euphoria most likely being like, guys, come on.
Wait, CA, from that I remembered. CA, didn't you say you were going to color your hair?
I
You
did,
lied.
but no, I did not. I tried to get it done this week. It was a little too expensive for my taste. It's still gonna happen, just not
How much was
during
it?
the VCC. Not on stream.
How much, like 2,000?
Oh no, that's cheap. I would 100% got it done for 3,000.
5, 6?
Double. But hey, back to the round right now.
What?
Yeah, Outlaw
know
picking
where
up
he
that
went.
first kill. Zolo's
Spike
chimed in with
down
another,
A.
but a bit of a whiff there from Outlaw. I think if he finds a second there, then maybe they get that first round on the board.
Last player standing.
Oh, but they do anyways.
Oh, there we go. Exeli, they're finally going to get a round on the board, CA. Nice.
Hey.
Hey, just wrap it up, though, please. I mean, there's no way you guys are going to be able to make a comeback from this.
I like the smiles. It's, as you said,
Yeah.
they're like,
I
yeah, we
told
don't
you.
care about it.
This is don't really care about Breeze, yeah.
Spike down.
Expected.
Talking about what's expected, I think we can expect to see now an eco round for Velocity Gaming. They're not going to take any chances. Just playing it safe as they look towards their buy round to finish off this map. Oh, weird. Okay. For a second, I thought that wall was going somewhere else entirely, but as you can see, just a standard A wall. Amitras is setting up his lurk while the rest of his team takes control across the map now. Big advantage to Exeli right here. Zolo going for the aggressive peek, ready to rendezvous on out of there. But
One less.
he's not going to find anything.
Spike down mid.
There
One
we go.
enemy
Exeli
remaining.
lining up these frags. On defense, looking really strong. Okay. But again, I'm pretty sure on the rifle round, this is where VLT will start to sing. That's some nice crispy aim from LFF with the classic connecting shots like that. But still, at least he's able to get away with a frag.
Yeah, certainly Necro, because at this point it does feel like, to a major extent,
Here.
from the cameras as well, Exeli, not exactly concerned about the position they're in, because normally you
Yep.
think at 12-2 a team. I mean, I do appreciate positive mentality. I always appreciate smiles, but you think there would be a bit of concern, but no. Instead, Velocity now on their buy, setting up for a 5-stack. They want to get this done with. They want to finish this off real quick, and they're trying to do exactly that. Going to catch Sammy off guard, likely here, but instead he catches them off guard, finds a collab,
Oh
makes
my
that a
God,
3, and
what?
Spike down
maybe
A.
after this, Exceeli stopped not getting and realized that, hey, maybe we can win this map here, boys.
Hold on. Are we going to see
Comeback.
a comeback? A potential comeback coming through?
12-0 curse?
Again, it's a 4-1 though. LFF definitely has the capability to clutch it out, but again, we can try to live in reality over here. And there you go. Exeli will shut down the final man. There he goes. Exeli, another round of the board, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see a potential comeback? The chances are pretty low, but still maybe. I like some hopium.
Yeah. Hopium is
Need
always
a
great.
drop. Thanks.
But right
Not
now,
really, not always.
why not?
Sometimes you just got to give up on things, man.
Okay. Necro getting real dark there all of a second. I think it's because of all the
Stay safe.
technical breaks, guys. He doesn't believe anymore. No hope here. Because of the tech. Necro has emotional damage to the technical breaks.
Emotional damage. But yeah, moving forward. Exeli as well. The discipline being shown on the defending side is paying off pretty well. Outlaw trying to make some off angles, but this time he will be turned off. Matarasu, quick frags on the board, or at least quick shots on the board with the Sheriff. That's a nice snake bite too. Just try and stop any flag gates. Oh no. Gets caught by the Trailblazer, will be stunned. Snake bites, dirty flush him out, but still gets away with a frag. Deathmaker is able to get the trade though, so it's a 3-on-3. They will also get a gun in their hand and a Spectre.
Spike planted.
That's looking great. Recon darts out, going to be revealing quite a lot of positions. Shock darts available too to flush him out their spot. And Exeli now, not really looking so great, but still Sami over here to try and make some difference. But VLT will finally shut him down with a 12-3 scoreline. Another round on the board for VLT, or at least another map on the board for VLT. Now the scoreline's looking pretty equal, 1-1. But again, Exeli, the intentions were clearly seen, CA. They didn't really care about the map of Breeze. Now the decider is going to be played, and I'm pretty sure Exeli are going to start to show themselves up pretty well.
Not gonna lie, that was a bit of a boring map. It's almost like we went for vacation over onto the Caribbean islands, joining the teams on the map of Breeze. Like, alright, just chill out, because the team's certainly chilling out. But boring because like after the high octane action we saw in Haven, like I wanted to see the blood pumping, you know, I wanted to see teams at each other's necks. But clearly Exeli just not finding the time to get this map ready in their playbook, not looking as great as they did on other maps. But hey, it's 1-1 on that scoreline just yet, so they have got one more map to try and push it for the win right here, because the last map remaining, it's just the decider map, not a map that favors either team inherently.
Ooh, the decider map is going to be definitely interesting. But see, again, we have more chances to make a prediction now. The third map, what do you think? So who's going to take it?
Ooh, that's hard. I'll tell you after Agent Select, because I want to see if they pick up the Neon. Because going into Split, I think there's 3 maps that are absolutely nutty for Neon, which are Fracture, Split, and Bind. So if either team picks up the Split, that might change my predictions slightly.
Interesting. So pretty much you're going to go off of the Agent Select. But for now, let's take a look at the scoreboard in that previous game. And VLT, of course, they're going to be outshining Exeli in all the different factors. So there's not really a lot of point to take a look at the scoreboards when the scoreline is 13-3.
Yeah. VLT might be disappointed that they didn't get the 13-0. I doubt it. Exeli will be happy that it wasn't a 13-0, certainly. But you can see, despite all of that, the headshot percentage is still reigning true. VLTs though with a massive improvement from about 21-22%, I believe it was, on Haven, now on to 27.95. It almost makes you wonder, maybe this team forgot to do the classic range warm-up before they came into this map.
Ooh, range warm-up, talk about that. I honestly feel like Exeli just has some less frags, and that's why they have the shot percentage rise up. Yeah, they just didn't really get that many kills compared to VLT. VLT was just able to flood away with a hell lot of kills. And MVP comparison, does this really make sense to show?
I mean, why not? Why not has to be the question, because you can see it really did come down to the battle between both of these Jets in most rounds. The one round where Sami really peaked, where the couple of rounds where he peaked, where Deathmaker got shut down instantly by him. They were continuously in each other's crosshairs, and for more rounds than Sami, it was Deathmaker continuously able to shut him down. But I think that was the case. So once again, we highlighted this issue potentially for Exeli, where Sami did not have that breach to set him up for success. He did not have the extra utility going to help him in his aggressive pushes. And without that, you could see the team did feel a little scattered. Going into Split, though, I do think that will change.
Again, going into Split, maybe that'll change. But again, as you said, Neon is a really great character. Especially, I feel like why she's great on the map of Split is because, of course, we know Split is a way smaller map compared to that, right? And on the defensive side, if you want to rotate quickly, Neon definitely has that ability. As I mentioned, her movement is what she's really known for. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now, because Viewer Rewards is in front of you guys. Exclusive merchandise for all you guys to win. And all you guys need to do is make sure you guys subscribe to your YouTube channel, go ahead on your social media accounts, and make a post saying hashtag VCC, and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in your post, and you guys will be officially eligible. And don't forget to be a little creative with your post too. Maybe attach a little bit of art. Just do anything. Just be a little creative. Maybe attach a little bit of creative message. With that being said, the second map as well out the gate. VLT pretty much dominating, steamrolling on the second map. The third map decider is going to be the map of Split to find out which team's going to be victorious in the first best-of-3 series in the Grand Final playoffs.
Spike planted.
Chilling in the chair, I'll be sipping it. Watch a bunch of shows, I'm getting it. Yeah, I understand it's a quarantine. I got to be chilling all alone, but I'm getting sick. People who be running after the office, signing politics, scrambling to tell the kid to stop. I ain't gonna leave the room. I don't wanna kill a few with that this shit that is inside my car. Look at the drop, chicken it bigger than now, taking a part of the crowd. Don't wanna pop, I don't want anyone down. Better be kicking them out. Look at the rock, smoking loud up in my damn house. Solo though I know I'm never going on and out. Party on my own, y'all. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, hold me back. Slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Only now. So loud. Oh, party on my own. Party on my own.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Now, 2 maps out the gate, CA. The decider map of Split's going to be played. What do you think, so how Exeli is going to be looking like on that map?
I think they're going to be looking much better than they looked on Breeze, because it did seem like they just, put on their party hats, put on their swimming shorts, and just lazed around in those Caribbean islands. Like, all right, guys, we're going to get ourselves a tan. We'll see you in the map of Split, the corporation, the headquarters for the Kingdom Corporation. So this is where teams will get down to business. But hey, it's easier said than done, because I think for Velocity Gaming themselves, one of their strongest maps overall, a map where they've looked very dominant in recent history. So I'm once again looking at that Jet Breach combo, if it can come out for the side of Exeli, if Fancy can pull back that Breach for himself and Sami pull off that Jet, because we again can't really rely on past statistics to explain what Exeli is going to do, because Outlaw is a player that has just come in for this particular VCC tournament, and usually Fancy is the Sentinel player, but with Outlaw picking up that Sentinel role on most maps, Fancy is the one who's had to adapt.
Oh yeah, and there you go, Asian pick right in front of you guys as well. And of course, we've seen a lot of times that Raze is preferred a little bit more compared to Jet on the map of Split, so makes a lot of sense. But still, as you mentioned, we're expecting a better performance compared to what we saw in Breeze, and we are going to get that without a doubt, because on the map of Breeze, it was pretty much like a lost cause for Exeli on the second half. And I mean, I'm pretty sure even inside even when they were pretty much like on the agent select screen, they knew it's going to be really hard to take off Breeze from the hands of VLT. So the decider map has to be the map where they're going to try to take him down. And that's what we exactly saw a couple of times in the past 2 CA, where we saw these underdog teams, or not really underdog, certainly. Exeli is not an underdog team, but pretty much a team that we did not really expect to perform. That's what they do. They dominate in the first map, they let the second map pass by, and then the third map is where they catch up.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to see how they're able to perform on this third map, because once again, going into that agent selection, what we can expect is the Jet to be picked up for Sami, the Astra to be picked up for Zolo Crazy, and then that's where the entire team is just shuffled around, because normally, as you could see in the first 2 maps, we see Shiv Sweeks playing the Sova. But with him not being available on the Sova role, I'm going to assume he's going to switch to completely different. Maybe a Sage to be picked up for him, as maybe that Killjoy comes in. So that Jet Breach Sage KJ combination that we see a lot with Fancy picking up that Breach, could the old meta really on the map of Split could work out for Exeli.
Could work out. A lot of ifs and buts for sure, but now I do want to take a look at the agent select itself and what they've got in the back of their heads, because one thing we can say for sure, Raze has to be the pick there, or are they going to be sticking for the comfort picks and just not really lock in the Raze and just go for the Jet? Because on the other hand, Deathmaker's really comfortable with the part of playing that overall Raze, so he's not really going to be minding. But I do want to see how things are going to be looking like on the side of Exeli, because Killjoy as well is going to come into play for Outlaw. We have seen how useful the Killjoy can be. But again, there are a lot of other things that you can try to do. Again, are we going to see a KO being whipped out? So many questions.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think from the side of VLT, though, what we can expect is aggression on this map. And once again, the big question becomes: do they offer that single duelist Astra Viper that we've seen from them in the past, or maybe the way GE did, switch up their compositions to suit up their exclusive playstyle, be a lot more aggressive? Because with Astra Viper, as much as I love it on this map, I don't think these teams can play their comfort inherently. So we'll have to see what does end up coming out, because what is the expectation is with this map, VLT, they made a statement on Breeze, but if they do end up dropping it right here for Exeli, this becomes a question of, are they the 2 dark horses? Because Exploit last year around, they proved that they were when they took down VLT in this third map in that particular series. So for Exeli, a similar situation, they need similar results as well.
Oh yeah, they indeed do need not just similar, I would say, better results than that. Because of course, after VLT pretty much taking down, you know, Exeli on the map of Breeze, pretty much steamrolling it through, VLT as well, I feel like they're definitely going to be looking a little bit better compared to how they were looking after the first map. So after the second map, VLT would be looking a little bit more comfortable approaching the third map over here. The map is split, but I don't know how Exeli is going to be looking like. Again, as I mentioned, if it was the game plan to let the map of Breeze slip by, then maybe that would be interesting. But we're seeing Sage being locked in, and Amaterasu over here going with Viper.
Very interesting. So they're going to play the Astra Viper Sky double duelist here with no Sentinels. So heavily relying on those controllers in the Astra and Viper to function as pseudo Sentinels on the defensive half. Gives them a wealth of options in the attacking half with those double duelist setups. So right here though, from the other side, we see Astra Viper Sage KJ, which big disadvantage I think for the side of Exeli, because they don't get the best of both worlds the way VLT do. VLT have the double duelist with the Sky to go for aggressive entries. They have the double duelist, again the Raze coming in with the Operator and then the Astra Viper as well to shut down their defensive endpoints, to hold down particular sites. So in every single way, VLT individually have the utility. What they lack is reliability on flanks, which we'll have to see if Exeli can exploit right now, because on Split, it's one of the maps where I'm not as worried about flanks. You know, usually with your defaults, you're covering most of the flank options. So it's a map where I actually don't mind substituting out the Sentinel, but usually we don't see that because of Killjoy's strength in this map, but more specifically the strength of the lockdown. So we'll have to see, maybe that lockdown can be the game changer right now for Exeli, because purely theoretically, objectively, composition-wise, I think it's a big advantage for Velocity Gaming.
Oh yeah, it is. And look at this, the first round's already on the board over here. Both the teams did get engaged in the fight, but the problem is Sami's down to quite low HP, 25 already in his hands. Shoes used his heals too onto him, so Sami is going to be a little uncomfortable with the amount of HP he's got for himself. The sights are set on the B site for VLT. They have the Viper wall as well available right there. But Exeli, they're being really passive. They're being so complacent in the spot they found themselves in. They're not really going for a lot of charge ups, and oh no, instead it would just be the Trailblazers shutting him down. It's kind of like just he ate him alive. But Shoestreaks is able to at least get the trades back and forth, so that's looking really good. Now a 4-on-4 situation. Both the teams on the equal page. Exeli, they're doing a really great job though, not really letting VLT compromise them when it comes to that mental game. And again, trades are happening back and forth, and VLT somewhere down line, they're able to step things up. 30 seconds left in the clock. Fancy9 finds another one, makes it equal, and now it's a 2-on-2. Classic in the close range can be detrimental, but the same goes for right two ways. Outlaw gets his hand on a ghost. Is he able to oh no, he's taking a lot of damage. One bullet, fresh magazine available, but still Outlaw doesn't have the HP to support him. Turd can be the sixth man for sure, or at least the saving grace, but that's a little bit too much to ask for.
But look at Hellfighter, he's already started to cover that defender sites one entry. If right to ace does spot Outlaw, or rather hears him now jump off, Hellfighter can just play on the contact, but right to ace be like, yo man, I don't need no help. Already picking up the 4K. It's almost single-handedly taking away this pistol from Exeli. But again, I have to point out one thing, Necro, I don't think it's complacency, the passive playstyle with which VLT is playing. It's a lot to do with conditioning and their composition itself. With the Astra Viper, the entire strength of this composition lies around information denial. You want to play defaults where you're continuously making the opponent second guess themselves, making them over peak to try and get information. And you could see their slow nature in mid was to facilitate Amitarasu's push into that B site where he was able to create space by just walking in, and that's when they got aggressive.
Oh
that's when they
no, that's
exactly
disgusting.
what happens here.
That's disgusting. He was just trying to spam Wentz and unfortunately found the Sage move out, which that's so unfortunate. Uh-oh, there you go. The dagger girl falls down. LFF 2 frags. Zola Crazy as well is available. The final man left alive now. Try and get at least a gun off to keep you live up to your name.
Spike planted.
Go crazy, Zolo. Uh-oh.
Little easier said
Almost.
than done. He's gonna be like, bro, I hit headshot. What else can I do?
True. But I honestly feel like the headshot was more kind of like because the classic version.
And yeah, this is... I don't think he's unlucky right here. I'm just not, because I'm not sure what Shoestreaks is trying to do. He just walks into the spray and then pulls out the heal. I can imagine he walks into the spray and tries to run away, then tries to heal himself, but pulls out the heal in the middle of that spray. Just again, I'm not sure what he was trying to do, because has to expect the spray to continue, right? So a little weird there from Shoestreaks, but now Exeli on their buy. This round is crucial because look at their composition, Necro, Astro, Viper, Sage, KJ. They are going to struggle on the attacking side. They don't have an initiator to try and guarantee them entry. They don't have double duelists so that they can go for the burst. The defensive half is where their strength lies. So if they lose this buy, if it becomes a 3-0 for velocity, I feel like it's the start of the end for Exeli.
But that was such a nice gravity well too, CA, from the side of Exeli to deny that entire heaven aggression. And that's where Deathmaker needed to fall back, because he did realize if he gets caught up with the gravity well, it can be a little problematic. All the players just stacking outside A for now, trying to bring in a little bit of anonymous factor in the game and trying to make some astonishing plays happen. Vabor with the satchel is just going to straight up dash inside the site. The rush comes through, is able to find the opening, and that's a huge one too. That's a rifle taken off the board. Vabor still trying to be a little too over-aggressive, will be shut down. Again, talk about the over-aggressive nature, but hey, as long as it's paying off, that's all that really matters. VLT looking so good. And well, that's the most convenient way to approach the site as well. VLT making it look so easy with the execution that came through from their side. Deathmaker with the Vandal. Overall, getting so much advantage in this round. One last man alive. It's going to be Fancy9. A lot of burden on his shoulder, but Deathmaker will have his crosshairs trained.
And again, you can see the lack of the initiator really hurting them. They need to start focusing on denying sight altogether. They have a ton of utility in their composition, Exeli, but this is where the wealth of options that VLT have on the table. The double duel is really coming onto board. You can see not as much pressure on Depmaker as it would normally be to create the space because he's got Vibor for company. Vibor creates a space, allows Depmaker to play on the post plant, and just simply Depmaker living up to his name finds the 3K and the round now. 3-0 on the board for Velocity Gaming, Necro, and it's starting to slip away. That momentum they had on Haven, it's now starting to turn into hell. But Vibor, that's a solo kill mistake. You can't do that, Vibor.
Yep.
Greedy for the extra space.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Vibor's been doing, right? Even previous round when he found the opening on the elbow, he still kept proceeding towards the screen side and then eventually got shut down. So now VLT left on a 3-on-3. Exeli doing a really good job with the trigger discipline, but still it's overall value for Exeli because realizing they're really broken on economy, VLT, they had quite a lot of guns in their hand. Still got 2 guns off of them, but they don't really seem that retrievable, so at least VLT for now will be in a little bit of comfort spot. But talk about the info gathering, man. Look at the Jet. Sami's able to convey so much info here, CA, and that's quite huge. VLT's rotation is probably well known to Exeli, and Sami is just sneaking past them. Outlaw peeks out. Oh, he should have expected that man to be right there. And now the flanks expect to do, so Sami is now going to get caught off guard, and there we go.
Yeah, Sami is certainly getting caught off guard. Oh, but this is starting to become a very
Spike down B.
slippery slope for VLT, sorry, for Exeli right now, because even when they get those initial advantages, even when they get the weapons in the bag, you can see VLT are able to exploit all parts of the map. Now, granted, that was the eco for the side of Exeli Esports, so they're gonna have to make this buy work, Necro. They've got an extra defensive utility in their hands now with the operator. That operator can single-handedly shut down a side, but he made a gravity well as well as guiding light invested. The dash was a bit of a fail, but he escapes. He managed to escape with his life.
If there was a Phantom right there in the hands of Vibor, there was no way Sami's able to get away. It was literally because the Vandal spray.
Is greater than the Vandal?
Of course it is. Like, it's
but you
not
use
just
only
me.
the Vandal.
I do use it because you know I'm a little egoistic person, okay?
Yes,
I like
That's
to hit
exactly
those.
what I was trying to get.
I like to hit those headshots, and I'm pretty sure it's the same with the players too. They just want to hit the headshots. They just want to have the satisfaction. But Sami, oh no, I feel like he should have backed out because he had the operator and he could have been the playmaker.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah, I don't know what Sami tried to do here. VLT, easy plant being snuck on the board. 4 players on the side. It's looking pretty much next to impossible to get the site back in their hands. VLT. Look at this. Oh no, whips. Oh my god, what a crispy shot. Deathmaker was able to see a little bit of skull pass by. Fancy Nine's able to get the trade back, but still now it's 2-on-4. Is that really possible? That's the question. Outlaw took a lot of damage too. Actually, only 1 bullet, so he's only tagged for 40. But the Vandal definitely is the signature weapon for Outlaw. But he hasn't really been able to hit that many headshots compared to his teammates.
And at this point, he's not likely gonna be able to save his weapon too, because look at Hellfighter's position. Outlaw's not expecting it. 6-0, all of the weapons taken away in the buy, and Velocity Gaming being like, well, I know we had a bit of a breeze in Breeze, but the same is going to happen in Split right here, Exeli. You stepped off the pedal, you gave the ball back from your court, and we're not gonna give it back. Velocity Gaming, we know them to be a team which just goes ham with the momentum they're able to accumulate throughout maps, throughout rounds, and currently they are going ham, but again, compositional issues for Exeli.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Because
there's just no flashes.
Right? Like, yeah, just same composition, replace Fancy on the Viper with a Breach, and it becomes so damn good.
I don't know, man. Exeli is just making some rookie mistakes. At this point, I would literally call them rookie. Because you need flashes. There's so many Asians that you can try to play flashes off of with. Just use any one of them. Breach itself can be such a rewarding Man himself, he can also go for the battle breach kind of play. You can be the duelist of your team too.
One enemy remaining.
Nice frags on the board. VLT, they're just making it look easy. Buttery smooth rounds on the board for VLT. And Exeli, they're just left scratching their heads.
Yeah, scratching their heads indeed. And again, it's a big question mark, I think. Of course, we have to remind everyone that losing this will not be the end of their journey right here. We couldn't be that cruel. This is a bit of a double elimination setup, you know. So if they lose this, they go to the lower bracket, and they will have another chance. And I hope that for the WOD review, they look at the English stream, because I'm gonna say this as many times as I can. Please play fancy on that breach. I might even DM them, like, just don't play the Viper. I mean, I'm a big fan of Astro Viper. I'm a big fan of double controller. I think the meta right now suits double controller in almost every single map. But for teams like Exceeli, you saw on Haven how good they were when they were being proactive, when they were being aggressive, when they were taking map control for themselves and suffocating VLT. Well, they don't get to be proactive with this composition. They don't get to be aggressive with this composition. Instead, they give VLT the space to breathe, to think, and to outplay. And you can see VLT, they're like, oh, okay, well, if you're going to give us the space, then we're going to punish you for it.
Yep. They're definitely doing that too, CA.
Yep.
So yeah, the champion Vandal is glowing too for Deathmaker. He's looking in form right now.
Here.
As we expected the man himself to perform, he's able to perform for sure. Sami too with the operator, trying to make some plays happen. Oh, a little too slow on the flick there, Sami. What happened to you? Sami is being shut down, and it seems like he's just lost his mark at this point. It's not the same Sami we saw in the first map. The confidence is clearly missing. Labor too kind of knows there is someone hugging the Cosmic Divide right there. There we go. Labor looking to flood through. That's a nice flash too. And oh my god, talk about the communication now. They have patched it up for sure. The communication issue is not really present there for VLT anymore. They're looking flawless on the map of Split. And they're just not leaving any single gap for Exeli to compromise on.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Because it feels like where Exceeli are a team that likes playing on the proactive mode, that likes continuously being aggressive. They don't get to do that because they're trying to play the slow playstyle that suits VLT's composition so much. Because the key difference right now with VLT's composition and Exceeli's is that while they rely on the Astro Viper to slowly take control of parts of the map, the minute they make a call to trigger and execute, they have the jet rays in the sky. Double duelist to guarantee the entry, the sky to make sure the flashes come through, as well as information is gained about the positions held by the defenders. VLT continuing their breeze as they are now in cruise control, 7-0 on this map. And I just wonder, especially considering that this is VLT's attacking performance, if they could actually find that 13-0 that they were looking for on breeze.
13-0. Again, I feel like honestly, it's a little bit too much to ask for.
Be faster.
Even if VLT, if they're able to win with a huge difference, that's going to mean quite a lot. And the frags are just slipping by. I mean, Exeli, they're leaving these little loopholes, and they're just being pretty much like used to perfection. They're just being exploited by VLT. And Exeli, it's really hard to adapt. Like, the adaptive nature is just not kicking in from their side. So Exeli, a little problematic start for them already. Another flawless round on the board. Yep. VLT is just unstoppable.
Yeah, and it's quite sad, I would say, for us as neutral spectators, because we did want to see more of a fight in this last map, you know. End of this series, the way it started with that extremely close map on Haven, but since then it just seems like VLT were taken by surprise on Haven, but now they've rallied back. They've understood what Exeli's strength seems to be, and they're punishing them in just that. And
I mean, is it really about VLT knowing, or is it like Exeli pretty much telling them their weakness? The weakness is clearly seen. There's just no flashes available, and they're just not able to blind and get that little bit of advantage to shut them down.
That's why I feel like it's VLT annoying, because Exeli, it's not like this composition is bad in theory with respect to at least the defensive half. Attacking, yes, I can definitely see that happening, but on defense, Exeli need to play on the back note. They need to play side denial, taunt denial, but instead
he's gone.
they're playing into VLT's hands. They're giving them these fights and it's not working out.
Okay.
Okay, Zolo did manage to get a key kill, but that's all it is. Glimpses of mechanical aim, glimpses
my
of dominance,
God.
just like that, but not actual rounds. But maybe right here they can find one. Unlikely.
Yeah. They're just getting outplayed, CA. They're actually just getting outplayed here. They're being held off of on every single angle. It's like VLT are reading them like a book. They're just not able to find any of the small loopholes to try and capitalize on. Outlaw gets the gun in the hand quickly. Is able to strike back. Has the lockdown available to CA, so a retake definitely not looking impossible. But if LFF catches Outlaw off guard, so the lockdown will be shut down. And there you go. Lockdown not really in the board anymore. So now it's going to be Fancy 9 to try and make something happen. It's next to impossible. Has the Viper's Pit though, but still, yeah.
He has to defuse and win this 1v2, and he has no information about the position of the attackers, no information about the nature of this plant, and giving a bit too much time now. Just gonna stick it. Okay, never mind. Gravity well denying him that, even though he went for the defuse. No time left. Fancy seems
5
to have
HP.
just given up.
Yeah, 5 HP. Fancy's pretty much gone case, and there you go. VLT, yeah. Fist pumps all the way through. Smiles on their faces too. They're back. They're looking really great.
Yeah, and again, I have to give props to VLT because you have to remember a key issue with their composition is the lack of the Sentinel, right? They don't get guaranteed defaults with the Killjoy where, for example, you could place that Killjoy turret on B main and just wait for someone to push through, condition them once they do push through into thinking that, oh, okay, these guys are going to try to continuously deny B main to us and that way play on the aggression on the immediate next round. But they're doing that instead with an Astra Viper, which sounds simple enough with the Viper wall, but is actually not, because you have to time those pushes perfectly with your team's playmaking trio, which usually is the Jet, Raze, and Sky. But this time you can see that conditioning paying off for them, because usually where Amit Rasu would solo push into B main, he has a buddy with him in Vipul. Waiting for the smoke to go off. Sami finds one. Hey, maybe this will pay off. They can find one round finally. Exceeli, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a quick shutdown too. Opening being found. But again, are they going to be able to find the opening on this map for their round? And I honestly feel like it's a little too late, CA. They've given away a little too many rounds at this point. Even if it's a 9-3, VLT will just have their confidence in Cloud 9. Moving inside the second half, so yeah, and it's looking really hard. Even if they did get the first pick, it's just a reward taken down, so that's not really a huge disappointment for VLT. They can rely on Deathmaker to make some plays happen, because again, they have another duelist to make some space on the site. Seekers are out too.
30 seconds
okay,
left.
there we go. Okay, now it's equalized. They found another duelist on the other side. Deathmaker finds another opening too. They're just playing for picks and Exeli. They're handing them these picks like it's nothing.
Alright, Necro, prediction time. 13-0 or no?
Yeah.
Enemy kill.
Yes, it's a 13-0. I'm saying it's a 13-0. Without things looking like, it has to be 13-0. I thought it might not be, but
One enemy remaining.
with how easily they gave this round away, it has to be 13-0.
Yeah. It certainly looks like that at this point, especially with the last round going in favor of VLT. It was a double operator buy for Exeli. Their economy is in tatters, their confidence is in tatters, and surely their morale is too, because you can see now the Astra has decided she's going to be the entry dragon, getting caught out, and the rest of the team falling like a house of cards. VLT's dominance is now broken apart. Exeli's adrenaline, and they are crashing down. Unfortunately.
Oh my god, okay, I did not expect Outlaw to be that quick. Nice shots. Rewards aggression expected too. Spamming the Sheriff. 2 shots connected right there. That's the man himself being shut down. Turret's out too.
Planted.
Tommy's flank is being expected. But okay, he's a little too quick and it seems like 13-0 might just not happen. but oh, okay, there is still a huge chance. Amaterasu expects him to be there, but oh, spots a little glimpse. Peeks out, it's Outlaw to clutch it out. 13-0 is not a chance anymore, and Outlaw is like, all right, it's me. I have the clutch law.
Last round in the half.
And you can see the comms seem to have fallen apart for Necro. Velocity taking full advantage of it, and I just want to see if teams are able to note the defaults of Velocity right now and punish them in the future, because if Velocity do win this match and GE win their respective match, then we get to see both of these teams playing on the upper bracket finals for the top seed going into the playoff finals weekend. And we know that this map is an extremely strong one for GE overall. But right now, that 13-0 prediction going out of the window, and Velocity angry about it, but bringing the party is actually Sami with the Blade Storm. He finds one. He's got the backup from Outlaw to find another.
Oh my god.
And why is it that Exeli turn up the heat and the pressure when they get 0 down? They did the same thing on Breeze.
No, talk about a shutdown. 10-2 CA, it might just be the 10-2 curse
Switching sides.
we've seen in the NA VCT, man. 10-2 curse activated, question mark. But again, on the attacking side, we've mentioned the composition for Exeli is going to struggle a little bit more, so VLT will definitely have a huge advantage. This pistol round's going to determine a lot of things. It's going to pretty much determine the fate of Exeli inside this map. If they do lose out on this pistol round, VLT, an easy game for them.
Yeah, it seems like a very easy game. But hey, we'll have to see. 10-2 is still not impossible. I'd say easier than 12-0, but the reason we usually find it hard to pull off a comeback from here is because of how much pressure there is on the pistol, and considering the fact that for the side of Exeli, this is the pistol on the attacking half, the half where their composition struggles even more, the half where they run out of options in respect to how they can execute and are going to have to rely purely on trades and the aim coming out. Fancy, not so fancy with that spray, just like, I will shoot, please someone be there. And okay.
There we go, though. But Sami is able to kick things off pretty well. Zola Crazy 2 is able to find one. As I mentioned, Exeli, they need this round desperately. So, yeah, Exeli, again, having a huge man advantage inside this one. They do have a man who's quite low, but still, it's not going to matter a lot. It's a 4-on-3. There we go. Make it a 2 now. Okay, right to Ace is able to sneak a kill through, and now we're left with a 3-on-1. HellFF definitely has a crispy aim, so you should not challenge him solo. Try to go for some contact peaks for sure. HellFF, oh my god, he's left with so many opportunities, and HellFF so far is able to capitalize onto it. He's able to find 2 quick kills, and now he's looking to shut down Sami too. But this time, this is where the adaptive nature kicks in and make it a 1-on-1. Is he going to be able to clutch it? That's the question. No, Fancy denies it, but still got a little too close for comfort.
But the round picked up for Exeli in a crucial round to Necro, because now with that pistol, they can go for the anti-eco. They get a bit of breathing room and really look to settle themselves. But you can see, this is why I feel like now from VLT, they have to realize that they can play on the retake against this composition. They just need to stay alive, not get caught out in those positions. Because even if you, for example, look at the VLT wall, the way that wall is set up is, yes, it can function as an entry denying wall because it cuts off the A main entry, but also works as a retake wall because of the fact that it cuts off the site itself. So I want to see a lot more aggressive nature from VLT on one side of the map while they play retake on the other side. But right now, it's not going to be defaults because it is their ego. Fancy with a Phantom shutting down their maker. Sami's got himself a Vandal, but in this mid area, they end up trading out the gravity well, but the nade takes down Zolo as well. And if Shufstrix goes down here, VLT, they get a Vandal. They already picked it up, actually.
We tend to dust.
Yep, they did. Make it a 2-on-3, CA. But Vobor, oh no, but the Spectre is able to make it work. That's a nice paint shell to flush him out of spots. So Fancy, no other option left rather than to back out from that spot. You will have to give him his own room to play off of with. That's a nice shutdown from Outlaw. Needed to rely heavily on that. Amaterasu on the Sheriff will have to pull off some insane shots. Is he going to be able to? That's the question. Spots out the first man. No connections being found just yet, and now they're going to play off of each other. This is quite perfect. Snakebite taking a little bit of damage, and wow, they played that perfectly, CA.
Yeah, playing it very safe, knowing that they cannot afford to give away those 1v1 duels. Understanding how much of an impact that round already had on their economy. They lost huge weapons over there. I think they were able to recover the Vandal and the Phantom, so yeah, they will be able to continue on with that. But it does mean that they cannot play on the bonus anymore. They have to just invest for new weaponry, and that gives VLT a tiny bit of an advantage. Just that one Spectre over the Vandal advantage on the Astras themselves. So we'll have to see if they're able to circumvent this by playing the Astra on the anchor position and just effectively turning this into a full buy for both of the teams. Now the setup from the side of Exeli. Wait, hold on. Zolo is the one who picks up first blood on the Spectre, no less. A trade by Maker on the other side. Fancy getting a little too aggressive. This is why the timing of those Viper lurks is so key. It's not easy at all.
And that's the controller out too, CA, so. Now a little problem for sure for Exeli. They can rely on the Sage Waldo. Oh, misses those shots, but finally he's able to catch that man, so as long as he gets the frag on the board, that's all that matters. Sami's done his work to find the opening on the site. And now it's on his team to follow it up. Sami in a really awkward spot, flushed back on the B main. The site's gone from the hands of Exeli. Site regained, or at least the control regained from the side of Velocity. Looking really good. 1-on-3, Sami. The hopes and dreams fading away for Exeli to get another round on their hand.
And potentially even for the series itself. But Sami still has the tailwind and he can isolate this duel, maybe pull it off, but the crouch, I think, throwing Sami off guard. Hellfighter finds the 3K, and just like that, the first round picked up for Velocity in their buy in this defensive half now. Given the fact that this wasn't a bonus for Exeli, it was their full buy. They're gonna have to go either for the force buy or the eco, depending on how they want to play that overtime. And it seems like the final decision is for an eco. So they're effectively playing on the overtime. The 12-4 comeback, that's one we've seen happen before on this map, Global Esports versus God Particles. Kappa's 1v4 clutch was where the 12-4 comeback did happen, but even before the Trailblazer comes through, that Mick was like, I don't need utility, friends. I got weapon, I got aim, I kill.
But honestly, that's so silly to actually play on the comeback mentality. I mean, it'll be a match point after this round, CA, and already talk about the mentality crumbling. That's all you need, man. Double digits on the board, and the enemy team is probably just going to look at it. And that's when, that in itself has to be kind of like a problematic situation for the enemy to at least make anything happen. The turret's out. Turret instantly shut down too. LFF realizing maybe potential push coming through on the B side, so he's just pre-planning for that. LFF trying to play off of his smokes perfectly, trying to reposition around the site. Has found himself a really great position. Even if he's able to get away with one, that's going to be huge, but no, that's not going to matter. It's Rabor wrecking things up.
Yeah. As the Astra said, bye-bye. It seems like VLT will say bye-bye to all of Exeli's hopes and dreams. And at this point, match point for VLT. Yeah, the 12-4 comeback, we've seen it happen, but it was on the back of a humongous clutch from Kappa. So that's exactly what Exeli needs right now. They need some miracle from one of their players to pull back the momentum, to give them hope, and to somehow then find a huge comeback, because otherwise it's just not going to happen, Necro. Because as you can see, again, their compositional issues playing into this, where they're having Sami on his lonesome push through. No utility to back him up, none of that sort, and
okay, well there you go.
Where the action is over on Amin, they get a 2-for-1. Sami and Zolo trade back, suddenly Exeli have the advantage, but the spike is not in their hands, Necro, and the spike is where VLT might get some spite right here. They need to play the safe. That Maker especially it's him who decides if this round goes in the favor of VLT or Exceeli.
Oh, is he going to spot out the spike? He does. That's huge. A little too over-aggressive on that side. HellFF now again left in a clutch situation. Did show a little bit of glimpses of that. He is the man to clutch for sure. He can pop out some clutch. That's a huge frag being found. Now keep this in mind. Outlaw is pretty low. Not really expecting a lot of things from Outlaw himself, but the call has been made. The rotation's being made as well from the side of Exeli. On the side.
He has no stars, so he can't really deny the blunt.
Left.
He has to
Here's
just
the
play on
Cosmic
isolating the duels. It's going to come down to timing.
Oh,
Okay, does
HP.
he expect Outlaw right here?
Yes,
he
he
does.
does.
Hellfighter, but he doesn't check the entire angle. Outlaw playing it safe, pulls through a round for Exeli. That shouldn't have happened. Again, Velocity repeating key errors over at A main. Even though we didn't get to see it happen, they take the fight at A main, which is not at all necessary in my opinion. You don't need to give Fancy that fight. And then same story in that mid area. Giving Zolo and Sami those peaks. Velocity playing like they don't have a Sky in their comp, that they don't have info collecting agents, or rather retake utility in their comp, and it's quite weird. Falling prey to Exceeli's mistakes almost.
Yeah.
Like, not what we expect from VLT.
I mean, again, you talk about overconfidence when you're winning on a huge difference, on a huge note. I feel like that's pretty much just hitting them in. Maybe you can call it inting as well, you know? it's like, you know, you're so close. You're so freaking close. Just one more round. You can do
Tell
it.
you what though, they seem to have corrected it. We talked about this operator being that defensive utility, the extra piece of defensive utility that a team
Oh my
naturally
God.
gets
He's
when
gonna,
they have
he's
to
gonna
jet.
play it dirty.
Yeah, and because of that operator, they can play double stack on the other sides. The Viper playing here with the Judge, but
Oh,
he
no.
doesn't expect him to sneak through.
Yeah.
The Phantom wins out. The trade will come out, and the Seeker's now available. Gives a ton of information to VLT. They just need to back off now. Let Deathmaker get those peaks on site.
But again, it's going to be really hard to get those peaks, man, because the guys on the Heaven are pretty much going to play on the headshot angle. Sami being spotted, did sneak out a little bit on the left. Spots out the head, is just waiting for a little elbow peek. Outlaw playing that to perfection, just baiting out the shots from the operator. Deathmaker now, this is where the paranoia is going to start to set in. A little bit on the side, doesn't really know how to play over there. But Rabor hears them rotate, catches the first man, and that's a huge one too. Showstopper's out, instead tags himself with that. Pain Shell's out too. Shoes now set in such an uncomfortable spot, but it's fine, it's not going to matter. It's the Pain Shells sealing the deal, and it's Velocity Gaming on the Grand Final playoffs, kicking things off on a good note and securing themselves the spot ahead in the upper brackets and looking really damn confident.
Yeah, looking damn confident is the key word. Despite that initial map loss, Velocity pull off a 13-3 victory on Breeze, and then in cruise control, pull off a outstanding victory on the deciding map, which was split. But hey, I'll tell you what, it wasn't exactly crystal clear. You know, there were moments where we thought that Velocity might not have it in the bag. There were moments where Exceeli did fight back, especially on Haven. So I'm sure teams like GE, who they might face in the upper bracket finals, have their eye on them. But hey, let's not count GE's chickens before they hatch. They have to actually win their semifinals match before they make it there.
Exactly. I mean, GE still, I mean, it's really hard to make any kind of predictions, right? We have known 2022 has been the year of surprises, and I'm pretty sure we are still pretty much unknown to a lot of surprises that we're about to witness in the Grand Final playoffs. But enough of talks. Let's just take a look at the scoreboards and let's find out how things really look like. Let's find the weak link over here. Fancy9 pretty much top fragging on their side, but this time Sami not really able to activate himself, CA.
Yeah, and again, like we saw this on Breeze, right? This is why I really want Fancy on that breach. They need to activate their star player in Sami. On Haven, a key reason where he was able to really perform up to the mark was the fact that they had the breach setting him up for success. They had a ton of utility playing around him, which is why I'm very confused about why they would go for the Astra Viper Sage KJ. You imagine this exact same composition with the breach instead of the Viper, where they play the Jet Sage KJ Astra breach. Yes, I understand it may not be what is objectively meta internationally or even in our region right now, but we saw the key difference in gameplay for Sami or even for a team like GE. When they were playing Astra Viper, they were nowhere near as good as when they started playing that Breach Sky composition on Split, I think comfort and your individual players' comfort plays a huge role. And you can see none of that was available here on Split. Even that headshot percentage, now we regularly saw around 28-29% for Exeli, now dropping down to an 18, really showing you that they were just left befuddled and confused with what to do with their current composition.
Yep, there we go. I mean, VLT again, this time proving Exeli unparalleled on the map of Split. 13-5. Exeli overall, they definitely have a lot of things to learn against a team like VLT. And I'm pretty sure after this, even in lower brackets, at least they will have a little bit of fair share chance to try and make a comeback back up to the upper brackets and at least to the grand finals of the grand final playoffs. But moving it forward, man, VLT Deathmaker, of course, is going to be the MVP of this entire best-of-3 series with the average combat score of 311 and the econ rating of 102 and 10 first bloods. He's been looking really phenomenal.
Yeah. That maker absolutely phenomenal as he continues to push forward his charge for that $1,500 MVP prize. We've seen a bunch of candidates so far. Sami not able to make his mark on the other two maps and that maker stepping up instead. But in the next series, we're going to see a couple more. SK Rossi coming back and trying to make his mark. That will be an interesting affair because I think for VLT now, they've got an opportunity to really put GE's play against in their next map under the radar, under the microscope rather, and figure out where they've made the mistakes themselves and where they can exploit GE's mistakes. Because if that does happen, GE gets the win. It's not going to be as easy as it was for Velocity in the maps of Breeze and Split. Hey, I'll tell you what is easy, Necro. For all the viewers out there participating and getting this exclusive merchandise, a piece of cake.
Listen, man, it's not really easy for them too, okay? They're relying heavily on the luck. It's not easy. It's easy to apply, though. All you guys need to do is go out on your social media accounts and make a post saying hashtag VCC. Make sure you guys subscribe to your YouTube channel as well, just to add on a little bit more odds on your favor. And make a post saying hashtag VCC. Be a little creative with the post. Also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post because that's a really important test, or at least a really important, procedure that you need to tag at NODWIN Gaming in that one. If you're not going to do so, then how is NODWIN Gaming able to know that you're actually applying for it? So yeah, tag at NODWIN Gaming in that, be a little creative, and you guys will be eligible for the giveaway. Moving it forward, that's the first best-of-3 series out the way, CA, and it has been looking really great, but I'm pretty sure after this short break, we're going to be moving into another one. And yeah, with that being said, it's time for us to take a short break as well. We'll be right back.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we bleed vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound the alarm when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. The power with the power, we charge Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, get back to
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, monster, have you locking at the sound? All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. And put your gun finger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship, the first best-of-3 series out the way, CA, with Gillette partner as, with grooming partner as Gillette, of course. Oh my God, okay, I always kind of screw that up sometimes, but moving it forward, man, the first best-of-3 series out the way, CA. Things have been looking quite smooth, or at least the start has been as we expected, but we expected a little bit too much of aggression from the side of VLT, or at least a flawless win coming through from the side of VLT, which was not really the case. It went all 3 maps, but moving it forward, what do you think? So this best-of-3 series, is this going to be a flawless one, or are you going to be seeing a little bit of wiggly wobbly road?
I mean, I'm expecting a flawless one because even in the last one, I think while VLT did fumble on the map of Haven, the reason why we expected the 2-0 in the predictions was shown in the maps of Breeze and Split, right? It really did feel like the map pool advantage that VLT have in their favor was a big reason why they were able to easily finish off that match. But talking about GE versus Union Gaming now that we're going to get to witness, once again, my question comes towards map and agent picks, because for Union Gaming, a consistent issue we've got to witness is the fact that in most maps rather, we see Chromes pick up that raise. So I wonder if GE is the kind of team that will be able to exploit it, or if they end up getting caught in the crossfire, or rather playing in the same sandbox that Union Gaming created, the way VLT did, where they sort of gave into the playstyle that Exeli was pushing forward, and that's why I lost a few rounds here and there. We'll have to see if GE is able to just be like, nah, we're going to do what we know best.
I honestly feel like how they bounce back from the wild card, they look really phenomenal. But again, you never know, man. Union Gaming can be one of those teams that can just bring that X factor in the game. We still haven't really seen them a lot to just judge them, because again, talk about the research, it's definitely going to be lacking from the side of global esports, because there's just not a lot of WODs available.
Oh yeah, definitely. But then again, there's not much research to do itself, right? You see very standard comps being played from Union Gaming. They rarely go for something different, and you can see while we have a very similar prediction, the audience even more in favor of global esports, only 6% for Union Gaming right here, and it clearly shows you why. Because on one side you have the defending champions of the Valorant Conquerors Championship, and on the other side you have a team Now,
Yeah.
hey, may or may not be as flexible as we want
Yeah.
them to. But I'll tell you what, one thing Union Gaming have got in the bag is crack players. Kusuf especially, he's been top 50 Radiant on the ladder at one point in his career, I think. So these are players with some insane skill.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge statement in itself, but without waiting anymore, let's just straight up head
Ascent?
inside the map selection. And you got Union Gaming as well banning out Ascent, then you have Global Esports banning out Haven. And the first pick is going to be the map of Bind. Breeze instantly being picked in by Global Esports, and then Decider is going to be played on Split CA.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused because Ascent is one of the weaker maps of Global Esports. There's so many better bans I can think of, namely being Breeze, Split, even Fracture for that matter, but clearly GE are going for the permaban Fracture, or Icebox. But Ascent ban from Union Gaming is a little weird, but it also makes me think that maybe we don't get to see the same compositions that we've been talking about them playing for their entire history of the organization. Maybe the reason they ban out Ascent is because they regularly play that Jet Race composition on Ascent, and they haven't really prepared something different on it, and that's why coming into Bind, now the question becomes, can they play something different? Do we get to see maybe an Astro Viper, maybe a Breach Sky? There's a lot of options available on Bind, but what I'm looking forward to the most, give me a Neon, please.
Oh man, I feel like Neon still, it hasn't really been a comfortable pick for a lot of teams. They haven't really got enough time to practice with Neon in an actual like pro composition. I do understand, I'm excited as well. I'm a person that loves Neon myself, but it's really going to be hard. It's difference between actually playing like competitive games and trying to work off of a team. I honestly feel like Neon can be really good for making solo plays, but for team plays still, I feel like there has to be a little bit of more ways to be explored.
I actually completely disagree because I think Neon is an agent that thrives on team play. Like I don't think she's.
I don't know. I
by
play
herself.
on. I make solo plays.
Yeah, I mean, you make solo plays with Viper even, Necro. I don't think you're the best the sample pool to decide with like how the agent works.
no.
Because my reasoning is that like Jet, for example, she's a self-sufficient agent. Yes, she works well in combos. You can set her up with initiators to try and make plays, but in herself, she has her kit enable self-sufficiency. She can play off of her kit alone. Neon can't do that. Her entire kit is about either setting a co-duelist up or getting her team to set her up for success. Like a simple example being the wall. The wall is, I think, one of the more underrated parts of her utility. That's setting up for a team to execute onto site, or even getting a team to pop flash for her, or getting Sova to recon for her so she can shoot through the wall. That's where Neon really thrives.
Exactly, your stunts as well can be really a crucial factor too, so I do understand. But yeah, sometimes I really do feel like, from what I've seen a lot of Neon players, right? And they usually just try to make a lot of solo plays happen. But again, as you mentioned, it can be useful too, especially that wall coming through. That can be one of the most crucial factors too from the side of Neon. But again, as I said, it's really hard to expect a Neon from these players because they just haven't really gotten a lot of time to practice with Neon, so they're probably going to be sticking with their comfort picks.
I'll tell you what though, Necro, the edge is that the other team hasn't got most likely any practice against the Neon either. So you got to weigh up both sides equally.
Okay.
On one hand, is your practice as valuable as the other? And when it comes to a matchup like this, between one team that is clearly favored because of their dominating performance in the past versus a team that is really coming up as the underdogs, maybe that Neon can balance the weights, balance the scales to a large extent, where G is going to be surprised, be like, hey, we don't know how to play against this agent. We haven't practiced it enough.
I mean, again, that's a lot of ifs and buts because we never know. Maybe they play Neon, they themselves haven't really had a lot of practice, and maybe just because of that fact, we might just not see Neon being used to its fullest potential. Because again, as you mentioned, she can be really useful with a team, and for that, they will actually need hours and hours of time in the game with their own teams. Maybe probably on a lot of scrims, on some third-party tournaments, they will need to start utilizing Neon itself because she has a lot of utilities. As I mentioned, the wall, the stun itself, and pretty much her dash as well can be really useful, where she can run really quickly. So that in itself can set her up for a lot of off angles. But again, she needs to play off of her teammates, and this is where the communication will come through. And the communication will only come through if they get hours and hours of practice on that particular agent.
I think even more so than communication, what's hard to execute with Neon is the speed with which she wants to execute, because rarely are you going to see a Neon player like walking in. Maybe after a couple of rounds of conditioning where she is continuously overwhelming them, then she can start walking in. But that early stage where you need her to be very, very quick, that's very hard for teams to achieve. But hey, I'll tell you what, it's still very hard to take down a team like GE, so I would take every single edge I can get. And given the fact that Union Gaming picked up Bind in the first place, I still believe personally that Fracture, Bind, and Split are Neon's best maps overall. So if there was a map to pull it out, it has to be right here.
Fracture overall, yeah, I do agree with that too, yeah. I feel like Bind as well. I've seen Neon being used in the map of Bind myself. Not really in a professional game for sure, but I've seen. I mean, I haven't really seen that myself, but maybe UCA has seen. He has researched probably a lot, but I myself haven't really seen Neon being used on a professional game. But I've seen quite a lot in some like third-party tournaments or in some scrims as well, where Neon can be really useful on the map of Bind, and I completely agree with that. But moving it forward, here we go. The map of Bind is in front of your screens, and we're not going to be seeing any Neon. The Asian Select not really showing that.
Yeah, no Neon for us. A bit unfortunate, but hey, I'll tell you what, it's still quite aggressive comps from the side of Union Gaming, so I will take it. They've got that Breach over double duelist composition, no Sentinels, which is quite curious because yes, 100% their attacking side is going to be heavily enabled because of this approach, but on the defense, it's going to be a case of they need to just continue their attacking tempo, continuously take proactive control on the map, and that's easier said than done on Bind because of the nature of this map itself. There's not much room to do it, where even if you, for example, push up B long, you're most likely going to have your team losing a part of the map, like say in Showers. Teams, especially like GE, are extremely good at doing this. They regularly give away parts of the map to take away another part of the map, and it works against that Breach Sova composition because what they want is they want you to fight right there, but GE are rarely ever going to give them the fight right there.
Yeah, I mean, G, again, is one of those teams that are known for their aggressive plays, and especially having a man like SK Rossi, the astonishing man himself. I mean, he can pull off some astonishing plays for sure because he always somehow is able to find those little loopholes that he's able to just exploit over and over again. He's able to abuse over and over again. So maybe if Union Gaming, if they're able to get a grip on SK Rossi, then that's where global esports start crumbling down heavily.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But right now, starting on the defensive half, this half crucial for both of these teams. Because as you said, SK Rossi on the Rays, we do see him a lot more comfortable on the defense than the attack, I would say. And the same for the side of Union Gaming. That double duelist, no Sentinel composition is going to thrive on the attacking side. They need to make this first half count. And to do so, they need to make sure that they're able to continuously suffocate GE, get into their face, overwhelm them to a large extent. And trying to do that exactly now. The Sova's Jack combo, they've taken Showers control, but they're getting aggressed on, and I love this from GE. They give up Showers and they're like, okay, we'll retake it immediately.
Oh my, okay, well that's really great gravity well right there to stop that man from backing out. SK Rossi's able to connect the heads, and that's all they need. Global Esports stars the line, and so does Skull for SK Rossi. He's able to line him up a 4K for this man.
Yeah, and boy, oh boy.
Oh, what is he drinking?
I'm not sure. I was trying to figure it out. Probably just water. Maybe some coffee.
I don't think so he'll drink water in a cup.
Why not? I drink water in a cup.
That's kind of weird. I just drink it from the bottle. Oh no.
But why can't you drink it in a cup?
I mean, you can, but I just feel like a cup is specifically made for teas and coffees.
No, a cup is made to hold liquid, Necro. Any liquid.
Okay, but... Hey, man, alright, listen. Here in India, we usually use cup for teas and coffees, okay?
Okay, generalizing for a 1.2 billion population, that's never gonna end up on the right note, so we're gonna move on with that, because the judge is on for Lightning Fast, and despite the nade clearing out one side, Lightning Fast able to comfortably sit in his nook and cranny and shut him down. And yeah, at this point we're not expecting much from Union Gaming in this round because it is their ego, but Scrim still finding revealing Rossi right there. Rossi still able to find the fadeaway kill though. So it's just a matter of damage, Necro. Right here, Union Gaming, they're trying to play it slow so they can enable Scrim to get peak after peak, maybe pick up another weapon and then focus on their buy round right after.
Yeah, and I mean, Global Esports already getting their hands dirty with the judge, so on the hookah, the judge presence is going to be there. That's going to hinder quite a lot for Union Gaming. They will always have the paranoia setting in when they're going to try to execute the hookah. The judge is definitely something to be scared of, more scarier than an operator for sure.
BYB fam, going to Astral to do them Astral Guardians with us.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, what? Where did that line come from? I think that was a line from the
Up I go.
setup for this round. Yeah. Thank you, production. I always love me some Astral lines. But I've never heard that BYB fam. Why does she... BRB is what she's supposed to say, right? Interesting. Either ways. Now onto this round is going to be the buy for Union Gaming. They need to make this buy count, Necro, and you can see a slight change in defaults where SK Rossi was regularly playing that U-Haul setup. An interesting wall right here. It's effectively a retake wall while denying that Shower's entrance. And it does mean that Skills is going to be isolated for most of the round. So he's going to have to play carefully, not go for the peaks, but he's doing exactly the opposite. In a 1-for-1 trade, I'm not sure if that's worth it at all because Scrim gets into side, creates space, and his team can now go for a plant.
Well, that's a really nice dink from Kappa though. Okay, it's fine, but Chromes is able to trade things out. Another one to follow through. Trades is just happening back and forth, but still the man advantage relying heavily on Union Gaming. Not really heavily though. Scrim's quite low, so I'm gonna scratch onto that, but still a nice shot coming through from Scrim. Able to shut down Hellranger, finds the right timing too.
Again, this is what we talked about in the pre-show, giving into the tendencies of the opposite team and playing effectively in their favor. There's no need for that trade, especially in Astra going down that early. It does not work through with the retake wall at all, and you can see instead without that Astra, they have to just play on the aim game and they end up dropping down. That wasn't even the bonus for GE. They went for the buys. Skills himself had a Vandal in his hand, so it's quite costly for them. But a couple of weapons dropped for UG as well. It does mean that now Chrome's on the judge. He's faced the trauma in hookah before with lightning fast shutting him down. We'll have to see if he can now bring the trauma to GE with his own judge.
Oh yeah. Again, judge on the attacking side can be a little challenging to use. But he's still going for that. Straight up satcheling all the way to the backside. I guess I gotta edit my statement right there. If you're playing Raisin, then it's not gonna be challenging. All you need to do is just satchel boost on the site. Lightning Fast trying his best to make sure Kusov is not gonna overextend from the left side. Instead falls back, all the way back to defender's spawn, and now is moving in quite close to Elfo. But that's a really nice flick from Kusov to shut that man down. 2-on-1 situation. Breach is quite low too, so I'm not really going to be expecting a lot of things from Benji.
I think he dissipates this and tries to jump into it. Yeah, dissipates this, tries to jump into it, and
rotate.
Pulls it back. But yeah, as you said, it's going to be an A rotate now. He has 2 stars. He can try to deny the plant with 1 and therefore isolate them, but he's not placed them just yet. So I'm going to assume he's going to smoke off Heaven as well as U-Haul and try to go for the push.
Oh
knowing
my
that it's going
god,
to be a CT
what?
plant, but Kusov,
You knew he took a TP.
yeah, they knew he took the TP, knew he's gonna come through, not checking the Shower's angle, leaves the low breach for a 1v1, and teams making some weird errors altogether. Skills knows he was handed that round in a gift wrap package, so he just like got a sneaky smirk on his face. He's like, okay, I'll take it. Free gift is always nice.
That is so weird. He should have realized that Benji's watching short there, so you don't really need to watch short angle yourself.
One enemy remaining.
And he knew he just heard the TP like a while ago, like 5 seconds ago, so wasn't really looking at Bathrooms area too, so that's kind of weird play coming through. And then even if the Astro goes down, Benji's all the way out in the open in lamps, and he's like, all right, just kill me, I'm low. 1 bullet is all he needed, and he connects that bullet too.
Like, you know that this like confused me with that guy with the perfect fade and the smile and the question marks. That's my face right now. Like, I have a smile on my face. I'm just like, okay, they're completely confused. But hey, talking about being confused right now.
Oh,
Lightning Fast just playing. He's effectively playing like rock, paper, scissors. He's like, okay, one time you'll use the nade to clear out left, I'll be on the right. The next time you'll clear out the right, I'll be on the left.
What just happened?
Just got slapped.
Oh my god, it's like he got caught in the teleport. It's like he was about to teleport, but his dead body teleported. But yeah, the light, as I said, Judge is more scarier than an operator.
Remaining.
Oh my god, there you
down,
go.
B.
2 frags with the Judge. Global Esports already getting their hand deep down and dirty. They're playing it dirty, man. It's all about
It's
the street
just-
fights at this point.
If they really want to clear off the hookah, they have a breach. They can aftershock one angle and nade the other and just
I
put
have
lightning
the spike.
fast in an impossible position. But hold on, talking about impossible positions. Kusuf in one, spotted out the head, but not able to align himself on time. And the round picked off for GE. So yeah, back to the hookah conversation. This is the default that we saw for Global Esports in their wildcard qualifier as well. This is something that they used to adapt to against Go Particles in their previous matchup as well. And if you remember, it was that 8-8 timeout against Go Particles. They went 8-8, they called a timeout, realized that they were giving hookah up for free, and they didn't really need the Viper's presence on A, so started playing with the smoke down on the hookah entrance and with the Viper holding it down. All Union Gaming really need to do is aftershock one the left side, nade the right and move in, but they keep playing it to lightning
my
fast
God.
and
No, the
creating
Judge!
trauma for
Stop!
them.
Down B.
Oh my god, someone get them a therapist.
Stop it.
It's gonna hurt.
That's a lot of emotional damage. Oh no, another one following up
enemy remaining.
almost to get some, but it's fine. You got Bhavin from the back giving him a lot of cover. Third one as well will follow it through. Hellranger looking really good.
Did you just say Bhavin from the back?
Well, listen, man, okay, I've been...
Like, I'm just confirming. Did you just say Bhavin from the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. For everyone in chat wondering,
One enemy
Bhavin is
remaining.
Hellranger's name.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't know. For a second, I got confused.
Going
Like,
astral,
what is Bhavin? But yeah, man, emotional damage indeed right now for Union Gaming because they're not able to shut down the Judge. I just don't understand, like, why they're not using the aftershock in advance to clear him out, and the aftershock and the nade with the gravity well, maybe surely lightning fast ahead. But hey, talking about the gravity well with the nade, this is exactly the kind of combo I wanted to see Union Gaming do, but instead it happens to them. That's yikes if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. They have 3 ultimates available and lightning fast again. No, stop!
Spike down
Oh, you
A.
got to be kidding me at this point.
Enemy remaining.
Stop it, lightning fast. He's just like showing us that how broken the Judge is, and honestly, at this point in the map of Vine, you just get a Judge. Like, you don't even need to get an operator. Just get a Judge and sit in hookah.
This is painful. This is where, like, instead of saying lol, I start saying lul. And it's just painful, you know, like, lul.
Lul.
Yeah. But a simple fact, I feel like Union Gaming, the reason this is so painful right now is because their composition excels on the attacking side. They needed to have a way to push forward and find value on this attack, but the Judge is just
Oh my
pulling them
god.
apart. But okay, Roach finally able to shut him down. The showstopper comes in for another, and Union Gaming, they fight back.
That looked kind of stylish. I'm gonna lie. Bucky in the hands. Dealing a lot of damage. 2-on-2 situation. Rossi with his counter ult is not going to find anything. The showstopper gone to waste from the side of Global Esports. But again,
remaining.
it's like all they need is SK Rossi himself. He finds one. 3K on the board for this man. Kusuf, the only man left alive. Skills is there too on Astra. He has a lot of utilities, like nothing to worry about. He's probably just going to try to play it off of his aim, but Kusuf makes it, or at least plays that really well. A thrifty round coming through. If you talk about the aim game from the side of Union Gaming, it's looking on point. But somewhere down line, the strats are just not coming through for them.
Yeah, the stats are not coming through, but I'll tell you what. Roach with a nifty shot to start off the round, and it's Kusuf who finishes it off. Will give them some hopium, you know? Some hopium.
Yeah.
Believe in their capabilities to pull this back. At this point, 6-6 is the best scoreline they can go for. But even a 6-6 wouldn't be so bad because GE's composition does have to play a little slower than GE's normal playstyle is. So maybe they could exploit that on their defensive half. But right now, GE switching up their defaults, realizing that the Judge, it got a little too stale. Switching up that Viper onto the hookah side, or the Viper spit while they take Shover's control. A 1-for-1 trade is huge. Because now they can just keep the showers control while the Viper goes back. But Rossi, he
okay.
wants more. 1-for-1, not enough with that whatsoever.
Yeah. And there we go now. Seekers are going to be out too. So that's quite a lot of huge info to work off of. Did not really expect that perfect satchel boost. Gotta give props to Chromes though. He's able to use the satchels perfectly all the time, so that's quite impressive.
One enemy remaining.
Shock darts on the point too. Kappa. Oh my god, it's just Kappa doing some Papa moments.
Check that.
Shock dart. There we go. From the back too. Lightning fast. Shuts down the final man. Hopes and dreams being shut down for Union Gaming. And it seems like they're trying to book their tickets to the lower brackets.
I heard what you said, Nick.
Enemy down.
What did I say?
One enemy remaining.
Oh boy.
It's a little tongue slip, alright? Chill.
Okay. A nice suck dart from Kaparete and made sure that all of the damage that Rossi had done was not in vain. And once again, G be like, okay, Viper Spit gone back to the judge. Play meta on that hookah beefer. And this time though, they've got Kappa on playing there. So this is really interesting because of that recon, it makes you feel like maybe Lightning Fast is not playing alone, but he actually is. But yeah, a failed nade from Rossi. He's gonna have to get himself out of there real quick. And because of that, skills again getting caught isolated in that A showers angle. A little weird when you consider the position of the rest of the team. They're all backed up, almost ready to play on the plant denial, maybe the site retake, but skills getting left in that A showers angle to hold it down alone. Not what an Astro is supposed to do. Oh,
my
no!
God, no, stop. Stop. This is a little too much.
Down B.
How did he just one tap him like that? On that range? Come on, it should be 2-tap at least. But yeah, still. The judge looking unstoppable. Just delete that gun out of the game, please. Oh my god, Scrim though, that's a great shot from him. Shuts down Kappa. And now 7-2 is the scoreline. At
30
least
seconds left.
they're able to get some rounds on the board, so that's what's quite huge. Lightning Fast is not going to push out. He knows he has a weapon that he needs to use it to perfection only in the close ranges, so he's going to hold off an off angle. He's going to wait for them to just walk in his crosshairs. They do so! And he's just able to make it rain. He's looking for the ace. 3 bullets in the magazine, but this time he will be shut down. The judge is not really working off anymore, and Rossi is there. Cross replacement, some point. Final man walks right into the crosshair.
As soon as I said runaway Rossi, I realized that that's not going to happen. This is Rossi. But you know what? Lightning Fast is starting to seem to me like right now. I don't know if you watch, but like there's these random videos I see on YouTube of like this judge who they cover for like small cases, you know, and she's a very nice judge, but she can be quite sarcastic from time to time. I don't remember her name. It's like Judge Judy or Judge. There's a judge like that. She's very savage, yet very nice, and it's exactly what I think of Lightning Fast right now when I see it. Literally like Judge Judy shutting them down while still giving them some hope. Be like, I only have a judge, so maybe you could come kill me. Nope. Psych.
Psych. I got the bite. There we go. Nice dash. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. It's just frags at this point. Don't even know what to say because Union Gaming finally able to strike back in global esports.
Spike planted.
It seems like Union Gaming are able to adapt on how global esports are working off of 2-on-4 and still the judge in hand. Yeah, might not be, but still I'm pretty sure if he gets this U-Haul control, it's going to be really good, CA. Lightning Fast is just being denied by all these breach utilities. He's trying to dodge it, but now it'll be perfect. As you said, you really said it's not going to be that great, huh? But look at this. He's able to find those 2 quick kills, and now it's a 2-on-2 within a blink of an eye, CA. You still think it's not good on retake?
Yeah, they are running out of time, but the Viper Spit now being set up. G is investing a lot into this round, but the spam's coming through. Kusum will deny the defuse and the round as well. It's too late, Lightning Fast. Don't save the judge, save a fact. Doesn't save either. Kusum takes it down.
Phantom's not even close to judge.
Well, hey, another key round picked up for Union Gaming, trying to make it to the 8-4 mark, at least have a basic foundation to keep some semblance of hope for a comeback. But Kappa here pulling out. Okay. A Sova on an operator. That's quite scary in itself. But a Sova on an operator against a Breed Sova composition, that's a question mark for me. Confused faces in the chat. But Kappa is definitely a player who is damn good with the operator. We saw him with the chamber earlier. Didn't work out. So that particular map, let's not talk about that. But what we did find out is that he's really damn good with the operator.
Yeah, he's got the flicks and point, man. He's the Papa.
Toxin screen down.
Papa Kappa. Trailblazers out too. Okay. Didn't really get a lot of info. So it's looking okay. Again, lightning fast is used, as I mentioned, that's the most scariest thing in the world to face up against. Being right there, and this time almost could have been caught off guard. He does have the judge still in the hands. He's gonna instantly put in the smoke too. Oh my god, he's gonna push in, and he finds one. How is that even possible? Still shrouded in the smoke, is utilizing it to perfection. Another one will follow it up. And what's going on? Lightning Fast is just looking so unstoppable in the place it found himself in. Now Powered on the site is trying to make some things happen. There you go. Through the tube, finds one, and it's just Global Esports just penetrating through whatever Union Gaming are doing.
Switching sides.
Oh boy, again that judge really coming into play, and it's just that, like, when we talk about getting dry peaks so operator players can be critical, well, it's the same for a judge. It might not be as expensive, but it will just slap you off the same way an operator does, so can't dry peek it, man. You know where that Viper is going to be. He's been in that position almost the entire map so far. Of course, he slightly changes it this time. He sets up the Viper smoke for the hookah window setup and plays on the box rather than the hookah entry itself. But the smoke is what I'm talking about. Around that poison cloud, the Viper is playing with the judge, knowing that the DK is going to help her get those one shots. You know, like normally with the judge, unless you land a perfect headshot, you're not going to get the one shot. But with the help of the Viper DK, she gets a one shot every single time. So you've got to expect her around the smoke. But they just don't. They're just like, okay, this is the judge. We are ready to be executed. Let's just walk in straight into their crosshairs. Feels bad, man.
Imagine if Lightning Fast actually went for shorty too over here.
Oh my god.
And he's like, I'm going full shotgun mode. I just don't care.
Not on the attack, surely not on the attack.
Honestly, in the next map, I want to see Lightning Fast on the jet. I mean, last time we saw him, he was doing pretty good. But yeah, right now, Roach's position is definitely going to be instrumental if he's able to find this frag, but no. It's Hellranger, he denies it. 3-on-3 situation. Trades did happen pretty equally. Scrim, pretty lucky to be alive in this spot. Trying to make his presence on the site. That's a great flash, but oh no, it's from the hookah. Lightning Fast striking in, and nice shots. And now it's the only man left alive. It's Benji. He's like, what do you thought? With the judge, you might have thought that my aim is bad, but no, that's not the case. He's just tapping on skulls.
Lightning Fast is on a tear. To be fair though, most of his frags are on a judge, so I feel like he should just get a 50% penalty, you know? If he has like 21 frags, it should just become 11, because judge. But nope, it doesn't matter. Every weapon is the same. Equality in weapons, guys. That's what we believe in.
I mean, again, Union Gaming can go for a judge play too if they want. I mean, I'm just saying, they can get their hands dirty too.
They gotta get
I mean,
the
they're already
money
getting their
for
hands
that
dirty.
first,
Look,
though.
they're playing shorty on hookah. Are they? No, they're actually playing shorty on A.
Yeah, on A short. So they're playing shorty on that lamps angle, hoping to catch someone off guard, but instead they back right up. Chrome seems kind of confused about where he wants to go. But tell you what, who's not confused is GE. They have a clear-cut plan. Lightning Fast is like, okay, enough of the judge.
Oh my god.
He's gonna pick himself up a Phantom in this anti-eco. One does go down. Kusuf and Benjay though with some key trades. They can now go and pick up the weapons from the bodies of Rocky and Hellranger, but Lightning Fast is Lightning Fast.
One enemy remaining.
Jesus.
Oh my god, look, Kappa instantly pulls out the shorty too in the close, so... Such an uncomfortable spot, but honestly, I feel like Union Gaming, all the things aside, their aim is really great. Like, they're really great when it comes to the mechanical part, but they're just not able to convert it well into a team play.
One enemy remaining.
Though, man. I wish I could do that.
Line.
Strafe so well.
I can do that. It's pretty easy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Nick.
Not kidding.
Sus. I call sus and move on. But hey, talking about moving on right now, Global Esports onto a bonus of their own. Rossi does have himself a Vando, so maybe not necessarily a full bonus. Because the Global Esports intention is pretty clear. Oh, teach us the lineup lightning fast. Let's go. That's the lineup for A Short Lamps entry, by the way, if anyone did not know.
Oh, nice. Proactive nature, huh? But oh my god, is Pavin just lining him up?
That's weird. Can you call him Hellranger?
No, it feels kind of good to call him Pavin, though. Come on.
I don't
Why
think
not?
he's gonna like it.
Time to hunt.
Okay.
Hey, it doesn't matter. His name is Bhavin. So to be fair, I'll give you
it's
that.
not. It's nothing wrong. Yeah, it's nothing wrong in that. It's his name.
I'm still gonna stay with the Hell Ranger though, because right now he is the Ranger raining hell on Union Gaming, but pulling out the utility and getting caught off guard with the timing.
See, what was that scream?
No, that's when like you just feel bad for the man.
That's like the disappointment.
Yeah, because at that point, like especially with the guiding light not revealing much, he's maybe gotta take a second before he pops that. Maybe get into cover before
Oh
he
my
pops
god, the
that.
gravity well.
A huge gravity well by Kusif
Yeah.
to ensure this team ace comes out, and a nice round for Union Gaming. They're keeping the hope alive, and I think a key factor of that, again, if you look at the replay, this A-short push, we talked about this. Because they don't have a Sentinel, they're gonna have to get proactive with the way they take map control, even on defense. So the fact that they're still able to do that, still stay strong to their fundamental idea of the way they want to play this comp, and stay true to their core identity, I think it does give a little bit of hopium to try and pull it off.
Oh my god. 11th round, CA. One more round needed. Union Gaming can try their best, but I like that they're not really getting their hands dirty, man. Respect.
Wait, what do you mean one more though? They need two more.
I mean, to make a match point, it's pretty much like secured at that point, you know? It's pretty much like you can safely say with such a huge cushion that, okay. Oh my god, okay. Maybe it's time to retract my words, because Kusif is able to find some nutty shots. Two on the side, Roach's wall is able to follow it up with Ruski coming out though. Not really able to connect the spray this time, and Rossi's going to capitalize on top of it. Viper spit on the side too. No, I said Rossi.
Spike planted.
You said Ruski.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Still.
No, I'm pretty sure I said Rossi. I think so you just heard it.
Yeah, maybe I heard
Yeah.
it wrong. But 2v2 right now, and it's Rossi. I can't get the Ruski part of my head. But going for the flank, he's gonna catch Benji off a bit of a. It's
Benji was like,
Rossi
Benji saw his own death. He's like,
Yeah.
okay, just kill me at this point.
No, but with
My
the
hands
Rossi's
are
play too, he's like, wait, why didn't I kill him immediately? I hit headshots only. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you called him Ruski, then I can't get it out of my head. Rossi
I don't
to
think
Ruski.
so. I did
Is
though.
he going to Russia?
I don't know. I don't think so. I did. But yeah, overall, it's like right here. Benji looks over here on the left. He's like, just kill me already, man. I still have it in my head. Just kill me. Like at this point, there's no way I'm gonna be able to.
Hey, I'll tell you
bounce
what,
back from
chat.
this.
If you heard Necro say Ruski, please tweet at both of us and let us know if I heard wrongly or if he actually said Ruski. Because I'm pretty sure he said Ruski.
Pulling them in.
I don't know. It's a pretty cool name though.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Ace K Ruski, 4K Ruski.
The Hunter's Fury out too.
Permitting.
Global
Maybe
Esports in a
he's
really.
gonna start drinking some vodka to prepare for his matches. Truly be Ruski.
Oh, imagine. Did not recommend that. We do not want your team to lose. We're moving it forward. Global Esports. Oh my god.
enemy remaining.
There we go. Whew. Global Esports first map on the board for them. Looking really flawless and looking really good against Union Gaming, and they're just trolling. And look at Skills is dancing too. He's stretching, he's dancing. It's kind of like, you know, look. He's getting shoulders pumped too.
I do
Man.
believe Skills is now playing Astra on every single map, so maybe the Astra vibe rubbing him on him. You know, he just can't help but dance it, lock it, poke it, dot it.
Exactly. I mean, overall, a fun game for sure. And Lightning Fast, even though he was trolling, I don't know. At this point, I feel like Lightning Fast was the one who was taking this competition way more seriously because he started getting dirty off the bat. So yeah, Lightning Fast, he had the serious face on too all the time, going with the judge. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it's easier to flush out an operator from its spot than it's to pretty much shut down a judge, because you can use the stuns, but the judge, man, all he needs to do is just connect one shot on you in the close range, and it's going to be GG's bye-bye for you. Moving it forward, it's the scoreboard in front of you guys, and Lightning Fast with 26 kills and 9 deaths and 7 assists. Yeah, you got anything to say about that?
I mean, I just don't understand why they never tried to punish him in that hookah angle. There's so many options I can think of. For example, Aftershock nade is the simplest option. Aftershock to clear one angle, nade to clear another. But another can be like nade the left side, gravity well, or stun the right side and just like satchel in so he can't get the immediate peak. Like go for a wide peak. But sheesh, right now, man, I think what is especially key is that Global Esports, they do not seem under any pressure, and you have to remember this is the map choice of Union Gaming. So 13-4 for Global Esports. We saw this in VCC 1-2. They struggled in the qualifiers. They made it barely through with the second qualifier in VCC 1. But when they showed up to the main event, when they showed up to the playoffs and finals, it was GE renewed, GE fighting that motto coming alive, because then it seemed like they were truly at their very best. But jeez.
Oh, look at our counterparts, man. Having an in-depth conversation, and they're definitely not happy. They're not happy. I don't know, CA. They're having some serious faces right there, and it seems like they definitely had a lot of emotional damage onto themselves seeing that judge on the board. So they were definitely a little angry. We saw Fix's face too. He was not
Yeah,
happy
that makes
about
sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, I'm happy because I use the judge a lot myself, so I can relate to the pleasure of Lightning Fast right now. Just boom, 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 boom. You know?
I have a lot of nightmares from Judge. I had one competitive game, and that was my rank up game to Diamond 2. I was playing it, and the enemy Sage, she was top fragging with the Judge, and he was also playing Sage. I don't know. We had no pretty much clue how to flush him out of his spot, and he was the map of bind too. He was just able to abuse the heck out of us, and we were like, okay, man, at this point I just give up, and I just started inting. I just started W keying, and I was like, there's just no way we're gonna be able to win against this man. He's a one-man army with that gun right there. But viewer rewards in front of you guys too. All you guys need to do to win this exclusive merchandise is go on your social medias, make a post saying hashtag VCC, and also tag out NODWIN Gaming in that post for a chance to win these giveaways.
Yeah. Very nice merchandise. I'm actually gonna go question our manager after today. So like, where is our merchandise, bro? I think we're supposed to get it this week. I want to try out that mouse pad, man. The chill out mouse pad. I'm not gonna chill out till I get me a chill out mouse pad.
From that, I bought a new mouse pad too. See, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But moving it forward, it's time for us to push to a break. So we'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. First map out of the way now. Pretty much lightning fast, just doing lightning fast things with the judge as expected. But I didn't really expect him to get that dirty. But it's fine. I do want to see what he's got in the upcoming maps, though.
Yeah, same. I really want to see what they've got in the map, because Breeze is not a map where we're going to see lots of that judge action. But you can see even on the rifles. I mean, yeah, you never know, but surely not. Like, at this point, if he pulls out the judge, it will be purely to give emotional damage to Union Gaming. Just for that. Nothing else.
Imagine he's pulling out that judge, and even on the defensive side, he's just being really aggressive. He's being aggressive on the elbow side. He's just able to get these frags easily, and Union Gaming are like, all right, you know what? We're just leaving our mouse and keyboards. We're done. We don't even want to play anymore. We're just sitting on our AFK on our base.
Union Gaming be like, get us a firing squad, please. Just we don't want Valorant anymore. Like, no. I could definitely imagine that happening. But hey, right now, I think what's key is that Global Esports seems to have really cleaned up the small issues they were having with respect to their comms, with respect to their synergies. Still a little iffy in moments here and there, but I saw skills getting isolated, getting caught, and you have to wonder if that was a case of G cleaning it up or UG simply not being able to punish them. So going into this next map, I think this is once again this is the case of Global Esports having to make a statement on this map, because Breeze is not a map that UG are generally comfortable in, whereas for GE, it's a very, very comfortable map. It's their pick too. So we'll see if they're able to really make that statement win happen, maybe like a 13-0, 13-1 win.
And yeah, I think so. You even confirmed in the break that I actually did say SK Ruski. Yeah. So
I don't think I'm going to get that out of my head anytime soon.
Honestly, it's a pretty cool name. Honestly, we should tell that to SK Rossi to be like, all right, sometimes just make an alt account and change your name to SK Ruski on that, and just try to dominate some foods on there on your live stream. But yeah, jokes out the way. First map was definitely a lot of fun. But moving inside on the second map, I do want to see how things are going to be looking like. Union Gaming, on the other hand, map of Breeze, this is where at least they will have a little advantage that they won't really have to worry a lot about the judge.
Yeah, but they'll have to literally worry about everything else, Necro, because now coming onto the map of Breeze, again, it's not a map that they're inherently comfortable with. I'm not even sure what Chromes is going to be playing, because Raze is a big no-no for me on this map, and Raze is usually the one agent he regularly picks up, so I'm just curious to see what they go for, because while their VLR says one thing, I do expect some changes to come through. Maybe a Reyna for Chromes, I think. Again, not the most ideal agent, but could work. I'll tell you what, though. If it's just throwing everything, like throw the preparation out the window, just play Pug style, bring up the Neon. Can be very, very good on Breeze. You have these walls that you can wrap around B backside with, and it works so damn well. But yeah, at this point, Neon is like what KO used to be for me in VCC 1, where I was just begging every team to play it, but nobody played it.
See, it's like no matter what, just play the Neon. I don't care, man. I don't care if you lose. Just play the freaking Neon. I just want you guys to play the Neon. Wow. CA just
it's not like I'm gonna keep that hidden. My prediction is 2-0, man. Come on.
Mine too.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, no offense against yeah, but still, CA has already said you guys are UG, things are looking a little bit faded. Not gonna lie, I mean, not gonna lie, they are. I'm not gonna disagree with CA, but still, just to be there, just for a little bit more emotional support, because I personally don't like how much emotional damage you guys have gone for yourself.
Oh, actually, like this though. I don't like the composition, don't get me wrong. This is the exact composition that Exeli played in the previous match. I need me a Sky on Breeze. I think it's a must pick, but I do like Chromes on the Chamber. It's almost like the best way to take him off of Duelist while still making him play Duelist. So we'll have to see if it works out. But again, this exact matchup was what we saw between VLT and Exeli. And man, you remember how badly VLT was able to smash Exeli into pieces. So I just hope the same doesn't happen to UG for their sake.
13-0?
I don't know.
Honestly, I feel like Union Gaming, they have the best chance of pulling things off in the pistol round, and then the round right after that. And then in the rifle round is where things just start falling apart. And the main problem for that is Union Gaming, when it comes to the mechanical skills, they are looking really good in that. They're looking untouchable. but when it comes to team play, they're lacking quite a lot of things, and they need to start working on that for sure in the future.
So you would say that they're getting touched a lot in their team? Well, Rossi certainly touching
They are.
them. A key headshot to pull off drones right there. Rossi getting into all of those nasty places that nobody wants to go into. As he
Okay,
pops
well,
heads
oh my
left, right,
god.
center.
Spike
That's not a
down
touch you
A.
want, Union Gaming.
Yeah.
That's the kind Union Gaming, like, we did not give consent. Go away, Rossi.
Their heads are getting touched from the back, man, and Rossi just, I don't even know what to say. The Sheriff is just making those skulls ring like a bell.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, and at this point, again, the biggest issue with the composition that Union Gaming have, I get it, Reyna technically has flashes, but as far as I'm concerned, those flashes don't count in competitive play or even high Elo solo queue, because any decent teammate is just gonna break the rear immediately while the other person peeks. So it's not like a guiding light that you can pop. You know, I get the guiding light can also be broken apart, but right now, a lack of options is what is plaguing Union Gaming, and a lack of options in this round as well, because it is their eco. But Chrome's with the headhunter, hunting down the IGL of GE. He's gonna find the first pick, but in return, GE, they get the site.
They do get the sight in their hands. Chrome's wall is down quite low. One bullet on him will shut him down. And I personally do not like the Sheriff skin. Please, why are you even using it? Iron Sheriff is the best one. He gives you aimbot. Moving it forward. Chrome's quite low still. Is trying his best to at least make some things possible with the Marshall. Global Esports are striking back as well. So the reply is given equally too. Chrome's unspotted by the recon dart, but this time he will be shut down. Skills peeks out.
And at this point, what is key for both of these teams is this upcoming buy round, because you can see, while Union Gaming were on the eco, they were able to do a significant touch of damage.
Touch.
Yeah, I'm not going to let go of that touch word just yet. Depends though, depends on this next round, because you can see both of the teams having to now go for the buy. No bonus for GE, Rossi picking up the Vandal, Hellranger picking himself up a Spectre, and I believe another Vandal picked up for Lightning Fast, if I'm not mistaken. I really wish in these moments that we had that overlay, you know, but we don't.
Look at that in the front, green water. What if we called Snakebite the green water?
No. Why?
Like a little water.
You can drink water. You can't drink the snake bite. You'll die.
That's what I'm saying. It's the
camera
vicious
is
water.
destroyed.
It's the poisonous water. Moving
Talking
it
about
forward.
vicious though right now.
Yeah.
3v3 Necro. Lightning Fast has got his team elbow control. They're trying to go for the mid to be execute. And Lightning Fast being that ball cipher without him actually taking
Enemy remaining.
Oh no, the inaccuracy hits him, CA. And Lightning Fast will fall down. It's 2-on-1 now. Benjay, of course, realizes that there is a possibility of a side take, and yep, that's exactly what's happening. 1-on-2, CA. Is he going to be able to clutch it out or not?
I'm gonna say not, because of the positioning of Global Esports right now. They've got skills on site with Hellranger playing on the post plant, so even if skills does end up getting isolated and going down, Hellranger will be able to use his utility to play on the defuse now. Trailblazer didn't spot out Benjay. That's gonna give him a bit of an advantage right here. The guiding light as well, not spotting him out, but the second one did. And
He
Skills
actually
will
got
take him
blinded by
down.
his flash.
Yeah, not the first one. The first one that went behind.
Yeah.
Not, but the second one, I think again that's a spectator issue that I've noticed, where a lot of these flashes, pop flashes that the pros go for, they peak with their back turned around, so a part of their vision gets flashed, but not their entire vision. So from their perspective, they can see everything, but from a spectator's perspective, it looks like they got flashed, which is not true exactly. Like, yeah, part of them they get flashed, not all of them.
It's just kind of like a little blink, you know? A little blink of a flash. But yeah, SK Rossi looking aggressive with the Trailblazer. This time the aggression again expected, but oh no, what? That's the controller out of the way now. They're also going to be having a lot of visual info to work with. But talk about the mechanical skills here, as I told you, they're looking really good in that. That's a great shot from Scrims to find out the opening. SK Rossi as well, moving in pretty close. He's being aggressive. I personally love it. He has a lot of confidence. Not a lot of HP to work off of with a quick flick. And there we go. Just Global Esports able to line these bodies up. Even though Rossi doesn't really have a lot of HP, it's not going to matter.
Someone check their PCs. What was that first 2 shot? Like, hold on. Whoa, what is that? Oh?
Yeah. Aimbot.
One enemy remain.
It was just pray and pray.
Whack.
Yeah, whack is the perfect description. Rossi, the Ruski, quite sus. Ruski Rossi. Maybe he got the Ruski buff.
Yeah. You got the name buff right there. Honestly, imagine if we get the League Ops to change his name to Ruski. I mean, that's not gonna happen. But
I mean, the Ruski buff in the sense that I believe in EMEA, like a large portion of CIS and EMEA is actually dominated with extremely talented Russian players. But we're talking about talented. Oh my god!
He just locked onto him. But did you see?
No, because he heard where it went and the recon revealed his position. Like,
I know. I just wanted to get the chat rolling as well, you know. Oh my god, Rossi, you know. Sometimes you gotta just roll with the bandwagon, CA. You just gotta support me.
I mean,
it's kind of fun to troll the chat,
though. Tell you. Alright, so I'll tell you what. I believe a year or so back there was a meme video made by Global Esports.
I know.
Where they memed Rossi being Forsaken because of how close they look to each other. Now that's where I want to end the topic because Forsaken is not ideal for any Indian or SA fan in general, no. But yeah, that's the extent to which I can support your players. But yeah, Rossi is just cracked, man. He is on another level, and of course the recon helps. I think Shazam said it best, or no, was it Tens? One of Shazam or Tens said like having a good Sova in your team is basically like having wall hacks, which you could see in that case was true.
Yep. I never have a good Sova in my team,
Tens.
honestly. I just don't have a Sova in my competitive compositions.
Yeah, because all you do is press W. You don't need Sova, you need a breach.
All I do is just... No, I do some solo queues, but people are just not interested in playing Sova.
That trademark was not properly placed! Oh, you see that trademark right there?
Yeah.
Or did they put a smoke?
Oh no, it was the Cypher cage blocking the trademark, so they played that to perfection overall. But still, the cage was hurt though, CA, so the presence was known for sure. So the Reyna was ready. But again, Kusuf to Summer down line realizes there might be aggression coming through. Calm, composed aim for sure for this man. Did not even flinch a little bit there. 3-on-4 situation. Union Gaming having a man advantage in this one. But it doesn't matter. What a shot! Quick shot from Scrim. And now he's looking fired up. He's definitely got a lot of fuel in himself.
No, I know it's 4v2. Yeah. But if you look at it in terms of the map itself, it's actually 3v2 on the retake because the chamber is quite far away, so that's buying a lot of time, especially with SK Rossi on the operator.
Oh
for
my
Scrim
God,
is expecting that peak. He shuts him down, leaves Hellranger in an impossible 1v4, and it's Scrim to find the third and pull off a key round for Union Gaming to keep the Hopium going. It's still possible. It's still possible, man.
Still possible. So yeah, overall, Union Gaming, the operator over here from Scrim, this shot itself was absolutely insane. And I also like the bullet trail. I like how Hellranger tried to isolate a one-on-one fight, but unfortunately, the operator bullet's a little too strong, man. It's going to penetrate through the box and through your body.
At that point, though, like, I think, again, this is a bit of nitpicking, but if they were to go for the aggressive peak on Rossi, then Hellranger needed to play off the contact of that and try to trade him at the very least. Or Rossi just doesn't go for the peak and let Hellranger hold his hidden position. But I think Rossi's idea was he would break the drone for Hellranger and therefore Hellranger would have that. But the issue with that idea is that they know Scrim is on an operator. They know he's going to be waiting for that.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Rossi though. That's a first find as well. And Union Gaming, they're just being trapped inside the sites even though they're the defenders. And there we go. From the back now, it's Kusuf. 2 on 4. This time it's tasting their own medicine. And Rossi with the operator is just making it rain. I feel like Rossi's name should be Hell Ranger because right now he's making it look like he is the Ranger from Hell. Oh no. Misses the shot. The flash as well not really working out. Did give a lot of info though. Valiant effort from the side of Kusuf, but nothing really working out.
Yeah. Simply not working out right now.
Yeah.
And
Right
it
here.
feels like that's the storyline
Right
of
here.
this entire series so far.
4K Rossi
you know?
again, so yeah.
I mean,
This
4K
is-
Rossi's been there. It's not 4K Rossi anymore, by the way. It's 4K Ruski.
Oh.
5-2 on
Right
the board right now. And what's key is that Union Gaming are going to take a timeout. They're going to try to understand what's going wrong. I mean, I can highlight it for them. It's their composition mainly when the simple fact that they don't have the Sky, it puts too much pressure on the Sova, you know, because normally with the Sova Sky, we see the Sky being
Right
the
here.
playmaker, where there's a Sova, his job completely relies on, his job, it completely becomes the simple fact that his team depends on him to collect the information. But without that Sky, the Sova has to be the playmaker. He has to collect info.
Right here.
There's just too many things that he has to do. And that's where, like,
Why do we
You
hear the
need to
Soa
find-
voice lines? It's like right here.
I need to give this feedback to production, maybe, because during these moments, I believe they're supposed to mute the game, but we can hear the so we hear the Sova and the Astra voice lines because
I don't mind
that's
it,
the
though. Come
perspective
on.
of the observer.
I don't mind it.
I
though.
don't mind
mean,
it either, but I think
kinda like
production
it.
will mind it if they realize.
Shock dart.
Sack that.
You can't do it. I got the voice.
No, you definitely don't got the voice now.
What are you talking about? Come on. Shock dart.
You're saying shock. It's shock. Shock
Okay,
that.
shock dart.
I'll tell you what. Global Esports have definitely got this map in the bag. It seems like, even though it's very early.
Oh, he
Union
hits
Gaming,
that.
they are falling
Not
apart.
inside.
Lightning Fast got that first pick. Mid is opened up. Global Esports could just go for an easy mid to be execute now.
There we go. Lightning Fast doesn't really have a lot of HP, but still leads the Cypher. Can always just pull out the hat. Oh, Lightning Fast. I've seen this man in these kind of moments in the past too. He has some crispy aim and he can make something happen, but he's getting puzzle peeked over here. Doesn't know where the Reyna's going to peek out from, and she played him perfectly.
Knocked him.
Playing with his emotions too at the same time. Oh, hands are busy and Chromes will catch the man like scrims. Or skills, my bad. Will fall down. And now Roach all the way in the defender spawn. Rossi has the operator in the hand. Hasn't really found the key positioning though, and that's what he's looking for. Great shot from Kappa to open things up, and now it's 1-on-3 CA. Next to impossible. Whips out the Sheriff too. Takes a lot of damage behind the wall. Ah, such an awkward place to be in.
And at this point, I think, again, coming back to the conversation, right? The lack of a Sky, the ways it can hurt you is you can't really use Sova's utility to play defaults because then suddenly mid-round you have no info on a big map like Breeze. When you have that Sky, you can play on the guiding light defaults, you can flash out one angle early, get the proactive push happening while you still get info of that area. So after 2-3 rounds of conditioning on that simple guiding light default, you can just play her alone and get her to start staying back but still playing that exact same default. And you can see a lot of this is being done by Global Esports. They either use the Sky utility early or the Sova. But in this round, it's actually a 1-for-1 trade. The neural theft most likely to come out, and now GE, they know exactly where all of UG is.
Oh, they know. The neural theft is just such a good ultimate in the game, just revealing all the intentions of the enemies. But Scrims, though, is able to find the trade on Rossi, so that's going to be quite a huge one. But still a 3-on-3, CA. Equal advantage for Global Esports to try and make it back in this round. Lightning Fast has the cam available in mid, so every single angle is being watched from the side of Global Esports. They're making sure they're not really being flanked at this point. Viper spit out too. Hellranger. All he wants to do is just get the plant. But it as well is looking next to impossible. He does have the wall available too to block off vision from Kusuf. Scrim on the site. We'll try to stop the
seconds
floodgates
left.
from Hellranger.
One enemy
But there we go. The two men fall apart. And a nice flick from Scrim will shut down Hellranger too.
Easy round picked up for the side of Global Esports as they seem to be running away with this map. And again, despite the initial peaks that Union Gaming are able to get in their favor, they never actually get map control, Necro. But hey, when they're able to get these frags in their favor, they're able to translate them into rounds. Keeps us still hoping for a comeback, because you have to remember GE won the first map convincingly. Even then, it was a 13-4 win, so...
Here.
Right here, 6-3 at least. Even though it's
I've
not
got your
UG's map,
trail.
they look much better. They look much more confident, and I like that positive mentality that they're not giving up against all odds. Now the Seeker set up for Global Esports. They're going for an aggressive mid to A execute, and it's all down to Benjay to make it work and hold it down. With he showed a bit of his blonde hair, and Rossi being like, "That's all I need. That's all I really need."
I mean, talk about whack moments. One of those for sure. Rossi, another one. How is he able to connect his skulls? I don't understand. How is his aim so good, man? And CA, I got another thing to make. I mean, we've seen humans eating cabbages, but right now we saw cabbage eating a human. Right there, he got blinded by that. You saw that?
I hate visiting underground doctors.
What did he say? I hate visiting who? Underground doctors?
Yeah, I think so.
Why are you visiting underground doctors, Cypher? You have a Sage. You have a Sky. They'll heal you up.
Okay, Sia just completely ignored my joke.
One enemy remaining.
That's usually the best thing to do with your jokes.
Come on, man. They gotta be so mean to me like that. Pretty sure chat loves my joke.
Keep up.
I think everyone reacts to your jokes the same way. They laugh while crying. The laughing and crying emoji at the same time is the perfect way. It's like you can't help it because it's funny, but you also can't help but cry because, damn it. I think that's the same situation though right now for Union Gaming, because GE have really stepped up the pace. Wrapping around this orange container. Rossi with an uncharacteristic whiff though, and Benjay shuts him down, but his team is there to back him up. They now managed to wrap up all over. They could go for the rotate if they wanted. They can just go for the side push because it's a one-way.
Oh, there we go. Another round of the board for Global Esports. They're just making it look so easy.
Last round in
I don't know what can stop this momentum, man. Union Gaming, they're giving it all they've got. And look at this. It's like all the time, they're just not able to get a hold onto the metal doors. You guys need to stop. You guys need to stop the aggression from the metal doors. As soon as they do, that's where Union Gaming will actually be in such a better place. And this is why I said, mechanically, Union Gaming are present in the game. But when it comes to the team play, it seems like they're just lost.
Again, I don't feel like it's down to their team play because of the synchronization in the players itself. I think their compositions do hurt them to a large extent, which is why I was really confused that they were not able to shut down that Hoka judge hole. But right now, Scrim is expecting this push coming in from door, waiting along this switch.
And Lightning Fast himself, of course, is the man who has some crispy games, so will be another add-on factor for that. Aside from being a little bit more annoying. Chrome's the final man available. Kappa has been looking really great, and is looking to be the pop of the lobby. Hunter's Fury out too. Chrome's is right there, and there we go. Kappa just being mean, and he is also laughing. Stop it! I realize you're the pop of the lobby, but you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, I do. This is why I feel a little bad, but at the same time, I'm glad that this is a double elimination bracket. They're not going to be out if they do end up losing immediately. They're going to have a chance to go into the lower bracket, where their opponent, by the way, is already waiting. Exeli Esports is going to be their opponent in the lower bracket if they do not manage to come back right here. But hold on and take a look at the scoreline, Necro. 9-3 on the board right now for GE. They're the team that made the 9-3 curse come alive in the first place. I wonder if UG can turn the tables and be like, ha! Joke's on you! Now you're the team that will get the 9-3 curse happen to you.
Ha! Psych! We got the Ruski.
No curses for Ruskis.
Yeah, man. He's just gonna flip the tables against them. I mean, there's nothing really to flip here. Everything's already flipped. Uh-oh. This time he misses a couple of shots, but it's fine. At least it's a trade. 9-3. Kappa again with the shock darts to make something happen. On the site, lightning fast 2 is available. Oh, those are some crispy shots from Union Gaming. Actually, is the 9-3 curse going to come alive or not? It is looking highly likely though. Nice shot from Kappa, neutralizing the threat in the mid. Now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Kappa's there too. Moves in a little bit closer. Oh, spots out the men, but he's missing quite a lot of shots. And oh no, Kappa, yeah, the clear disappointment.
Yeah, disappointment it is, but I'll tell you what we do get to appreciate continuously is... Wait, did they mess up that wall? I'm just noticing. Because the wall is supposed to go over that triple box completely. I'd like to see it happen again. But Union Gaming still keeping us hoping 9-3 curse might just come alive if Union Gaming are able to pick up this round and the bonus that follows through. And one thing I love about Union Gaming is if you notice, they're not the kind of team that goes for the 5 Spectre bonus. I'm personally a big fan of 3 Spectres, like 3 weapons bought, while the support players are staying back with just a Ghost or even a Headhunter in this case for Chromes on that chamber. It allows you a lot more options. I'm talking about just that, the options right now, plentiful for the side of Union Gaming because they've got the site they can play on the post plant now. Ooh.
Oh, and there we go. Oh, nice. Quick kills and Global Esports. Now it's all down to lightning fast. The final man alive. Keep things together. Lightning fast too is not really overextending himself, and somewhere down line, his presence is being known too. And what is going on? They just spamming finesse? They are. There we go. 4K for Crumbs.
4K for Chromes as now, especially with that round, they haven't lost too much weaponry. They're going to be able to play on the full bonus, and slowly but surely the Hopium is coming alive. It's all going to come down to how GE play this buy round coming up for them. They got to make sure that they don't give up too much in weaponry. They got to make sure that they're able to build on their economy so Rossi can get his hands on an operator, because again, that's the key part about not playing against the Sky. The Reyna Lear, it's something that your teammate can break down while Rossi holds down an angle. The same can't be done against the Guiding Light, so the operators can be key, and you can see already getting extremely aggressive. Rossi going for the mid peak with the help of the recon and then taking elbow control with the help of the Trailblazer. A lot of utility invested, and in due course, because Rossi gets you that value.
Oh no.
Spike down, B.
There we go. Global Esports in the spy round, somewhere down line. What's going on? They're just being shut down. Union Gaming, nothing can be their saving grace in this round. Roach is the only man left alive, spots out a little shoulder of the Reyna, but a nice quick kill onto him too. The problem is he's being trapped in this corner. There's no way out from here. Gets another frag on the board too. Needs a fresh magazine, will get one. And Global Esports, it did kind of seem like things were fading away off their hands, but okay, finally they got it, so as long as they get it, that's all that matters. But yeah, Chromes is trying his best to browse through the site, but he got shut down earlier this time.
A lot of damage done, Necro. I'll definitely point that out because that was the bonus for Union Gaming. They can now go onto their full buys, and with that damage done, they have an advantage here in their full buys. Still 2 Bulldogs though, because you can see that Viper Sova utility quite expensive. So they're still gonna have to make sure they rely on Roach's ability to continuously get into sight, and I do appreciate this.
Oh no, Rossi!
But Rossi is popping heads. The crosshair correction is just perfect. Picked up 2, and even though he goes down, it does not matter anymore. His team's got all the information they need, and using that information, look at Hellranger. He's got a massive flank.
Indeed has. And the final 3 players are available right in the front too, so that's the info collected. And now they know. They're pretty much stacked up around the A site. All the things they need to take care of is mid and metal doors. But from mid 2, we're clearly being seen the aggressions coming through, so maybe metal doors, but oh, that's a nice quick shot, and Kusuf and Roche, they're able to deliver. That's all they really needed. 2-on-3 situation, that's going to be a really crucial recon dart because the wall is just not going to deliver. No info being reported from the Sova.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, snake bite. Yeah, pretty interesting one then, not gonna lie. But it doesn't matter though. A 3K. There you go, Hellranger. Just saving things for his team.
Yeah, Hellranger showing the bite with his weaponry. Was not able to show it with the actual snake bite. I don't think that was intentional because the
I don't think so
snake
too,
bite
yeah.
is not what we usually see.
Kit Kat.
Yeah, that angle
You like
between
Kit
the
Kat?
pyramids is called Kit Kat.
I mean,
This is a nice spot.
the randoms that I play with, they don't even call it the pyramids. They call it something else.
Oh yeah, we cannot call it that. I'm talking about professional call-ups.
I know.
Like it. Yeah, we cannot mention the names of those callouts, so it's quite obvious to anyone who's ever played solo queue.
Yeah.
The first ever callouts for the pyramids were just that.
I need this.
You want to play?
yeah.
Let's play.
But right now, the Tour de Force coming online for Chromes, though. He's going to understand that Rossi. Wait, I thought Rossi was going to shut him down. Instead, Rossi whips.
Cage triggered.
Rossi, maybe too much of that Ruski vodka?
Yeah, maybe need to chill out a little bit on that. Maybe he's just listening to some Russian music as well while he's playing the game, you know?
Spike planted.
Just like, oh, okay. Kappa could have almost been shut down there, but there we go. So much presence being given away from Kappa in the middle doors, and now he needs to also take care of Tour de Force. Keep this thing in mind, Tour de Force's barrel is quite huge, so there's a lot of chance that his barrel might just be spotted by Kappa right there. But still, a 3-on-4 situation. And, yeah, Hellranger from the back. Oh, that's a nice shot to the Bulldog CA. Union Gaming, their aim is truly crispy, but the time's running away, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be impossible to get the beat on the timing too, so, yeah, there we go. Another round on the board for Union Gaming, but still, Global Esports, they just need one more round to make it a match point.
Yeah, but with risks like that, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find those rounds. Understandably, though, it is Rossi, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and feel like that happens like once in a blue moon, you know? So it's not really consistent with that he does do. But I will say it's happened a lot more on this map than it does in general. So I wonder, maybe Rossi doesn't like Breeze anymore? Or I have a better theory. Maybe Rossi's changed up from the Jet and this is not their actual composition anymore.
Oh no, he fell down. He actually wanted to jump on top, CA. Accidentally fell down right there. Fine though, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter because he's got the aim and he's able to clip wings like it's nothing. Scrims as well will fall down. The bird's wings are clipped and Rossi is just counting on bodies. 3 kills on his name will also get healed. 59 HP though. Neural theft out to find out where the final 2 men are. And there you go. The info's collected. Rossi is now going to be on a hunt mode because he wants his ace. He smells it. 100 HP is back up to full HP. There we go. 4K for him. He's not going to let it go away. But oh no, this time again, it's just going to be 4K Rossi always. Let this man get an ace, please.
No. We talked to the GE squad too, right? Hellranger explained that as soon as they see that Rossi might be on the route for an ace, they all start hunting one player just to make sure the 4K Rossi reigns. It's actually a legit thing. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, that's why he dashed in. He was like, the reason why he dashed in is because he did not want his teammates to steal the ace from him, but unfortunately he just peeked out right when he dashed, so.
Yeah, so his team making sure that the 4K Rossi beam stays alive. Okay. Right now, the only meme that we can see on the table is Rossi making a meme of the fact that I said he's going to be whipping about more spots out the shoulder of Chromes. It's not just the battle of that chamber that is huge, it's clearly his chest too. Chamber with the games, but they don't help.
Okay, here we go. Alright, it's just Viper doing getting the hands dirty all the time, man. Last time it was lightning fast and now it's okay. Well, that's with Ruski from the side of Rossi. There we go. 2 quick kills from the side of Union Gaming. That's going to be a quick pop flash. The man's blinded. The blinding
lights.
lights.
That's what I'm talking about, by the way. Like where he did get partially blinded, and if we were seeing it from Roach's point of view, it would look to us as if he did get blinded, but he didn't actually get blinded.
Yeah, I got it. But talking about blinding lights, do you like that song?
Blinding lights?
Defenders win.
You've not heard Blinding Lights?
Because, hold on, Necro. The Global Esports have won their opening match in the Grand Final playoffs. The semifinals victory for them as they now move on to a date for the Val Classico, baby. Global
Val
Esports
Classico,
versus
oh my God.
Velocity Gaming in the upper bracket finals to decide who is going to be the #1 seed into the finals.
I've missed it, man. I've missed the Val Classico, and finally we're going to be able to get a glimpse of that tomorrow. Not a glimpse, a full picture of that tomorrow. So you guys will have to be there. See, it's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Ooh, talking about tomorrow, there might be something special coming. You never know. You got to stay tuned to the entire broadcast for some more news. But yeah, I've missed the Val Classico as well. India Qualifier 1, we thought it might happen. Enigma said nope. India Qualifier 2, we thought it might happen. God Particles said nope. And finally, we get to see it in the grand final playoffs. The Val Classico finally coming online. And boy, I'm excited to see it happen.
Yep, I'm excited to see it happen. Let's take a look at the scoreboards. And CA, how the hell have you not listened to Blinding Lights? Are you kidding me?
I might have. I usually don't remember the name of the song.
I don't know if you can sing it, but...
No, please don't sing that.
Yeah. Scoreboard in front of you guys.
By?
It's, I forgot the name, dude. I forgot the name. Hold
There
on.
you go.
But yeah, Kusa with 19 kills and SK Rossi with 27 kills. Pretty much, SK Rossi just proven everyone unparalleled. He's on another dimension. But look at the headshot percentage. I told you, when it comes to the mechanical skill, Union Gaming are always able to deliver.
You see Rossi's ACS though? 430 ACS. Jesus, man. What is this guy? I mean, I was gonna say eat for breakfast, but now that we've established that SK Rossi is SK
It's by the
Risky-
weekend, CA.
Ah, wait, hold on. So now that we've established SK Rossi is SK Risky, I guess the better question is, what does he drink for breakfast?
Drink for breakfast.
Maybe
I
some
don't know.
sort of protein shake? A Ruski protein shake? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, 100%. I think I've heard most weekend songs, but you never know. But I'll tell you what we do know. Rossi is stepping up his game as he hunts down that $1,500 MVP prize. 12 first bloods out of 2 maps. Clearly, the lead charge for his team, the tip of the spear, and 500 kills fired by him, though. I will say, Rossi,
500
hold on. I will say, he's played way more matches than anyone else in the tournament. So
That's true.
That
That's
does
true.
add to his stats a little bit.
Yeah, that's true, and talk about that too. Lightning Fast as well is not really far behind. 463 kills, that's quite a lot. And consider the fact that he doesn't really main the duelist. I mean, we've only seen him play once in the past, which was in the wildcard finals. But yeah, moving in forward, taking a look at the brackets in Group B, we have seen these two teams win, which is VLT versus GE. And as we mentioned, the winners of the best-of-3 match, VLT versus GE, has to be one of the most interesting things to look out for. But from both these best-of-3 series, the teams that lost, they have moved down to lower brackets here.
Yeah, exactly. They're still going to get one more chance to keep their hopes alive of trying to be in the top 2 in their respective groups. So yeah, just a bit of a reminder for everyone watching. The way the system works is we've got 8 teams coming into the playoffs, separated into 2 groups. We saw both of the Group B matches right now, with GE and VLT progressing on to the upper bracket finals, and Exeli and Union Gaming going on to the lower bracket semifinals. They're going to play against each other with their lives on the tournament on the line, while GE and VLT play for the first seed from their group into the finals weekend.
Yeah, so overall now, tomorrow is going to be a really interesting day, but don't wait. I mean, wait, you guys, okay? We still have 2 more best-of-3 coming up today, so it's going to be quite insane because we're probably going to be seeing Enigma in action in the future, CA. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm just excited to see it happen because we haven't seen them since India Qualifier 1. But as you rightfully said, there's 2 more BO3, so don't you go anywhere, folks.
Exactly. Don't you go anywhere. With that being said, it's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be right back. Oh, it's time for us to push to a short interview. Okay. We have a little interview with the winners, so let's push to a quick interview here.
काम हो जाता है क्या करें भी
चलिए 4K रॉसी भी चलता है बट यू नो हेल रेंजर जरूर सवाल पूछना चाहेंगे आपके बाइंड के अप्रोच के तरफ हमने आइडियली आपके जो पास्ट मैचेस देखे वहां पे हमने देखे बी लॉन्ग की तरफ से आप काफी ज्यादा पुश करते हुए नजर आते हैं बट इस बार काफी कंट्रोल थे उसके पीछे क्या वजह थी
वेल जो वी प्ले अकॉर्डिंग to the situation कि सामने वाले का कॉम्प क्या है and Union Gaming being a team they like to do 5-man hits तो उनके सामने I don't think belong push करके कुछ मतलब था क्योंकि आएंगे तो 5 साथ में आएंगे most of the time वरना नहीं आएंगे तो बस we were just trying to hold our ground and उनको जितना हो सके कंट्रोल डिनाई करके मारने की कोशिश कर रहे थे that's it.
जिसमें आप काफी अच्छे तरीके से आप पर दिखाया भी और अगेन काफी अच्छी विक्ट्री दोनों मैप्स मिली 9-3 9-3 स्वैप। एक चीज है, लाइटनिंग फास्ट के हाथ में सिर्फ एक बार जज आई थी, उसके बाद क्या आपका कहना था या फिर लाइटनिंग फास्ट ने खुद से बोला था कि मैं पूरा मैप यहाँ पर जज चलाने वाला हूँ?
नहीं, तो इट्स वेरी एफिशिएंट टू होल्ड हुक्का विद द जज, स्पेशली उसका जो स्मोक रहता है सब रहता है, तो बस ही वाज जस्ट प्लेइंग हिज ओन गेम वहां पे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। इनफैक्ट जाने से पहले एक लास्ट आखिरी क्वेश्चन, इनफैक्ट वेलोसिटी वर्सेस ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स का फाइनली हम लोग को मैचअप देखने को मिल रहा है, सो एनी मैसेज टू वीएलटी राइट नाउ?
Well, I think both the teams will try their best. Does not matter what the result is because eventually getting out of the groups is more important. हाँ, अगर next playoff stage में अगर दोनों पहुंच जाते हैं grand finals में, तब result बहुत matter करेगा. But this time I think both teams are just focused on making it out of the groups, and it will be a good game. So see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a lot for joining in, Hill Ranger, and best of luck for tomorrow's match because again उसी से decide होगा कि कौन आगे जाएगा and कौन lower bracket में फिर आगे बढ़ाएगा. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Ooh, okay, pretty interesting. So it seemed like they had no intention of trolling when they actually did whip out the judge. And honestly, I told you, he is the one who's taking the game the most serious over here. Okay.
I didn't say he was trolling ever. I was just confused
No,
about
I
the
never
simple
said
fact that
you said he was trolling. I thought he was trolling, but
no,
then
I don't.
Okay.
That's the thing, right? Even if you remember in the match against Global Esports versus God P, that one match where we saw it went to 8-8 and then there was a tactical timeout and then it became 13-8. That was where they started playing this exact same setup. Judge with the poison cloud to deny the entry. The poison cloud gives them the DK to make the judge a one shot irrespective of the opponent's distance, and it just becomes a very simple affair. The only thing I was confused about was why Union Gaming was not punishing it at all or even trying to break it.
They were just not able to flush him out of his spot, and that's what he kept on abusing over and over again. Lightning Fast, of course, in the place of hookah, which is pretty much like close range combats is where happens, and he was able to use the judge perfectly, and we've seen judge being really useful or efficient in those close range. So overall, it makes a lot of sense to hold hookah with a weapon like judge. But with that being said, that's the 2 best-of-3 series out the way in the grand final playoffs of the day one. So we still have 2 more to go, and this is where we're probably going to be seeing Enigma as well, who qualified from the India Q1. And to watch them, you guys will have to go through a short break. We'll be right back.
Telling me better to hate this, really don't, it ain't shit when you could compare to what the other people facing. So what I am drinking, still half full is true when comparing to the nation. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going short out. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that, slow down. Fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Zone down, slow down, on party on my own. Hold me back, party on my own. Hold me back, party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that. Party on my own now. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, going so loud. Look at how the people trying to hold me back, told me that. Slow down, fuck going out, getting high on the weekend. Zone down, so loud, on party on my own. Hold me back, party on my own. I'll party on my own. Yeah, that's tight. Max Watson. Tommy Romero. Party on my own.
So high in life, without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we bleed fate. Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Keep it coming. I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Pretty much two teams securing their slot in the B bracket in the future. Now we're going to move down to A brackets, or at least move forward to A brackets, where teams like Enigma, Team Exploit are sitting over there. Teams like Got Particles as well are in there, Khumbu Esports included. They're going to try to fight for the slot in the upper brackets.
For a second, I got confused if you were talking about upper and lower bracket with A and B. But I think I understood it's about Group A and Group B. Now moving on to Group A, and immediately we've got a hell of a matchup to start us off. Exploit versus God Particles. Both of these teams are very, very well matched, though I do think for both of these teams there are going to be certain external circumstances that might catch them off guard. So we'll have to see which team is able to rise above it. Our last match of the day is, I believe, going to be Enigma versus Khumbu. So right now, we're going to start off with God Particles versus Team Exploit.
Interesting. So a little bit of reverse start over here. Got Particles versus Team Exploit, and I'm expecting this to go really close, CA. Because Team Exploit, we've seen them in the past too, how good they've been, but on social media, I've also seen a little bit of stuff going down here and there. So I don't know how that's going to be affecting their mentality in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I believe the team will not be staying currently with this org after VCC. I'm not sure. I will say both the org and the team have a propensity for making quite insane jokes. I think that's the best way to say it. So we'll just have to hang on. But for the VCC itself, they are going to be Team Exploit. And what I really want to see is what we heard from HSB back in the Pakistan qualifier, that they're saving a lot of strats. So, well, it's high time they start revealing some of them, because if you don't do it in this matchup and God Particles take over, then suddenly you might find yourself on a slippery slope to exiting out of the tournament.
I mean, again, this is where we really do come down to the God Particles topic, right? And we've seen how God Particles, especially Scar God, hasn't really been able to activate himself lately. So that's been a little issue in the feed of God Particles.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it is fixed or not. But for Exploit, they've had plenty of time to read into what God Particles like to do, to understand the playstyle of this particular team, and then now try to punish them, really live up to their name and exploit the tendencies of God Particles. Because what we've seen from God Particles in the past is that whenever they're playing their game, they look extremely strong, but the minute they get flustered, the minute they get challenged, they usually find themselves in a position where they have to adapt, and that's where you can really strike. You can hit them and try to get them into a position where they're not feeling the confidence anymore. Because we saw that in the game between Velocity and God Particles. Once Velocity sort of suffocated them, they kept that momentum going, and God Particles were just not able to answer back.
And again, Team Exploit is one of those teams that have had a lot of experience. They were there previous year as well in the Grand Final playoffs. So if you talk about the nerves, definitely I'm not really expecting a lot of nerves being shaken from their side. But God Particles themselves coming in as underdogs and now one of the well-known teams out there in India, God Particles, they're going to have a lot to live up to for sure. But as I mentioned, in the past, God Particles as well, they're going through a lot of issues where Scar God isn't really able to activate himself. We aren't really seeing the Scar God that we saw back in the day.
Yeah, but hey, maybe you never know. He's just saving his peak performance for the most important part of the tournament, which is that main event. Or rather, I can imagine after that 36-round map set that we saw between Gopi and GE, where his focus maybe not just on the same level. They've got a bit of time in these last 4 days after wildcard to just sort of regroup themselves, rally back into the push, and they've got an extra bit of motivation because their IGL, Shivy, has announced that he's not going to be playing Valorant professionally after VCC anymore. Ooh. So this is literally Shivy's last hurrah, and they want to send him off on a good note, I'm sure.
Oh my God, okay, so that's quite huge in itself, right? I mean, Shivy, he has been doing a really good job as an IGL in God Particles, and if Shivy leaves the squad of God Particles, that means they are going to be scattered for sure. So Shivy is one of those mans that is keeping the entire team together, and I feel like Shivy is the main key over here. But yeah, as you mentioned, they're trying to send him off on a good note, so God Particles will have to deliver today. It's fine, even if they're not really able to deliver, they're going to move down to lower brackets, which again, they can try to secure their spot even further. And again, that's the same, but it's just that you're going to be moving down from the lower brackets, which doesn't really sound that great.
Yeah, but at the same time, this group is insanely difficult, Necro, and I think it was bound to happen with whichever group God Particles ended up going into, because they're the true dark horse team coming from the Indian region itself. They're a team that can, at their best, take down the best of the best. They can take down the GEs, the EGs, the VLTs, the exploits, but
That's
at
true.
their worst can fall prey to someone like Khumbu or can fall prey to someone like NODWIN Gaming, and that's where God Particles need to balance that effectively, make sure they're giving the peak performance that they possibly can. But hey, it's easier said than done. There's going to be a lot of pressure on these players because, as you said, Exploit, they've been in this part of the tournament before. They finished top 3 in the last VCC. On the other hand, God Particles, they hadn't even made it so far as wildcard before. For them, this is just a new high. And especially now with the added pressure for Shivy, where he wants to make his last tournament count, I wonder if that helps them perform better or inhibits them from performing at their very best.
I'm pretty sure that's going to help them perform even better, man, because again, they're going to be having like, okay, Shivy is the man, he's the IGL himself, and we don't really want to send him off on that kind of like a questionable note. So at least let's make this a memorable time in his life. So I'm pretty sure his teammates are going to give it all they've got to at least try and secure their spot in the grand finals of the VCC. But again, that's quite far away yet. We don't really need to talk about the grand finals just yet. We're currently in the grand final playoffs, and God Particles, they have made their name quite huge up till now. I mean, making it this far is quite huge in itself, and I'm pretty sure they have the caliber. As I mentioned, lately they have been looking a little bit of off sync, but it's fine. Knight Rider is there. He has been the pop-off man, but today if Scar God's able to pop off, I'm pretty sure things are going to be looking way in sync for God Particles.
Yeah, I just don't think one player popping off is going to be enough against someone like Exploit, who've got high-profile players like Shooter, like HSB, really stepping up. Even Shaka or Abdur, depending on where his name is right now, has been phenomenal on the Astra. It has really felt like the team itself has freed up completely. So now going against Exploit is going to bring their entire team to the field. They're going to look to come forward with insane synergy because it's more or less the same team carrying over from the last VCC, with Shaka, their controller player, being the only player coming in as brand new. So for God Particles too, they need that same exact level of synergy. They need to find themselves in a position where they're able to push back against that synchronization that Exploit is going to bring to the table.
I mean, again, we have seen Exploit. They're really good when it comes to the research that they like to do. So Team Exploit, I'm expecting a lot of research being done from their side. So God Particles, they better need to start pulling out some new X Factor strategies. Now, on the map of Breeze, they have been slapped caught a lot of times, don't get me wrong, but they're still pretty strong. They're pretty dominant. Team Exploit as well in the past, we've seen, especially last year, they defeated a team like Velocity Gaming itself. So I'm expecting Team Exploit to be really good on the map of Breeze as well. So I'm expecting a close competition.
Oh yeah, 100%. And starting us off on that map is especially key too, because both of the maps that we're seeing for our first two, Breeze by GORP, Split by Exploit, they're super strong maps for both teams, and I don't think you can really look at it as the pick of one team and the pick of another, because both of these teams feel very comfortable in these maps. So it's really going to come down to what kind of momentum you're able to establish in the early stages of the round and how you're able to translate that momentum into more in the late stages of the round, with of course the IGLs, the adaptability of the IGLs really starting to come into play. Now, there is one thing that I think Exploit have with respect to an edge over God Particles, which is HSB's psychological warfare. Every single time getting into the BMs or even getting into pumping his team up, you know, in every situation, HSB does that very, very well. So that's something I want to see if it plays a role in today's match.
I mean, we've known HSB, man. He's one of the most like calm, cool IGLs. He's kind of like those. He's kind of like a Chad, you know. He's like the person who's able to, he's kind of like the person who's able to always pump his team up. He's like, all right, let's go, guys, we got this. Always has a smile on his face. Also is a little confident, and also can get overconfident sometimes. He can get punished too, but it's fine, you know. As long as he's able to keep his team's mentality in check, that's all that really matters, and that's a good sign of an IGL himself. So, and HSB, I feel like he does really well in all those factors. But again, today against a team like God Particles, it's not going to be that easy of a job, because for your opposing, you have a man like Shivy coming in, which has he has a lot of experience in the FPS history. So again, it's not going to be that easy of a task, Exploit.
Yeah, all that experience and the chip on his shoulder now, with him officially announcing that he's not going to be playing after VCC. He's going to be extra motivated to take them down nice and early, secure his spot in the upper bracket, because by doing so, they set a date with the winner of Enigma and Khumbu. And given Enigma's dominance, like, we're all expecting that to go a certain way, but we don't need to talk about that anymore. Instantly, we see some of those strats coming out. King on that chamber pick, that's not something we've seen regularly before. HSB going on to the sky, so very interesting for me to see how this works out, because King on that chamber, we usually see him on Sentinels, so was expecting him to pick up the Cypher, but the chamber does enable him to play a lot more around his cracked aim, which I promise you he has a lot of.
Oh yeah, indeed. I mean, we've seen King in the past. He's kind of like the player who can also play the second duelist. And Chamber over here,
once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, King overall just has an insane mechanical aim, so makes a lot of sense that he's playing that Chamber. But on the other hand, we have Knight Rider, and we have Logista as well. He can step himself up quite a lot of times, and then Scar God too. And Ember is kind of like that clutch master in their team.
Yeah, and just for reference, I just checked my stats. I checked my notes once again. They have never played this chamber. So this is literally what HSB was talking about with respect to, you know, the strats potentially changing and how they were saving strats in the Pakistan qualifier. At least according to my stats website and notes, they haven't played. So chat, do correct me if I'm mistaken. But I'm just excited to see it in action the first time. The chamber can be quite influential. But nevertheless, God Particles on the attack right now, trying to set up a mid to A execute. But the Halls contest by Exploit is perfect. They shut down God Particles. They say you can have the site, but we will not give you Halls whatsoever.
Shooter as well was just being so aggressive. He was
Spike
trying to be a
planted.
little pain over there in the middle doors, and he did his job perfectly. He was just peeking out left and right. Nice shot from Logista to shut out HSB.
Here.
King as well is on the site. As the Headhunter available, will shut down another man, and is trying his best to line him up. Shivy is the only man left on the side. He's trying his best to fight back. He lines him up, but still, the man from the back, the man advantage, winning them the first round, and Team Exploit get the first round on the board for themselves.
It is over. Yeah. Right here.
A simple pistol round picked up, and we will now move on to the anti-eco. But yeah, what I really liked from the exploit right here is that they heavily contest
One
that whole
enemy
push.
remaining.
Even reading into what God Particles regularly
enemy
like to do,
remaining.
you know, they like to play around that simple mid to A execute, or even the mid to B execute in the early parts of the half. They set up the defaults using that, and then they condition the teams into believing that a single piece of utility could mean they're coming in for the execute. Instantly exploit denying that, almost breaking the default in the very first round, gives them a huge psychological edge, as well as a weaponry advantage coming into this round, because it is going to be the eco for God Particles now. Changing up their own setups here. Gonna play the solo man in the Sova down in halls. He spots out at least two. Did not spot out the third. So once again, going to be expecting that mid to A execute. And you can see he's gonna drop down on the side. Backup shooter who's holding down A main.
Oh, that's a really nice shot coming through from Shooter.
Oh,
Oh no, another one
down
peeks at
A.
Shivy. I think so Shivy tried to get the Marshall in his hand too, but unfortunately wasn't really able to do so. A little glimpse was spotted, and he shut him
One
down
enemy
instantly.
remaining.
Shooter's lining him up. 3 frags for himself. He's looking to get a 4K on the board too. It's going to be a little tough for sure. Logista being spotted in mid. That's a lot of shots coming through. Nice shots as well from Logista. In the mid, not really having the best of the positions, is being a little compromised over here. And definitely uncomfortable quite a lot. He's being suffocated in the mid. His position's still unknown. Are they going to be
30
expecting him to
seconds
be
left.
there, though? That's the question. King will have a little advantage of the long range, and also has the Spectre in the hands.
with only a single weapon lost, and I believe that wasn't even a Spectre, if I'm not mistaken, from the side of Shaka, will mean that now they get to go on to a full bonus in this next round. Shooter especially, this is huge for, because with him carrying on that Marshall, you can see he already has the money to go for an operator, so a guaranteed operator in the next round with the rest of his team playing that full bonus. And I love this from Exploit. They're getting extremely aggressive on that bonus. They understand that this round for them is all about finding value through damage. Damage not found. Instead, Ember shots one down, Shivy with another, and their proactive push, it goes down the drain with their weapons.
Yeah. And there we go. Taking a little bit of shots too. Team Exploit over here. Oh, that's a nice frack from Knight Rider, and a flawless round for the side of God Particles, and this is what they really needed. Now, God Particles will pretty much also get their confidence back up too, so first round on the board. As I mentioned, as long as Knight Rider and Scar God, they're able to activate themselves, that's where the game is pretty much won.
Yeah. I wonder though, besides that activation, if they can get Timtin on, you know, the bird. We saw the bird buff come alive in their previous matchups. Maybe the bird buff can help them out here too.
It's the coach, man. Don't call him Bird, call him Coach.
Coach
Kind of
Bird.
disrespectful.
Coach Bird?
No,
Either
the coach.
Technical break now for God Particles gives us a moment to talk about the setups that we can see from Team Exploit. You can see the way the rendezvous is set up. He's going to most likely try to play for mid control, go for an aggressive peek, and then back right up while setting up that trademark for HSB, who's going to play on the standard default that we saw even in the bonus round, setting up that guiding light for his teammates' push. Most likely going to do the same guiding light, except this time without the push, just to get that information. But what I am really keeping my eyes peeled for, Necro, is that operator on Shooter. We saw how good he was with the Marshall itself. Now on the operator, needs to make that same impact against God Particles.
Oh yeah. Technical break too from the side of God Particles over here.
Maybe they're getting the bird.
Ooh, that'll be interesting. No, they're not. I think so. It's because Knight Rider's camera wasn't really working. There we go.
Hey.
Now we see him with a huge lipstick right next to him. But yeah, one round finally in the hands of God Particles. They're looking really great. Nothing really much to worry about because they got the rifle round in the hand. So now Team Exploit, they will need to start worry because this round's going to matter quite a lot for their economy and for the future presence in the game of the first map. Knight Rider almost catches him too. Look at the flick that he almost did there. It was pretty close. Gotta say, it was kind of lucky there to make it out alive, but a nice quick shot from Shooter. And he's not going to overextend himself, but Team Exploit, they're easily able to shut down God Particles. They're able to find these solo picks, and this is where Team Exploit, they're just able to exploit how God Particles play.
Again, like, so damn proactive from the side of Exploit. If you saw in the early round, that guiding light default was backed up with the rendezvous push coming in from the chamber. He used the guiding light to try and find a peek towards the elbow angle and then instantly rendezvous back. And that's what I like about Exploit. They're aggressive, but they're also disciplined. They know the limits to which they can push, and then they instantly pull back. We're talking about pulling back right now. 2v5 on this map. This is the buy round of God Particles. They should be able to still afford to buy in the next because in the last round they had got a flawless, but damage is what they need more than anything.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to find it though.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Oh, that shot was quite close too. Shooter's the man you really need to watch out from. Soul as well on the site. We'll find another one. Shooter's position known, peeks out in a flawless round from Team Exploit. They played that to perfection. Talk about the discipline, man. Has to be there on point for Team Exploit, and they're able to make it look so easy.
Easy peasy lemon. I want some lemon juice now. Can someone give me some lemon juice, please?
Here.
Necro's not going to get me some lemon juice, chat. I feel sad. But that's okay. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of squeezing by both of these teams right now.
Oh man, I don't know about lemon juice, but I'm drinking water myself. Water's the best juice, man.
Well, you just gotta squeeze some lemons into water and you get lemon juice. Hold on to that thought for a second, because God Particles are getting extremely aggressive, trying to shut down HSB's default. They found him, they're going to go for the plant, but do they know that the chamber in King is still here? The retake set off the chamber, needs to find some value, but he's just gonna get spotted out and most likely spammed.
Oh no, it's getting spammed, yeah. Does get spammed through. Scar God as well is able to find a kill. Soul! The vision's being blocked because the wall's perfect. There is the SOA cam available there as well. And a nice round from God Particles. Things are being back and forth over here. Looking really good, man.
I'm gonna go back to the lemon juice.
Okay.
You know how they say that when life gives you lemons you must squeeze the juice out of them and make do with what you have. Like the point of the metaphor being that when life gives you lemons, you gotta make lemon juice out of it, you know, be as good as you can. That's exactly what God Particles did in that last round. Even they approve of my lemon juice.
Need a drop.
Life gave them lemons, with Shooter continuously shutting them down, and they're like, yeah, screw this slow play, let's just go for a fast execute, get into their faces and shut them down. Even they agree with the lemon juice point, so you should get me some lemon juice.
Oh no. Yeah, there we go. The slow executes are not really working out. And talk about Scar God getting himself on the board. As I mentioned, if Scar God's able to pop off, things are going to be way different for God Particles. Logistics position is definitely going to be a key one as well, CA. So if Logistics is able to catch a couple of people over here, peeks out 2 players right in the front. Nice blind coming through. And oh no, HSB thought he was an enemy. He shot his own teammate, unfortunately, right there. HSB getting, yeah, HSB getting a little too hyper over there. He's like, he got a little too high on emotions. And there we go, nice shot coming through from Shaka. 2-on-3, certainly doable. Also have the Hunter Sphere available, and also have a Flash and a Trailblazer.
Revealing area. Yeah, they have a lot of recon options, but instead they're going to go for the save. So again, this is where the fact comes back to the core identity of Exploit, right? They don't push their limits. They acknowledge where it's unlikely. They don't want to play on the RNG factor. They want to play on decisive plays that they control. every single time, even early round, you're going to witness them try to control the pace of the play, which is why these aggressive executes work very well against them. Because if you're sort of putting them into a position where they can't really talk out their defaults, where they can't really explain to each other, not explain, rather state to each other where every single player is, they might get overwhelmed. They might get into a new position where, hey, what are we supposed to do? That extra bit of time, it gives God Particles a lot of room to maneuver. And hey, I think that CA was for Knight Rider's operator, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen how prolific he can be.
Okay, ball.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the head's a little too busy. Yeah, the operator definitely paying off pretty well. Did he just spot out the feet of the chamber? Did he? Because King is ready with the Tour de Force right on top of the pyramids. If he peeked, there we go. He actually pings it at the last second too. He did know he was right there on top, but pinged it at the last moment. But yeah, what I was about to say, I said CA was because I said imagine if friendly fire was enabled. Oh no, the flank coming through from Shooter. He finds one, and that's a huge one too. CA, that's the operator shut down instantly. So Shooter now is making himself known. Moves in forward with the Blade Storm. Shooter is definitely going to be an instrumental man for them. Recon darts out. Shooter will need to be a little careful. Position known over here in the mid, but he's able to dash away in the nick of time. Not a lot of HP to work off with, but a quick reflex should make up for it. Yep, they got to save. It's a 2-on-3 again, but HSB no with that frag being found. I feel like now they have a fair bit of a chance. He also has the heals available, but no, instead he's going for a full play, but he gets shut down.
The reason I was saying they gotta save is because as soon as you realize in a 2v2 the Viper is alive and your Jet is very, very low, so you can't really entry with the Jet, the Viper is almost always gonna play on her utility on the post plant, gonna play for that time factor, so saving the operator is much, much more worthwhile. But hey, talking about worthwhile, again, besides the operator very aggressive from the side of God Particles. As soon as they get that initial pick, they set themselves up in B main, they use the Seekers, and they go for the aggressive execute. And I love the Seekers usage especially, because you can see on the basis of that, Logi is playing the window angle, he's marking the lurk, and him getting the information on the basis of the trap fire too, puts a lot of pressure onto the flank coming in from Shooter, not able to get as much value as he would have thought he could have. But a timeout being called for exploit, and I think the biggest question is going to be, how do we go back to the proactive setups that we were setting up earlier? The B main guiding light not working out anymore. God Particles have broken it by bursting A side twice, so maybe we see that initial pistol halls approach that they took once again, expecting maybe a Knight Rider peek towards the halls and trying to shut down that Jet early.
Yeah, tactical timeout too on the board, CA. I was actually about to say bed.
Necro wants a bed.
Sure. Imagine like casting from a bed where you're just like leaning back.
I wouldn't like it. I like standing and casting.
That is true, but still, I mean, just kind of like a chill cast, you know, for fun.
Yeah.
Moving in forward though,
Maybe
3 to 4.
Stream from the bed.
Ooh, bed stream. Seen a lot of those, but I feel like a lot of my traits will be revealed if I do a bet stream.
A lot of your what?
Let's not go into that. Moving in forward.
The technical break, so I hope it's just a camera issue again and gets resolved instantly.
Here.
Yeah, technical breakout. Definitely it's just a camera issue because we did see HSB's camera as well not really working, so. And then Knight Rider's camera as well was not working from the side of God Particle, so this technical break is there to fix it out.
Go.
There we go. Pretty quick. The timer should be unpaused as well soon. It's only on 4 seconds here, so it should be unpaused pretty soon. There we go. Timer's unpaused. And now Team Exploit being really proactive over here in mid. Chamber trying to take things a little slow and cautious. Peeks out in the front. There is the operator on the board. Shooter misses that shot. Instantly dashes away. Now it's probably going to play it.
From Exploit, because they're effectively playing A on retake, but the interesting point about that is that they haven't really... Usually we see this retake strategy when the Sky has got her Seekers, or at least the Viper retake wall is set up, but they've got neither of that. But you can note that the Viper, while she did set up her Viper's pit down in B main, she saved her wall potentially just for that retake now. HSB stuck in this orange container angle. He might just get isolated. He needs the backup from his team, and it has arrived in due time. Shaka and King now ready, and with
Oh my god, that recon.
as well.
Yeah.
I don't think Novi needs to push right there.
Nah, that recon dart though, definitely the saving grace of HSB right there.
Here.
Spots him out in the nick of time and is able to flick right onto his skull. Soul as well, spots out the man right in mid. Knight Rider as well, somewhere down the line he's not really able to do a lot as we expected, but it's fine, his team's able to step up. Hunter's Fury out too. And Team Exploit at this point, they're just trying to deal as much as damage as possible. Shivy is the only man left alive with a Vandal in his hand. He's going to try to stop the defuse coming through.
Why?
2 nice shots. And now they're just coming in for a full defuse.
Yeah.
And there we go. Team Exploit. Easy. Defuse is on the board for them.
A little too close for comfort though. By the skin of their teeth, Exploit pull off that round, and I'm not sure why they go for the peak. The plant was a closed plant. It wasn't an open plant where they needed to cover Soulmate as he was going for the defuse. I can imagine why one person makes the call like, okay, I'm gonna cover B main, but both of them getting caught out as they try to, as King tries to trade for Shaka. Put Soulmate in a little bit of a dicey position, but he holds his nerves, sticks the defuse, and pulls out the win. 4-4 on the board right now for this. Both of these teams equalized against each other, and this is why we talked about how even though this map is of God Particle's choice does not really matter in this matchup. Both of these teams are extremely strong on both Breeze and Split, so it's all about momentum as they try to secure one wrap in the bag going into the rest of the series. Shaka shutting down that Hulse push already. Necro will give a lot of value to Exploit because, oh, Shooter was holding down that default mid-angle, but turns to be at the worst time. Shivy able to sneak by and Ember shutting down Shaka. I don't think Exploit realized that God Particles are going for the full rotate.
Yeah, look at the rotate too. That's so sneaky one, but it's fine. King is available on the site. King's not really looking at the place he should be looking though. But maybe now he'll look there. There we go. The recon darts out too.
Oh, he's gonna jump on.
Yeah.
Backside.
Oh, he's trying to create a little off angle right there. King now realizes everyone is pushed in. Position none of King and a nice cross replacement coming through from Scar God. Will shut him down. 4-on-3 situation. Seeker's out too. Seeker will be revealing a lot of... Yep, there we go. HSB just connecting some insane shots through the wall. Is able to shut down the man himself. Scar God goes down. Not really the best of the news to hear if you're in the shoes of God Particles. But a Hunter's Fury from Shivy will at least confirm that there is not a lot of things to worry about on the defender spawn. But still, 2 players are right in the front. We'll be able to isolate the duel with one, but we'll get traded instantly by the second one. Yep, 1-on-2. Looking highly unlikely. They're playing it perfectly.
I feel like a bit telegraphed on the rendezvous over there was King. You can see Scargod was fully expecting him to have the rendezvous set up, and next to that double box.
I think so. He just heard it, honestly.
Yeah,
he just heard it. Yeah.
As soon as he hears the rendezvous, that's the first angle he checks. So
yeah,
I'm not surprised. Like that's why I feel like a lot of the games we see, even in EMEA, the pros usually switch up the positioning of the rendezvous, keep it in the same area, but maybe sometimes switch it to behind the box, sometimes switch it to like in the very front of that, so you can throw the crosshair placement of the other player off guard.
Yeah.
But they are going for the same rendezvous this time, though, with an aggressive push coming in from King, and he gets caught out. God Particles read into this, read Exploit like a book, and with this aggressive execute, shut them down. They can even go back, use the neural theft, just in case they choose to.
Exactly, now it's going to be a 4-on-5. And God Particles with a clear mind in the game. They're looking really well from the back, taking a lot of shots. Ember, 34 HP to work off of with. Should play this one out a little safe, and there we go. That's what he exactly does. Plays it on the site. Oh no, Knight! How is he still alive? It's the classic.
Pistols.
Oh no, the random recall of the classic, man, sometimes does hit in quite well. So yeah, unfortunately.
The classic is the best weapon for head-to-head combat, like when you're facing off against the other opponent, and is the worst weapon when the opponent is turned away from you. I don't know, I just never had my classic shots when the opponent isn't looking at me.
Oh my god, that's a nice shot from Shaka though.
He needs to die though.
He doesn't though. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
A
Does,
little
because he
too
only
late.
had a sheriff, and the penalty would be too much.
Yeah.
But
So God Particles looking, at least they get another round on the board, and that's all they really needed. So they're also going to have a little cushion with that.
Yeah, and knowing Shivy, I think this is a lot to do with him trying to remove, once again, like almost deny the proactivity with which Exploit like to play from their hands, where he's like, okay, we're just, whenever they're on the eco, we expect them to try to either stack up one side or push as a 3 or 4 stack from one particular angle. So in those ecos, they just push away. But going for
God,
the
how does he
aggressive
hit
rush
that?
again, Night Rider turns his back around to
Oh
dodge
my
the flash,
God.
but he gets a bullet in it instead.
Yeah, it also gets eaten alive by the cabbage, so he's not going to be able to see a lot of things. Shaka's able to shut down Ember. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Shooter moving in on the site. Doesn't realize the site control's there, so he's expecting some players on the pyramid. Logistics position's known too in Metal Doors. He has been doing this for a long time now. Whereas being a Cypher is just trying to lurk around. And oh my god, I feel like he should just push. He should just push. No, instead trying to take things a little bit more cautiously, making a mature decision. And I respect that. Recon knocks out too. Logistics position reveal. And oh no, he's also being blinded by the sky flash. Shock darts out. Team Exploit. It seems like this round, it's their round. Yep, it's looking unstoppable.
At least for this map, we should call Shaka's darts as Shaka darts. Not Shaka.
Okay.
Why did I sign up
Shaka
for this
darts.
shit?
Beautiful recons though by Shaka throughout this map. Again, that recon catching both of the players at that last moment. Shivy and Logi off guard. They're trying to play it safe and for time, but just not able to do it. Shivy's position especially being revealed, just sort of ending the round instantly. And simple recons, you know. Geometry seems to be a strong suit of Shaka here. That's why he's got them.
Yeah.
Really nice Shaka darts.
Indeed. Really nice shock darts.
Shaka darts.
Shaka darts, okay.
Yeah, let's go.
As you say, man. I'm gonna call it Shaka darts, okay? Just
Need
for
a
you.
drop.
Only for this map. I don't think he's gonna play Sova again. Like, he plays Astra on every map. There's Astra.
Let's see. I mean, all 5 players in the front. And pretty much, we do see the intentions. They're pretty clear. The spike is right outside A too. We know that, but Team Exploit doesn't, so they're going to have a lot of things to find out. King is there on the side available, and he's playing in the range of teleport. That means he instantly wants to take a frag, or at least go for a little bit of contact play and TP back to safety. Operator's in the hand of Shooter, and he's trying to find some random connections. He just wants to shut down the Viper. But still, talk about shutting down. There's just no connections being found, even from the Hunter's Fury CA. But they are going for a quick rotate. They find themselves the B site easily, and God Particles just outplaying Team Exploit. But oh no, these kind of frags should not be given away.
Because they abandoned the Viper's Pit after that, and while that's understandable, it did telegraph their rotate here, and that's why I feel like they should have waited at least for 10 more seconds before they peak, so maybe the lurk of Ember could have given them some value, but instead they go for the dry peaks, they get shut down, and now in a 1v4. Maybe Logi could have pulled it off if he was Bald Cypher, but without the hats off, there's no way he pulls the hats off.
Okay.
I like Bald
I see what you did there.
Switching
But yeah,
sides.
Team Exploit. It's just like back and forth, man. Both these teams are just proving parallel to each other. They're like equally matched. And this is going to be quite a tough one for God Particles.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like a tough one, but 6-6 is the perfect way to end off this first half, Necro. I want our first overtime of Grand Final playoffs in this map, because given the close nature of both of these teams with respect to their skill, with respect to their strategies, that's what we were expecting coming into this series. But I will say, Exploit on the attack, a lot more comfortable and devastating than they are on the defense. They love playing aggressively. You saw that in their defaults as well. So now on the attack, they get a lot more room to maneuver. Whereas on the other hand, for God Particles, it's all about Night Rider's operator. The sooner they get that online, the stronger they look on the defense.
Yeah, they do, but look at the floodgates being opened from the side of Team Exploit. Trades did happen back and forth. This recon dart's going to be meaning quite a lot. Actually, scratch that. What's a shock dart? Oh, that's a nice shutdown from Shooter. And now Team Exploit, they're just getting these solo peeks, and it's like God Particles, they're isolating themselves in front of Team Exploit, and these duels are being found. The individual duels are given away in the pistol round, and that's what's not really working out. But I haven't really seen the peak performance from Knight Rider, though. Yeah, misses that shot too. Knight Rider, maybe it's time to change the crosshair.
Yeah.
I feel like the gap is a bit too big.
Yeah. Wait, do you mean in the crosshair or between the players?
No, the crosshair, of course. I'm talking about the crosshairs here.
I know. I'm just trying to put you in a tough position, you know? Because God Particles themselves are in a tough position. Yeah, I certainly do. But right now, 13-8 is Shooter's scorecard. But what is especially interesting, again, going for the full buys, your Shooter and HSB both with a Vandal. I'm not surprised Shooter picks up a Vandal, but HSB as well going for the Vandal can be quite disastrous if they end up getting traded here, because this is the eco for God Particles. You can see they're just 5-stack pushing. They want the trades, but what was that shot, King?
Yeah, that was, I don't even know. That was something out this world. Now talk about back moments. Those are one of those crispy aims being shown from the side of Team Exploit. This is a high risk, high reward play. Shooter, I mean, he definitely has an insane aim, so it makes a lot of sense that he's going for plays like those. Available. Oh no, Skargod peeks out a little bit. His shoulders exposed.
Replay, please. I need to see that shot again. What?
You will get it. You will get it.
Bliss production. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Okay. In retrospect, though, I do get why he lands that shot. It's the classic box position that we see a lot of players playing when they're playing on the retake. So it's just good game awareness from King right there. In the moment, though, I completely lost it. I'm like, oh. But in retrospect, I can definitely see why he shoots in that position. So no need to check his PC. King is all good. He's just a very smart player overall.
Trigger. Goodbye.
Spike down A.
Saying goodbye right here. King HSB do find a couple trades.
Poison's off.
Now 3v3 on the map. Remember, this is the bonus for the side of Exploit and the full buy for God Particles. So I think what's especially important is a simple fact that right now God Particles cannot afford to drop more weapons, and they're trying to do so, and they're able to accomplish exactly that. 8-7 on the board, and I do believe my co-caster has faced a couple of technical issues. So I'm sure Necro will be back in a second.
Goodbye.
One enemy remaining.
So yeah, God Particles just looking really great, CA. Another round on the board, and as I mentioned, it's just like going back and forth both these sides. Both these teams just like giving a tough, equal competition to each other. And overall, now this round's going to matter quite a lot. If God Particles, they do want the momentum flowing it forward.
Deploying drone.
This round's going to mean quite a lot to them. And Metal Doors, there's 2 players present, and now they also spot the Trailblazers, so that means CA, they will have a clear knowing that, okay, 2 players are present right there.
Oh, look at Ember.
Okay, that's trade.
Yeah, the trade not so worth it. I thought he was going to hold his position in the Poison Cloud and could have surprised the heck out of Exploit when they went for the mid to A, when they went for the split execute. But instead, he goes for the aggressive push, gets traded out, and that's worth it for Exploit. Now waiting for the Guiding Light to push through. Knight Rider has to invest the Tailwind to get the heck on out of there. Gonna rely on this recon to deny the plant, but that's easier said than done with the Viper's Pit set up. Exploit on their buy round. They're pulling God Particles apart. They're playing them like a fiddle and making them dance around as they now look to secure this lead. And this is the strength of Exploit, Necro, that we mentioned even at the start of this half. On attack, they just always look so much better.
And look at the Viper's Pit too. I mean, Team Exploit, I honestly feel like Team Exploit is just like a well-calibrated team. Overall, they're just really good. And yeah, Team Exploit, another round 2. now this is where Team Exploit are starting to gain a little bit more confidence. Because we've talked about 9 rounds on the board. Now, after this round, CA, they will have double digits on the board too. So, God Particles, things are going to start to toughen up a little bit. And this is what I exactly said. They really needed this timeout.
Even more than the round lead itself, I think what really hurts God Particles right now is the simple fact that this nature of Exploit continuously winning, or even if the rounds go back and forth right now, it denies Knight Rider the operator. The strongest part of God Particles' defense is that operator, because they don't have the chamber to try and find aggressive pushes. They don't have a chamber to try and like continuously collect ult-obs and maybe get a tour de force online. They have to rely on Knight Rider's operator, and that's something that's a bit of an identity for them. They've always done that. You can see even on the attack, he pulled out the operator a couple of times. So, ooh, nice bug right there, showing us the exact maps, Breeze Split and Ascent, and reminding us that, again, another reason this map is crucial is because this is the God Particles pick. But for me, more along the lines of the fact that right now, God Particles and Exploit, both teams heavily rely on the momentum they get. If you give a team like Exploit the confidence on the day, if you let Shooter run away with the map the way he's doing right now, he's going to slap you high in Tinder left, right, and center.
Exactly, and keep this in mind, this is the map pick of God Particles too, so, I mean, first map's being really, okay, yeah, I kind of messed it up there a little bit, okay. It's fine though, Shooter.
Take flight.
It's not really something that needs to be worried about quite a lot, so you can work off of with that perfectly. Did see this aggression coming through, but still a dink was found, so a little low. 44 HP to work off with. Looking great though, still. And as I mentioned, the economy is looking a little broken. Yeah. They're trying to play off of some crossfires over here, but I don't like this aggression coming through. And there we go, the aggression being shut down. Now the crossfire is not really working anymore. Logista is in the close left. They do have the Sova too in the back, which is Shivy. Pretty sure it's going to be really tough to try and work off of with him. Did not really expect anyone to be on the left. And yep, as you mentioned, that's the 4-stack coming through. But it's just Soul doing really great.
I really wish Knight had not revealed himself, because Logi's job was done the minute he got one pick. Knight's job was to try and still stay safe, because you see, as soon as Scarguard goes down, I think Exploit think that, hey, there's maybe one more player playing on site at max. They're still not expecting the 4-stack itself. So as soon as Logi gets that first pick, if they don't end up pushing in, if Knight Rider doesn't peek out, then he can stay safe, try to deny the planter, and inherently damage the economy of Exploit even more. But hey, that was just the eco. Now on the buy, the Viper Spit set up to deny that A main entrance, but Exploit, they don't give a damn, Necro. They're going for the mid to be executed, and as far as they're concerned, there's nothing to stop them.
Yeah, there's really nothing to stop them. Scar Gods 2 over there. Oh no, gets tagged by the recon drone.
Spike down, B.
2 frags on the board there. Oh my god, there's just so many attacks coming through. It's like both these teams are doing a perfect job of, when it comes to utilizing the utilities. Shivy as well finds a nice connection with the Hunter's Fury. King's position's known. Is it? Yep, now it's definitely known. Shivy does hear a lot of footsteps given away. King, though, still trying to take things a little slow and cautious. That's a nice shot being found. Really quick on the feet, too, and also quick on the click. King moves in. Oh, there we go. Shivy has the perfect angle. I like what Shivy did there, CA. So Shivy was like, okay, Knight Rider was holding that angle. Now he thinks that that angle is pretty much clear, so he goes and peeks out from the same angle again.
Yeah. The IGL with the mind game. But what I really like is this cage right there. Like, on the far end of that new area attached to the B backside, the new appendage. It does give, it denies a lot of information to the persons pushing in into sight from B main, or even pushing in from B mid tunnels. And it's also a cage I believe they can use for retake. So it almost sets up the conditioning that in the future you set up the same cage but actually leave sight, and then the attackers are continuously worried, hey, are they now playing for the retake, or is there actually a person in B backside? Might be wrong though, I'll have to see. Might have just been an impromptu cage. But right now, Exploit, they had to take a step back. God Particles doing very well in their buy round, and doing well in this round as well to deny that mid control. A lot of utility invested there by Exploit, but again, nothing for it. But You know this about me, Nakra. I'm not a big fan of early Seekers in rounds. There's no information that this team really gets except, look at where the Seekers went. One went towards mid, two went towards B main. So what information did they get? Absolutely nothing about where Exploit is gonna go. But hey, they still get the pick, so that's what matters.
I guess at least they found out that there was someone available in the
But they already knew
meadow
that.
doors. They did, but I don't know what was. Yeah, honestly, it was kind of like random.
I've got
It's
your
a panic
trail.
Feel like-
Seekers.
I don't even know. I mean, there was no panic moment for
Now
panic
look,
seekers.
these Seekers on the other hand, one goes into B, one into CT, and one on A. So it gives them a lot of information.
30
Late
seconds
round
left.
Seekers
Yeah.
are always better.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of info. But on the other hand, talk about info being conveyed. Even God Particles get a lot of info from that. Nice flashes, Logista. Even though he has a key positioning, he's just not able to do anything. Another dart comes through from the Gaki. And oh my god, okay, there we go. He's just not able to do anything at this point, but God Particles still, they're trying their best to keep things together. They're trying to hold it off. Knight Rider again, he hasn't been able to activate himself throughout the game. Will he be able to do so this time? No, it's going to be the answer, and it's Shaka who whips out the classic. He's like, I'm done playing. I'm done spraying and praying. I'm just going to close things off with a classic.
Yeah, you can see a bit of an awkward situation there for Exploit. Twice they tried to look up and find the camera, but they couldn't find it. I'm not sure why, because that's a very standard camera. But then you can see King just being like, okay, screw this. Forget the camera, I'm just gonna go kill the guy who's holding on to the camera.
Yeah, I guess that works out too. Makes a lot of sense. You don't need to kill the camera. Kill the guy who's holding the camera. Team Exploit 2022.
Exeli. But right now, Team Exploit 2022 seems to be going for an aggressive push in. I think they've realized that it is going to be an eco for God Particles. God Particles did the same thing against them, so they're like, okay, thanks for that trick. We'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Get the aggressive push in, and now they don't even have to invest the Viper's Pit to set up the plant because they know it's an eco.
I honestly feel like the main problem here is that Knight Rider isn't just able to activate himself, and he needs to start performing. He definitely needs to. Because Skargod is trying his best to hold things off a little bit over here, but a flawless round from Team Exploit. And now they will also have the match point to work with, CA. And a huge cushion too.
And that's why these bloody rounds are extremely important for the side of Exploit, right? Because it continuously makes sure that the economy doesn't get to blossom for God Particles, the op doesn't come online for Knight Rider, and we know how crucial confidence and momentum is to this player. In the past wildcard, in the past Q2, we've talked about when Knight Rider gets going, when he gets those early kills in the pistols or the anti-ecos, yes, they're eco frags, but it doesn't matter to him. What matters is that he gets his confidence going. He gets the momentum on his side. That's when he really excels as a player. That's his biggest weakness and his strength at the same time. We're talking about Knight. Found the first pick, but it just ended up being a trade.
Yeah, the trades happen back and forth. Hunter's Fury out too, but unfortunately the man gets tagged. He's able to move back to safety in the nick of time though, CA. So still, one more round needed for Team Exploit to close things out. And oh, God Particles, they're able to strike back, and yes, that's huge. 2-on-3 now, CA. They still need to get the site control in the hand too. If Logistic gets caught out here, and yes, he does, that's not going to be good news, but Knight Rider at least is able to get away with a frag. Soul will pretty much try to go on the A site, but he spots him. Ember spots him out. Sneaks out again. Oh no, he needs to deal with two players at the same time. He will be shut down too. Overall, God Particles still alive and good looking in the game, but I'm pretty sure Team Exploit in the next round, they're going to try to exploit something.
So right there, right, from the Viper, I definitely understand the idea from Soulmate. I think as soon as he runs away, he's thinking that he can play mind games with the Ember on his opposition Viper, where he's like, after the Viper runs away, he's fully expecting Ember to just try to take out his knife and chase him down immediately. But Ember, you can see the discipline there. And with that mind game is where I think Exploit need to realize that God Particles are rarely ever going to fumble like that. They're a team that is very disciplined in those situations. They're not going to take their knife out and instantly go chase. They're going to wait, realize that they have a numbers advantage. And even if you do get the plant, play on that numbers advantage. So which is why I would have liked to see maybe Soulmate, if he could just get onto the site. He had the Viper's Pit available, could have played on the back of that Viper's Pit. Even if he didn't win the round, as long as he forces Knight Rider and Ember right there to push into him and takes down both of the players with himself and still loses the round, it really more than enough because it denies Knight Rider's operator going into the next round. But because he ends up giving the duel, it does mean that now Knight Rider gets to continue on with the operator. But you can see, Shooter be like, hey, if you can do it, I can do it better.
And yeah, keep this thing in mind, viewers. This map pick was the map pick of God Particles, and the next one is going to be the pick of Team Exploit, which is the map of Split. Now, don't get me wrong, God Particles are quite good on the map of Split too, but still, Team Exploit, I feel like they're still going to have an edge over God Particles no matter what. So, yeah, God Particles will need to try and at least take things a little close over here, because right now, Team Exploit, they're looking untouchable. Have a huge cushion too. That Viper's Pit was perfect to try and deny anything that he's getting. And I like how HSB had, like, Knight Rider's cam is pretty much like overtaken by HSB. He's like just hacking into everyone else's computers over here.
You can see how influential Knight Rider's operator is. Because of that single push that Skargård is able to get him through the elbow angle, they're playing on the entire B-side hold is on the shoulders of Knight Rider. This allows them to go for a 3-stack with the Viper's Pit down on that A side. And Exploit, they might just walk into this trap. They have Hulk's control, but as soon as they open this door, they're going to be faced with changes. But a very interesting Viper's Pit. I think he was supposed to put that on the other side of the door, but he does it on this side instead. But hey, you know what? That burden that Knight Rider was holding, the entire B side on his shoulders, well, maybe a bit too much for him. He got shut down, and now the B side.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, the B side's available, and they're straight up gonna flood inside. So they also get the B side control. They will also get the spike planted. Tour de Force is available. Walks straight up in the Tour de Force. Ember, the only man left alive, the final man to hold things down for the first map of this best of 3 series, does find one. But he still needs to go against 3 players. He tries to isolate the duel, but a little too late for that. Team Exploit sealed the deal on the first map, and the first map pick of God Particles, which was the map of Breeze, and now the second map is going to be the map of Split. But again, it's the pick of Team Exploit. So Exploit, of course, are going to be having a huge advantage in that map moving on forward. But the first map being taken by Team Exploit that well. It was a back and forth at the start, but later on it seemed like God Particles, they were crumbling down under a lot of pressure. I don't know what's wrong with Knight Rider, but he's not able to perform, and this is not what we saw in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I don't know what's wrong with him either, but I think it has a lot to do with the start of the map where Exploit looked a lot more dominant, and it took a second for God Particles to adapt. I genuinely do believe Knight Rider's faced this issue from the very start of the scene, where even back in the day when he played with the old God Particles or Godlike or F1LS, he was always a player that got going with momentum, and whenever he wasn't really feeling himself, whenever he didn't get confidence in the early parts of the round, he would usually end up in the bottom part of that scoreboard. So hopefully he can just reset himself, come back with a focused mind. But I think what I need to do right after the set is go over to a custom and figure out if Soulmate had done the Viper's ult properly, how far it goes, because that's an interesting Viper's ult. Like, if you can set up on switch maybe for the edge of the pyramids to get a plant, that could work out very well.
No, I don't think so. It's going to go that far away. There's no way.
If he puts it like on the edge of the stairs, I think a portion of it could, or maybe you could set up the smoke and then plant on the edge of the Viper's pit in the smoke. I don't know.
I don't know. It's yeah, maybe if he uses the smoke to get a little bit more area coverage. Yeah, we gotta definitely try it out. But yeah, the scoreboard's in front of you guys. Shooter, of course, pretty much popping off over here. On the other hand, Knight Rider is going to be the one to bottom frag on the side of God Particles. Now, as you mentioned, Knight Rider is one of those men, he really likes to move off of momentum, or at least when the team starts to get a lot of momentum in the game, that's when Knight Rider will start activating himself as well. But again, you need to realize when your team is not really able to perform that well at the start, Knight Rider will need to start doing something. It will need to start pulling off some tricks, because again, we talk about the adaptive nature, and Knight Rider not really showing that.
And the thing is, Necro, irrespective of the fact that God Particles together feel very strong on the map of Split, which is our next map, by the way, I'm not sure if Knight Rider individually feels as strong on his Sage pick that's going to come through on Split as compared to his general Jet pick. So I 100% agree with your point, and I think this might be a point of concern for the side of God Particles, because on the other hand, you can see in the MVP comparison, Shooter was continuously prolific. Yeah, a bit of up and down here and there, but his ups are freaking insane. Multiple rounds where he's getting 3Ks and 4Ks all by himself.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, yeah, Ember and Shooter pretty much I would say equally well, but still the difference was clearly being made between the round of 10 and 14. This is where Shooter was just able to kind of like exceed a lot of limits right there, and he was able to perform pretty well. We've seen Shooter. He's definitely one of the most cracked players out there in the Pakistan region, and now moving in forward in the grand final as well, he's making quite a lot of statement.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we talked about this in the Pakistan qualifiers too. The day Shooter is able to step up, it feels like his entire team really gets into that amazing groove of form.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, none of the viewers really need to find that form to get themselves their hand on that exclusive merchandise. Every single day, every single stream, you can participate and get a chance to win that.
Exactly. All you need to do is go out on his social media accounts and make a post saying hashtag VCC and also tag at NODWIN Gaming for a chance to apply for the giveaway. And with that being said, that's the first map out the way. See, the first map of the best of 3 series in the Group A is out the way. And I'm pretty sure after this map, we're going to be moving on to the map of Split soon. But before that, you guys will have to wait through a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. First map was the pick of God Particles, and they got pretty much taken out in the first map. And now moving on forward in the map of Split is the pick of Team Exploit. See, I mentioned God Particles are pretty strong, but still, Knight Rider moving from that jet role to Sage, this is where he kind of gets crippled.
Yeah, exactly. And similarly for the entire team, right? Like, as a team, I think they're very comfortable on the map of Split, but individually, not necessarily playing their most comfort champions, like with Shivi on the KO, for example, and Logi playing that Viper, where he doesn't really get as much individual agency as he does on the Cypher to lurk. I think it's a big question mark for God Particles, especially after the way they got come back against in the map against GE all the way back in India Qualifier 1. So we'll see, maybe they've corrected those things and they come up with some brand new defaults to surprise the heck out of us and Team Exploit.
I mean, again, look, Knight Rider and ScarGod weren't really able to play that great. ScarGod, I would still say okay-ish performance coming through from that man, but still not as much as we expected. And we've been talking about this over and over again. These two are the main key players for God Particles' success. If these two players aren't really popping off, then God Particles, they just look out of sync and they start crumbling under a lot of pressure. Knight Rider himself, at least even if ScarGod wasn't really able to activate himself in the past, he was able to activate himself and even was doing a good job doing so. But today, inside against a team like Team Exploit, if they're not able to activate themselves, if Knight Rider is not able to activate himself, then this is where the problems will start knocking their doors, and they need to start finding a sweet tuning for Knight Rider.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to start wondering, like, what happened to the GOP that really took down GE, you know, because since then, they haven't really seemed on the same strength as we saw. Wildcard did see a bit of a resurgence for them, but then again, they didn't really get to test themselves against GE. They ended up losing 2-0 over there. So I want to see the return of the GOP that took down GE. But hey, I am glad that even if they're not able to find their groove today, they have that lower bracket. This is a double elimination stage, and they will end up facing the loser of our next series, which is Enigma and Khumbu. But hey, let's not get to that stage just yet, because it's still the second map. Exploit need to pull this off convincingly to make sure that they go on to the upper bracket finals.
Exactly. I mean, Exploit is an impressive team in itself, and we have seen that in the past too. We've seen that in their regional qualifiers too. But now God Particles coming through, they have impressed us all the way. And somewhere down the line later on, as I mentioned, in the later phases of VCC, they started kind of crumbling down. Somewhere down the line, the team synchronization wasn't really looking that well. But again, they have another map to bounce back, and this is going to be their lifeline map for the upper brackets to qualify in the further. But as you beautifully mentioned as well, there's going to be no problem, man. Even if you do lose out on this, you're pretty much going to move down on the lower brackets where you're going to have second chance to bounce back. And you've got a lot of things to work on in your favor too, because lower brackets means the skill ceiling will be a little low too. And that's where you will pretty much have like a fair share chance to try and bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. So it is really going to come down to that simple fact. Whether right now God Particles, even if they do end up losing the series in 2 or 3 maps, whatever it is, it's even for Team Exploit, for both of the teams, it's about going into that lower bracket with a satisfaction. You know, we lost maybe, but we gave our best while we lost. So we have the capability and the belief in us to push back through from the lower bracket. And I think that's what is really important for both of these teams, because amongst the other teams in these groups, the Enigma is considered the clear-cut favorites because they were dominant, and they're the team that has had the most time to prepare, having won all the way back in India Qualifier 1. And then you've got VLT, Gorpi, and Khumbu. And these are the other 3 teams fighting for that second spot. So this group is very well matched, and I think, therefore, especially, sorry, not VLT, Gorpi, Exploit, Gorpi, and Khumbu. And Exploit and Gorpi, both of these teams, if they want to get that second spot, if they want to make it in the top 4, they got to be at their best throughout.
There we go. See, though, the agent selects in front of you, and it seems like really it's going to change over here. Knight Rider pretty much going for the stage roll. On the other hand, too, Team Exploit pretty much looking the same as well. HSB on that sky. Now, Team Exploit, as you were talking about, maybe we are going to be seeing a little switches coming through in the defaults. Do you still think you're going to witness any switches? Because again, Shivi on that KO. On the map of Split, the struggle has been seen.
Exactly. So we'll have to see if Shivi on that KO. I think we talked about this throughout, right? Logi, Shivi, and Knight Rider are really the players we look out for with respect to that comfort factor with the map of Split. Individually, they don't seem as comfortable as they usually seem on their other agents. But that's where we can hopefully see ScarGod stepping it up. I think Raze is one of his original OTPs. So maybe here they're able to pull out the win. But right now, I think from the side of Team Exploit, we have to remember this is the map of their choice. They're going to be feeling extremely confident and going to inherently find an ability within themselves to try and pull off a 2-0 right here and make a statement to Enigma. One Indian team down, we're coming for you next.
Oh man, here we go. Okay. I mean, Team Exploit, they have been kind of like one of those teams that is always being on top of there. And this is one of those teams that you can always trust on when it comes to the delivering factor. And they have been able to deliver since last year. So consistency, Team Exploit will always be there on the board. But sometimes it's just that, you know, against the best of the best teams, even Team Exploit do tend to crumble down. Don't get me wrong. Even the best of the best teams do crumble down under a lot of pressure, but still, sometimes it's about the momentum.
Yeah, and talking about the momentum, right? This composition from Team Exploit, we saw this earlier today in action for Velocity Gaming. The double duelist Sky double controller lineup. It lacks that exclusive flank watch in the Sentinel, but it more than makes up for it with the wealth of options it gives proactive teams like Team Exploit. Now you can see Exploit taking mid control for free, no utilities invested. They're gonna knife that wall down and look to set up mid to be hit. But it really does come down to the 0 point because 10 seconds later is where KO will be able to get the info.
Ember.
The position is so weird.
Yeah, I feel like he wanted to play on a contact play, but he just wanted to spot out some moves, I guess, some shoes. But Ember as well found himself quite aggressive. Knight Rider gets a nice dink on the King, and he will instantly fall back to Paint Shells out. That's going to deal a decent amount of damage on a Knight Rider. Actually, scratch that. He just holds W, and Team Exploit, they're waiting for them to just funnel right in their crosser. Soul will pretty much close things out on a nice 2K for himself.
So, in that position, again, the reason I found it really weird is if I'm not mistaken, the player coming down on the ropes actually sees Shivi's feet before Shivi sees his feet. It's a weird interaction that happens in Wentz, but that's why every single time when you see the Wentz player from A holding down, you always see him at the top, never at the bottom.
Yeah.
Because you can't do that with the Wentz player on the mid side because there are some tiny boxes over there. But it's a little weird that he was holding the rope angle, I guess, from A side. Expect him to hold it down. It doesn't matter though, either ways. Again, talking about this composition, you can see the wealth of options it provides. The only thing this composition requires off of the team playing it is discipline on those flanks. And you can see Exploit have that in wealth. The Astra Viper controlling those flanks while the Sky acts as a playmaker, setting up her duelist for success.
There we go.
Spike dropped.
Spikes passed on. And Team Exploit, they're looking pretty cautious when it comes to approaching the site too. They're going to take a little time, and there we go. Finally, the satchel boost in the site. A clear take on the side as well. Nothing really tricky. We're not really seeing some insane executions from their side. It's just some classic stuff because they do realize over here it's not really going to matter. Oh no, but those are some nice straights even though from the side of God Particles. And those straights are going to be worth it, CA, because again, all they need is the guns, and if they're actually able to get their hands on the Spectres, it's going to be quite huge. But yeah, the shooter is just funneling them in, and it's like no matter what God Particles are trying to do at this point, it's just getting countered.
Hey, it's just the second round though.
Yeah,
so hopefully
it's the second round,
in the upcoming rounds they will be able to bounce back. Again, I think a lot of this has a lot of God Particles defense flows around Knight Rider. Usually it's because he has the operator. This map it's because he has a Sage. Where he placed the Sage wall has a lot to do with how they play their defaults. So I want to see him, again, he's going for the B-Heaven wall. I wanted to see him effectively working as that battle stage, take the KO and the race with him, take proactive control of maybe the B-main angle and go for the aggressive wall where then he can pick up the alt orb as well. But instead, they're playing defensive defaults, letting Exploit control how the pace of their attack goes, and that's where I think it's a big mistake against Exploit's composition. When you give them the option to control the tempo of the play, it always puts them in an advantageous position because they have the double duelist first.
Oh, but talk about the utility utilization. It's coming in perfect from the side of God Particles, and they're able to shut down this push. Now keep this in mind, this was still a bonus round for Team Exploit, so it's not going to matter quite a lot. Oh, Scar God barely staying alive with the paint shells. Was able to satchel himself on top of that. Heal comes through as well, so ScarGod now is going to be looking decent in the position he's found himself in. And the problem is the spike's dropped in. It's going to be really hard to retrieve the spike in their hands. So Team Exploit, they're pretty much trapped. And how are they going to be able to make it happen? Are they going to go for a save? They can definitely try to. There's 2 players alive for them. But again, they just have Spectres in the hand, so you might as well go ahead and give it a shot. Oh no.
And they do exactly that and lands. HSB finding ScarGod right there. They have the poison cloud set up. Go for the spike, but the smokes are there. The bomb flashes through to make sure they never get an option to do it. Shivy and Knight Rider will find the last 2 frags, and just like that, with just a single weapon lost, God Particles pick up a very good buy round in their bag. Now, as you said, this was just the bonus, I believe, for the side of
I think so it was.
Team Exploit. So now they get to go on to the next round with perfect weaponry, playing on their buy inherently. Now, ScarGod, the only player who went down, you can see how even that single weapon damage costs them a lot. He's not going to be able to afford a weapon, which is weird. Okay, he's got the Spectre from one of his team. He couldn't even afford a Spectre. One of his teammates bought him the Spectre.
Yeah, as long as you're having a gun in your hand. What matters? Quite a lot, yeah. And now, that's quite a questionable snake bite too. I guess he expected a aggressive push coming through, and that's a good find through the smoke. HSB, the IGL shut down. That means they're not going to have the info gatherer anymore. And this is where God Particles might have just found themselves in a little bit of advantage. And this round's going to matter quite a lot for both these teams, especially Team Exploit, if they want to keep the lead going. But
again, look at Shivy. He's got a very aggressive push in on the flank with that KO, so could really surprise the heck out of Shaka right here, who's in the astral plane. Shaka, get up! Shaka, don't run! No! He's gonna get caught out. The spike drops as well, and Exploit a spanner in their works, because even though they might take side, they won't be able to come back and pick up the spike.
Oh, there we go. 2 on 3 now left for that. And ScarGod able to get some trades as well on the board. Soul's the final man alive, but has a lot of things to worry about. Also, the players in the front and the paint shell that's approaching him will fall down. 2 on 2 is the scoreboard, and as I mentioned, again, Team Exploit now will be pushed on in eco, so that should be another round of the board for God Particles.
1 enemy remaining. Ooh. 30 seconds left.
I didn't realize how clean that spray for ScarGod was till the end, but as you said, another round picked up on board for God Particles. If they can get a back-to-back win streak going, maybe even an operator we could see come online for Knight Rider, but clearly a shift in defaults here, as they... I think it's because of the simple fact that last round they went for the aggressive push down A main with the raise and the KO, so now expecting Exploit to try and punish that default, they just proactively shut it down with that Sage coming over. She's going to wall it off, get the ult off for herself. Now, what is especially curious about this is we talked about it a lot in the past, Necro, was the utilization of the KO utility by Shivy. Like, the simple fact that at the end of the day, we want to see him be more of a playmaker because it's what he excels at. It really seems to be something that they have corrected. Now you're seeing, just like in the last round, Shivy and ScarGod pairing up together, going for the proactive pushes, and it's something I really like, but I wonder if Exploit will realize it's going to happen on B main, because look at the stars placement. Just seeing the stars placement on B main, you have to realize the push is coming in.
Yeah, there we go, the snakebite to deny it as well. So yeah, not really perfect, but at least Ember's pushed out kind of in a weird spot. They're going to try to play off of a huge crossfire here. There is a wall available too from Team Exploit. But God Particles as well, they're not really overextending. Instead, they're just trying to take a lot of map control. That's quite understandable. Oh no, is it going to be expected here? That's a great flash. Gets spotted there, but Ember, it doesn't matter. His aim's crispy today. Especially playing with the Astro, it also adds on a little bit more voice line. A flawless round. And as I mentioned, after that previous round, Team Exploit was forced on an eco. So this round was expected in the hands of God Particles.
Yeah.
1 enemy remaining.
I think,
Flawless.
overall, for God Particles, what's especially important in this round is that they are starting to now punish Exploit's lack of a sentinel arrival. Exploit have to answer such pushes. You can't really afford to give up B main control for free the way they did in this particular round. If they are leaving B main because of those task placements, they need to acknowledge that, okay, as soon as that happens, we try to retake it, but instead they tried walking into it, and they get punished instantly because with that control, God Particles setting up a really nifty crossfire now. Again, Logi with the initial pick found for his team, gonna set up the Viper's Pit and shut it down, but the Origin should have told Shooter where he is. I'm a little confused, like why was he peeking towards Wentz? You can find out where a Viper is from the way the Viper's Pit spreads across. That Viper's Pit was clearly spreading from B Heaven. He had to have known that the Viper was in B Heaven. Like, maybe expecting a second player in Wentz? I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice find though. They really needed the find too, CA. The Team Exploit now finding the opening over here. They pretty much get the A site gifted for themselves. But that's what we know they don't know, so that's why they're being a little too paranoid to approach freely. Viper spit out too. Team Exploit now looking really good on the A site. We do have the HSB to watch out for the flank. And Team Exploit, again, having the entire site control with us. Viper's Pit, they're looking really good. But if the shutdown comes in, that's going to be insane.
Yeah, HSB's got to go because Particles, they don't really have to clear site. They just have to clear the Viper's Pit. And HSB on perfect timing, shutting down Stargard, pulling all the attention to himself and delivering with that as well. But in the midst of that, Soul was taken down, so the Viper's Pit taken away. Down to HSB. Oh, this clutch! And clutchy will. The king has arrived, Necro, and a 4K to arrive himself in style. That is why you call him HSB.
Yeah, literally. HSB just proven why he's the IGL of the team. He can also be the playmaker if he needs to step up, and HSB doing the exact same. That trade right there was perfect. And then also gets the 4K on the board. Talk about game sense to his perfection. Talk about reads to his perfection. Talk about decision making to its perfection. HSB just tick marking all those boxes.
Marking and also bringing his team now onto an equalized scoreline again. We have to reiterate the fact that this God Particles composition much better on the defensive half than it is on the attacking half. The utilization of that KO, we saw how VLT played around that when they played against God Particles. They're just happy to give the KO the respect and leave that portion of the side when they are on the attack that he suppresses. Instead play on the retake, and with this exact composition, it's so easy to play on the retake because you have the double duelist and the initiator to burst in. So they need the advantage coming in from the defensive half so they can try to condition a lot more on the attack, which is why again this round very crucial. Now HSB holding on to that B main default. KO null command comes in quite early though, and it only shuts down those 3 players. Look at Shooter. Look at Shooter, Necro.
Yeah, he's found himself quite a lot of presence. There's quite a lot of map control. No one expects him to be there. Knight Rider, unfortunately, the vision got blocked because the wall. We've seen the same kind of situations for God Particles in the past. But Team Exploit now.
30 seconds left.
Again, they get the A site control. They're going to go for the plant too. HSB again on the lurk. He's not going to be expected over here. He was trying to look for another man to follow it up, but there we go. Scar God being shut down. King, a little bit of shots being missed at the start. But it's okay as long as he's able to correct his crosshair placement. That's all going to matter. Ember, a nice find on the Shaka. Will shut him down. HSB still approaching from the ropes. And Ember, you can clearly do see the paranoia setting in. He doesn't know what angle to trust and what angle to not. There we go. Soul peeks out this time. He's going to be a little too quick.
Oh boy. Again, I think defaults is where my entire analysis is going to go towards this map, where you can see clearly the rounds which God Particles got in the bag. It was where that KO was being proactive. It was where that KO was helping his team get into these advanced positions. The minute they step back, the minute they give a moment to exploit to really play a little more slow, a little more on the basis of what they want to do, their entire defense just falls apart because they have to cover too many angles at the same time. They have to wonder, is it going to be a slow push like it was in this round, or is it going to be a burst? Because exploit, they are very much capable of both. What God Particles really need to do, Necro, is eliminate one option off the table for Team Exploit. Force them to play in the style they want them to play, get aggressive with their defaults, and then play those same defaults, except with that KO then starting to push in solo as that secondary duelist almost. But boy, it's looking a little scary. And see if this tactical timeout works out. You can see Shivy detailing the instructions.
Oh man, where's the bird? Bring back the bird. Please someone tag him on Twitter and be like, we need your bird back.
His name is Tim Tim. Bring back Tim Tim.
Hashtag bring back Tim Tim. But yeah, 3-4 is the scoreline, and Team Exploit now having a little lead. And you can clearly do see the mental being a little shaken for God Particles. But it's okay. Nothing really much to worry about. It's just one round lead, and it can be capitalized or at least compromised easily. So, Ember over here on the B site. Playing it real safe. Going for some info peeks for sure. But nothing really much being found just yet. Soul finds an opening on the A site. It's quite a big one too. Because considering the fact that you're on the defending side and you do need the man advantage to work off, because you need to juggle between two sites. Shivy. Again, it's just that they're always left in a kind of like a guessing factor. The resurrection comes in through. Scargod's able to get himself back up on the feet. So now it's a 4-on-4 equal traits. Oh no, but Team Exploit, yeah, they're just able to find these little loopholes. They're able to find these little nooks and crannies. It's gonna push out the smoke. 22 HP, actually 24. But yeah, 3-on-3 situation. HSB tags him quite a bit.
Look at this though, they haven't really committed to the B side just yet, acknowledging that they have more than enough time to go for the rotate, waiting for the push from God Particles, but it never comes through. The discipline for God Particles might be, and they end up winning this round. But now with the Cosmic Device set up, they're finally going to commit onto site. Now the pop flash being pushed through by Shivy. The anti-flash angle held by Shooter. He's gonna cut them down and chop him into pieces. Removes any hope that God Particles had of that round. Shooter knew to expect that. As soon as the Cosmic Divide was set up that way, acknowledging that the KO is alive, he's like, they're gonna pop flash and push. I just need to wait for the sound cue of the flash, and then I kill both of them.
Exactly, and I also like how he was like jiggle peek in the corner too. First he got the info that okay, the pop flash comes through, instantly goes back into cover, and then peeks out again and just keeps spraying, goes full Rambo mode. Nice shutdown from Soul. Or at least nice shutdown onto Soul. Knight Rider's the only man left alive. 84 HP. Not really a lot. Might be caught over here, but no. Okay. The only man able to make the save over here, but still 2 rounds lead now for Team Exploit, and they cannot keep this going. They need to put on a stop over here. God Particles needs to do something.
Yeah, exactly. God Particles enemy remaining. Find a way to shut down just the simple fact that Exploit are getting to control every corner of the map. They are getting to dictate the pace with which they want to play. An interesting setup here with the Viper on B. I think what it is going to mean is that God Particles are going to go for an aggressive push down mid. But you can see the Vipers left that B side, so quite weird because there are better retake walls you can go for on B. So maybe just the mind game, like trying to set up that wall to make them feel like there's a stack or a presence in that B side, but there's actually none.
Okay. Trailblazers out. Again, Team Exploit, I just love how they're playing it, man. They're always keeping their mentality in check. They're always making sure they're not really overextending on any kind of, you know, they're not really going for a lot of confidence peaks. King as well trying to play off of his utility. He's going to satchel boost inside the site, but the gravity well's to perfection. Also taking a lot of damage from the snake bites, and unfortunately they just have nowhere to go. They're being trapped on the site. And Team Exploit, but finally they are able to open the floodgates. Scargod's trying his best to do something. He's trying his best to neutralize the threat, but that's not going to be the case. It's Team Exploit with another round on the board. 3 rounds lead CA, now they have a cushion.
Huge cushion too, Necro, because we have to reiterate the fact that God Particles composition much better on the defense, but they seem to be crumbling, they seem to be falling apart, and at this point, what is especially important is God Particles try to pull it back to a 6-6 Now they are in the perfect position. Last round was an eco. Now they get to go onto the full buys to try and make it happen. But again, they don't seem to be wanting to get aggressive with that KO raise combination. They set up the 0 point, find the Viper. Will they push through though? That's the question, because Exploit, you can see they will waste no time. They've already found that first pick towards mid.
Yeah. Trailblazers out 2 on the mid. At least they got the info there. There's someone available on top of the wall. And even if you do want to approach a fight, you can't just approach it like that. They gave away solo peeks, and he should have been a double peek for sure, but man peeked out a little bit too early. And this is why I'm saying not really a lot of discipline being shown, and this is where Team Exploit, they're just gaining a little edge over God Particles. A nice find through smoke though by Knight Rider. Okay, Knight Rider seems like he's on fire now. This is what I wanted to see, the glimpse of a Knight Rider that we like to see from the past. Shaka will be able to pass through, and no, that's a quick flick on the head, and Shaka will win that duel.
I don't think he even thought about Shaka appearing from that angle, because I think he was expecting to get some sort of audio cue if he dropped from that ramp entry. But because Shaka, I think he held crouch as he dropped, made sure there was no audio cue given. So beautifully played by the Astra, the Galaxy brains coming in from Shaka to shock the hell out of Ember right there and pick up the round. A 7-3 on board, putting water, spilling tea really over Knight Rider's efforts and potentially over God Particle's hopes and dreams as well. But what I noticed especially in that round was the Winter Wonderland Vandal from King. That's not something I've seen in a lot of players use. What?
Okay.
Spray and pray. That is the perfect example of spray.
Oh my god. This game right here. But Knight Rider though, I'm gonna hold on to my words for now. Oh no, it seems like they're also trying to get their hands dirty a little bit here, CA. They pulled out the judge.
I got the spike.
And now it's time for some street brawls. Enough of playing systematically, enough of playing with the rules. It's time to break some with the judge. And now Team Exploit. Yep. I mean, listen man, at this point, I've just given up, okay? Me, as being a sweaty player myself, who likes to grind a lot of rank, and whenever I die to a spray and pray, no matter what kind it is, it's like...
Here.
Right then and there, my mental is broken. I get a lot of emotional damage, so I just give up. Yeah.
But hey, right now, Exploit have plenty of time on the board. It's all up to Shooter though. Needs to check this angle and flick on our time, but
30 seconds left.
Worried about both get shut down, and that's most likely the hopes and dreams of God Exploit in this round.
Already concluding the results.
No, I mean, I'm so used to saying that because God Particles have lost so many rounds back to back. I'm sorry, God Particles, but they're doing very, very well.
Last round in the half.
That's the truth, man. Nothing much can be said.
I still can't wrap my head around that kill, though, by Scarguard. He's just... kamikaze mode. You know, I think that's...
That has happened with me. I'm not gonna lie. That has happened with me. I mean, it's more kind of like I've also done it a couple of times to the enemy team. It's like when you're being caught out in a really awkward place, and it's like you know you're donezo. You might as well just try and spam the left click at that point. So all I do is just hold it down, and I just try to like run back to safety. And I've connected a lot of headshots at that time with the Vandal. So yeah.
Talking about spamming the left click, I wonder if we could maybe see an Ares in action. You know. Not getting to see a lot of Ares.
Maybe if it was the map was sent, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's basically the only map we see it. And once in a while, Kappa pulls it out on Bind. But even that seems to have gone away recently. I miss my Ares, man. It had like 1 week of prominence in the meta. Yeah. And then everyone's like, no, reject, get out, live, no more Ares. Too hard to play against good Ares. Which is true. It was very hard to play against good Ares. Did they just throw a weapon? Wait, what? Why did they throw that weapon out?
Because they don't need it.
Okay.
I honestly feel like they accidentally bought it, and
but they don't like the skin or something? Huh?
No, they just accidentally bought too. I feel like.
Sus.
And then they were like,
very, very sus.
I don't know what to do with that. But yeah, Team Exploit left in a really awkward spot, but they still do want to go for the take over here. Viper sit down right there, but still the Viper's pit being shut down. What kind of a shot was that, Shooter? Oh my god, how was he able to hit that shot right there? And look at how much space he's created for himself. With the showstopper, yep, King just able to create a lot of space. And now Team Exploit having like pretty much 70% of the map control in their hands. And God Particles, they're being trapped in their own defender spawn.
What?
Not really looking that great, but still the resurrection comes through. The Scar God is always being saved by Knight Rider, but he's not able to deliver.
So they shut down. That flank could have been the reason Exploit win this round. But with the Cosmic Device set up, it does give them an opportunity to peek through. King waiting and spotting out Ember. He's gonna shut them down, and now the 8-4 lead taken for Team Exploit. And at this point, you can see they're vibing. They're feeling themselves. They got the smiles on their faces because they can glimpse the ending. They can glimpse the finish. We're talking about glimpses. How the heck did Shooter just instantly flick onto Logi right there? Like, that's something that I get emotional damage over, man. Like, I don't even see the dude and he just flicks onto my head. Like, huh?
But yeah, 4 rounds lead for now, and we're going to be moving inside the second half. And the second half round is going to be meaning quite a lot for Team Exploit, and so does God Particles. For Team Exploit, I feel like it's going to mean a little bit more because, of course, if they do get the first round in the hand, it will be a follow-up as well on the bye round. So pretty much 2 rounds back-to-back. That means they'll have like a 10-round lead, or at least like 10 rounds on the board. And oh no, if they do find those illegal finds like that, then I feel like 10 rounds should be on the board in no time.
It's that Ion Sheriff buff Necro you were talking about. Sorry, the Reaver Sheriff buff Necro you always mention. It's your
I
favorite
actually
sheriff.
talked about, no, my favorite is Ion Sheriff. Ion Sheriff is actually
you like
really
the
good.
Reaver sound, right?
Yeah, I do. Reaver skin set overall is a really good one. Yeah. There we go. Ember's probably going to fall down to his death too, but no. Instead, it's Ember trying to neutralize some things. Shooter gets caught out again, and it's just the Reaver Sheriff just making it ring. Be like, boom.
Yeah, that's a better way of emoting that sound. But right now, 4v2 on the board. This pistol was crucial for God Particles, but they've fumbled and they've stumbled and they've found themselves falling apart. Unfortunately, this is not the story of the tortoise and the rabbit. You actually need to go fast and high to break down Exploit. You can't go slow and steady and take them down because it's not going to work out. The rabbit will win in Valorant.
Yeah. Should be 2 right there. It's the final man left alive to keep the hopes and dreams alive as well. Pretty much on the map is split. Now keep this in mind, if 10 rounds are on the board, that means already a lot of rounds are given away. Shivy though is trying his best, but unfortunately runs out of bullets, so is not really able to do that much. Will fall down. Team Exploit, 9 rounds on the board for them. 9-4 is the scoreline, and pretty much follow it up with another one too, so make it 10.
How does he do that? We saw Rossi doing it too, like in the last match. They just spray and they hit the headshots. Like, it's not even like they hit some body shots, you know? Because I've noticed that sometimes when I spray like that, at the end of the round I find out that I actually hit some body shots. These guys hit headshots, man, just randomly spraying through, like...
Listen, whenever I spray my Sheriff, I hit everything else but the actual enemy in the front.
I can imagine.
But, yeah. There we go. Team Exploit, they're going to have not a lot of problems to shut this push down. Shooter connecting some inhuman shots for sure. But again, it's just an eco for God Particles, so I'm not really going to be talking quite a lot about it. But this means moving inside the next round, they're going to have a full bonus. Okay, flawless round 2. So full bonus inside the next round, and if they do win the bonus round 2, CA, then I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say either because I am feeling quite sad for God Particles. And the thing is, on Breeze we saw some new strats from Exploit. On Split there's nothing new. This is what they played in the past. This is what they've continued playing, and they don't seem to be pressured at all into revealing their strats. So you have to wonder how deep the pool and the playbook of Exploit is, and that's going to scare the crap out of other teams. Now what is that wall, Soul? Literally the tiniest wall I've ever seen.
He just doesn't care. He just wants to block that. That's his main vision right there. And oh no, the opening being found too. Shooter gets his Blade Storm on the board. So again, even if it's a bonus, it's not going to matter because Shooter has his Blade Storm ready, and if he's able to get these frags like that, then okay, the Snake Bite 2 to follow it up. They're just rubbing salt on God Particle's wounds at this point. Logistas trying his best to fight back. Oh, that's a quick shot connection as well, CA. The Blade Storm still there. He's going for the heals from HSB, and he will get some 2-on-4 situation. Shaka has the judge available in his hands. And both the players now, they're looking to rotate. Actually, no, scratch that. They're still trying to play on the mid aggression or the mid control. They have that. They've also found themselves an entry in the B heaven. But oh no, not anymore. That's the man shut down. Shooter is able to find skulls like it's nothing. This man has some crisp aim today. He's feeling himself for sure. Judge in the hand. Any more distance being cut off. That's not going to be good news. A Shooter with a 4K. How is this man so good?
I mean, that's a question we're gonna hopefully get to ask him personally, because if it goes on this way and Exploit do win this map, we will get the interview with the winners. Well, I say we, but it's actually the movie desk.
Yeah, we won't. Yeah. See, you gotta live in the reality.
I am sending over some questions, but I want to go back to that wall, man. Soulmate, again, I think, okay, there we go. That's much better. That's what I was saying. If he just does the same wall from the other side, then he can give the wall over from mid as well. That last round was just Soulmate being like, nah. You guys,
I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't really care about you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like a battle wiper.
Handle yours.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna be like a battle wiper, dude. I'm gonna play for myself. I don't care about you guys. Look at the proactive nature to CA. It's like Team Exploit, they're able to read into God Particle's minds. And God Particles, they're not able to do anything to counter that. And oh, the Satchel 2 to follow it up. King is lining these dead bodies. He's making the mid look like a graveyard. Flash to follow through. Ember, though, only on 4 HP. One more bullet connection, and there we go. Ember will fall down. 4-on-2 situation. Knight Rider is the man left alive on B main. A lot of hopes and dreams. A lot of hopes for sure from this man, but oh no. Well, there we go. With that kill, the hopes and dreams as well fading away of getting this map in their hands.
Toxin screen down.
Now 4v1 right now on the map, and yeah, hopes and dreams exactly.
30
just
seconds
completely
left.
Disappearing, but hey, Logi has full HP and a Bulldog to his name. If he can get the timing on this right, maybe can clutch this out. Makes that a 1v3 real quick. Not gonna get rewarded with a weapon, but can just try to isolate Soulmate right here now. He did give away his position. He had to, didn't have time. Able to find two now. Trying to get the spike planted, but they're not gonna give him the opportunity to isolate them even further. The trade comes through as Shooter peeks out by HSB, and just like that,
Shooter, man. He's literally stretching himself. He's like, it's too easy for me. Someone take my PC over.
One enemy remaining. The line too, like too easy.
You don't need the voice lines. His body language is speaking it for himself. But yeah, 12 rounds on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Team Exploit, one more round away from sending God Particles in the lower brackets.
We'll have to see. Maybe God Particles in the India Qualifier 1. They were 12-4 up, and they had a comeback happen against them by Global Esports. Now, can they reverse that curse?
That's a bit too much of hopium.
Themselves? I know it's too much, but Kappa made it happen, so why can't Gopi?
Okay, still, let's go. Hopium, let's go, chat. Collapse in the chat. Pray for God Particles.
You can answer my question why they can't make it happen. Don't be rude,
they can't. Look. I mean, at this point, I just feel like a lot of rounds are already given away. Yeah, maybe they can win this round. Sure, they can take it. But
that's what you said in the GE Golf match. That's what both of us said.
No, again.
GE made it happen.
But again, you need to realize that was one of those clutches that pretty much happened 1 in a million.
True.
Or pretty much once in a while. So if those kind of clutches do come through, then maybe, yeah, I do understand. They can get a lot of confidence boost. But it's quite rare. It's a rare sight to witness. And over here, even if Team Exploit do lose out on this round, it's not going to matter a lot to them yet, because we've known they don't really need a lot. And there we go, Team Exploit, they're just able to open these floodgates. They're able to get these loopholes. They're able to find these loopholes. And the final man, Ember, is down to only 21 HP. Got Particles. The team play is not really coming through. The team synergy, somewhere downline missing. The communication's not there. And it's defenders who win. That means Team Exploit send Got Particles into lower brackets as they win the best of 3 series of the Group A.
King failing his satchels right there was a bit of a funny moment, but what's funnier is Shooter's camera towards the end. He's like, I want to screenshot.
I think so. He just shuts his camera down. He's like, I don't really, I'm done playing. I don't really need to keep the camera on anymore. I'm just going to shut it down quickly. But yeah, Team Exploit, we talked about how good this team is when it comes to researching and pretty much knowing what your enemy team's weaknesses are. And clearly it was seen over here too. Team Exploit doing a really good job exploiting each and every single loopholes that are being given to them.
And talking about loopholes, you're very lucky you got away with the predictions of this matchup, because for all 3 other matchups, the casters had the exact same predictions. But for this matchup, both the English and Hindi desk were split apart. I went for the 2-1 exploit. Nekro went for the God P. Same for the Hindi desk. 1 went for God P, 1 went for exploit.
Wait, I think so. I went for. I think so. I went with God P. Okay. Yeah, okay.
2-1. Both of us went for 2-1. Hey, 2 maps, Exploit, just as you said, prepare really well to make it happen now. For Exploit, I think what especially is a big strength, Necro, is I don't feel like they revealed much on this map of Split, so they get to carry on with whatever strats they have supposedly hidden that HSB mentioned in his interview in the Pakistan qualifier.
I didn't really see a lot of hidden strats coming through, at least on Split. Maybe maybe a couple on Breeze, okay.
Yeah, the chamber on Breeze.
Yeah, but nothing really coming through on Split because they were just so confident, right? And we talked about this. This was the pick of Team Exploit themselves, so it made a lot of sense too why they pretty much were so confident coming inside this. And we didn't really see like a lot of proper executions. We saw just some. They were some pro executions. Don't get me wrong, but those are the kind of executions that we've seen a lot of times in the past too.
Yeah, exactly. So. We'll have to see if Team Exploit will be tested in their upper bracket finals matchup, because they're going to find out their opponent for that in the next series that we have coming up. But before we start talking about that, let's acknowledge the MVP of this best of 3 series. No surprise whatsoever. Shooter was on an absolute tear.
Yeah, Shooter definitely deserves to be there on the MVP of the best of 3s. And of course, with the kills of 46, 23 deaths, and 3 assists, and the econ rating of 73, and average combat score of 308, with 10 first bloods, Shooter has made his mark all the way on top. Team Exploit team card is right in front of you guys too. Don't really have a lot of kills because they pretty much just straight up qualified from their qualifier, their regional qualifier.
We're going to see similar statistics for Enigma in the next game. Both of these teams were 2 of the first teams that qualified in to the playoffs itself. So clearly they are not as compared to someone like GE, who's crossed 500 kills, hadn't had to play that many matches. But they don't have to worry about the MVP in that regard. It's not gross number at the end of the day. It is average statistics, I believe, to decide the MVP. I kind of wish they took votes from us though. Because that's what they do, I believe, in League of Legends. They take votes from all the casters, the journalists, and everyone involved in the event, and then they decide the MVP.
I'm pretty sure if they did that, SK Rossi will be the MVP.
Nah.
Because at this point, at this point, SK Rossi is a man who's made a lot of people his fans, you know?
Yeah, but think about someone like Rafio, who's really stepped up. Think about someone like Shooter, who's been taking it away. So I think
it's been a long time. I haven't seen Rafio in action.
We witness the action every day, so I think we would definitely almost be biased against SK Rossi because we expect so much of him, you know?
Yeah. But again, I mean, Raw Fuel, you talked about him. Haven't really seen him action since a long time, but I don't have to wait anymore. Neither do you guys, because the upcoming map is going to be played by Enigma Gaming against Khumbu Esports. The upcoming Best of 3 series definitely has to be an interesting one. But again, as I said, the vision's a little bit clearer on that Best of 3. We're expecting a complete stomp from the side of Enigma Gaming because we talked about this. Why? Now, of course, Khumbu Esports coming in from the Nepal region, I honestly feel like they haven't truly been tested on all their skills.
Yeah, we'll have to see, I think, because they are going to be tested on everything against Enigma.
Yeah, but it seems like we have a little interview lined up, so without wasting any more time, we're going to straight up throw to it.
पे तो आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा बोलूंगा वो भी एक अंडरस्टेटमेंट होगा तो व्हाट वाज द कॉल आउट्स ऑन स्प्लिट मैं जानना चाहूंगा क्योंकि एक पॉइंट के बाद आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत अच्छा था
हाँ तो वी फील गुड थैंक यू जॉनी और क्या कहते हैं स्प्लिट में आई थिंक वी लाइक थोड़ा सा काफी टाइम बाद एक टूर्नामेंट एनवायरनमेंट था प्लेयर्स पूरी हमारी टीम के लिए तो थोड़ा सा एक हेजिटेशन टाइप प्लेस में थे थोड़ा सा अंडर प्रेशर फील हो रहा था सबको लेकिन जैसे गेम रोलिंग चल रही थी गेम के अंदर तो उसके बाद थोड़ा प्रेशर रिलीज हुआ और आई थिंक स्प्लिट में 100% आ गए हम लोग लेकिन आज अब्दुर ने कॉलिंग की काफी अच्छी और बीच में हमारा कोच जो था सेक्सी उसने कॉलिंग की थी टक टाइम आउट्स के बीच में तो काफी अच्छा था ओवरऑल अच्छा गेम प्ले था हमारी तरफ से अच्छे फेक्स अच्छी स्ट्रैट्स एग्जीक्यूट हुई तो खुशी हो रही है और एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी क्योंकि हमारी प्रैक्टिस के रिजल्ट्स बहुत अच्छे थे तो बस यही है
काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा और एक चीज़ मेरे दिमाग में जब आपसे हमारी बात हुई थी पाकिस्तान अफगानिस्तान क्वालिफायर के ग्रैंड
क्योंकि हमारी प्रैक्टिस के रिजल्ट्स बहुत अच्छे थे तो बस यही है
काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा और एक चीज़ मेरे दिमाग में जब आपसे हमारी बात हुई थी पाकिस्तान अफगानिस्तान क्वालिफायर के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के बाद आपने एक चीज़ बोली थी कि यू स्टिल हैव सम स्ट्रैट्स लेफ्ट क्या चेंबर वो स्ट्रैट का एक हिस्सा है बिकॉज ब्रीज के ऊपर चेंबर हमने नहीं दिखा आपको इससे पहले खेलते हुए ऑन वीसीसी
नहीं वी हैव बीन गोइंग थ्रू अ लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस इन आवर टीम काफी ज्यादा सिस्टमैटिकल अप्रोच डाली हमने गेम में वी वर लैकिंग दैट बिफोर एंड आई थिंक the addition of Sexy is helping us. The whole team is working together, even though we got dropped. I mean, हमने team exploit छोड़ दी, organization छोड़ दी. मगर फिर भी सबसे strong बात ये है कि our manager, our players and our coach, everyone is working as a team, as a single unit. और सबका गोल ये है कि at least एक इंडियन टीम के साथ एक पाकिस्तानी टीम भी बाहर जाए इस बार
एचएसबी एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगा जैसे आपने अपने ऑर्ग से पार्ट होने का जो डिसीजन था वो अभी मेंशन किया सो डू यू थिंक कि ये जो वीसीसी अब इसी वजह से और भी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट बन चुका है आपकी टीम के लिए कि आपको अपने आप को अच्छे से दिखाना है सो दैट फ्यूचर प्रॉस्पेक्ट जो है वो अच्छे से लाइन अप हो
बीइंग अ प्लेयर हमारे लिए कभी भी कोई और प्रायोरिटी नहीं रही है हमारे लिए जीतना प्रायोरिटी रहा है हमारे लिए आगे बढ़ना प्रायोरिटी रहा है तो आई थिंक राइट नाउ द मेन फोकस इज विनिंग एंड व्हाटएवर हैपेंस हैपेंस
अच्छा अब एक लाइट हार्टेड क्वेश्चन पूछूंगा आपसे जो हमारी एक नई एंथम वीडियो आ रही है यू आर अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस सो हाउ एक्साइटेड आर यू फॉर दैट
सो आई हैव सीन इट ऑलरेडी और आई डोंट वांट टू स्पॉइल एनीथिंग बट इट्स माइंड ब्लोइंग गाइस
एग्जैक्टली माइंड ब्लोइंग तो रहेगा ही एंड हमारे जो स्टार है वीडियो के एक हमारे साथ मौजूद है सो एचएसबी थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन एंड एक बार आपसे सुनना चाहूंगा कि आप दर्शकों को बोल दें सब्सक्राइब करने के लिए ताकि म्यूजिक वीडियो जो है वो सबको पहुंचे
तो बॉयज नॉडविन गेमिंग चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो और हर मैच देखो क्योंकि अब से जितना भी आगे कंपटीशन है बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटिंग होने वाला है क्योंकि आज के मैच में मुझे ये बात फील हो चुकी है
Exactly. I mean, that's the perfect message, HSB. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations once again, and all the best आपके आने वाले matches के लिए.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Oh, great conversation, man, from Johnny right there. Wholesome conversations with the man, but also got a little bit of insights about the organization. They said they left Team Exploit, but still they're playing under that name. It's quite interesting to see, and even though after taking such a huge step, it's not really affecting them quite a lot. But with that being said, after the third best of 3 series out the way from Group A, it was the first one. Now we're going to be moving on to the second one, which is going to be Enigma Gaming versus Khumbu Esports. But not just yet. Before that, we are going to be pushing to a short break. We'll be right back.
be so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound the alarm when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. To battle with the power with Charles Jurassic. Gnashing T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all.
Brave is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Assemble the masses, melt the plastic, compound the alarm when
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. This is the second map of Group A and also our second best of 3 series of the Group A and also the final best of 3 series of the day. Pretty much we went through 3 best of 3 series and now this is the 4th one that we're going to be start off with, and it's going to be between Enigma Gaming and Khumbu Esports. Now we do know what Enigma Gaming is capable of, but I feel like over here, just to shed a little bit more light on the viewers as well, I feel like we need to talk a little bit more about Khumbu Esports and what we saw from in the past in their own regional qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely. So to do exactly that, Nekro, I think from the side of Khumbu Esports, we were expecting a dominating performance because they were the players who were able to qualify from Nepal region last time as well. And they did show glimpses of that here and there, but with a few key errors, right? So I think a lot of those errors came down to the fact that Asite, the player from Maldives, their international acquisition, was a newer player to the team. So like we saw from Exeli, a lot more clean gameplay is what I want to see today from Khumbu. Give Enigma a run for their money, you know, because Enigma, well, they're a team that doesn't need much talking about. Arguably even the best team right now in the Indian subcontinent.
Oh yeah, indeed. They might just be literally the best teams out there. But again, in India Q1, they pretty much dominated their way through. After that, they've had quite a huge break. So maybe that's going to be affecting their performance a little bit more, or a little bit. That can be one other factor that might just set in.
Now, Exeli has been continuously spamming Neon for the last 1.5 weeks on his stream.
It's not going to happen. No way.
If it was to happen, I think it is Enigma and Exeli. But I will say, I don't think they have any reason to play it right now against Khumbu Esports. I mean, nothing to take away from Khumbu, but this is supposed to be a relatively easier matchup for them. I think that Neon might be something they stay for next weekend.
I mean,
I guarantee you Exeli will play a Neon in VCC. I will make that call right here, right now.
Okay, he might just play Neon in VCC, but I honestly feel like Neon should be played against Khumbu Esports if they do want to try things out. This can again be the practice grounds for them. You know, they can try and pretty much warm up for the better competition in the front. Now, it doesn't really mean if you do play Neon, you're going to be exposing your strats. As I mentioned, you're still going to be in the playground. You're still going to be in the training grounds for yourself. So the teams won't really have the final result of how Enigma Gaming is going to be playing Neon or utilizing Neon in the future composition.
Yeah, exactly. And it also gives them that extra, using that extra practice you mentioned, it gives them the extra opportunity to correct the small mistakes that might happen when they play Neon the first time around. So I think there's pros and cons to both perspectives. On one hand, trying to surprise your opponents with Neon can be quite effective. But on the other hand, polishing that composition with the Neon can give your team a lot of advantages. Either ways, I just want a Neon, man. So, like, let's go, Kelly.
Honestly, it'll be really interesting to see, but I honestly feel like we're not really going to be seeing a Neon pulled out, at least today.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what I'm going with. And over here, even the predictions, everyone's just going with Enigma Gaming, a 2-0 scoreline for them.
Hey, Nek.
Khumbu. Yeah, what's up?
How much should you pay production?
For what?
They showed the predictions in match 1, in match 2, and in match 4. Could we be avoiding the one series where our predictions were different?
Listen, man, okay, what are you talking about? I went with Team Exploit 2-0. CA is literally just trying to, like... Guys, listen, this man is just... Listen, he's literally just sprinkling some, like, I don't even know. He's just like, putting some fuel in the fire right now. That's not the truth, okay? I went with Team Exploit 2-0. And that's what I went with. Now CA is over here, out here lying things clearly. But moving it forward, moving inside the map selection. And it's going to be Khumbu Esports picking up the map of Ascent. Enigma Gaming are pretty much chill with that. And the ban coming in on the map of Fracture, which is a comfort ban for Khumbu. And then Enigma Gaming as well banning out Breeze. And then instantly, as I mentioned, Ascent is the pick. And Icebox is the pick for Enigma Gaming. And I feel like Ascent should be Enigma Gaming's map.
Yeah. That's what we're assuming, but we'll have to see if Enigma Gaming is actually able to show up. But Icebox picked up is quite interesting. I wouldn't have been surprised if Enigma went for the point, so maybe just trying to push Khumbu where it hurts, because I don't think Khumbu actually play a lot of Icebox. So I think one key difference already from Enigma that we're seeing is that they've had so much time to prepare that they most likely have every map ready. So unlike other teams who go for comfort bans and comfort picks, Enigma might actually be a rare team who goes for target bans and target picks, attacking the opposition where it hurts the most. Because I do think that's the strongest way you can do a veto, have your entire map pool ready and then force the opposition to play in areas where they are not strong.
I mean, again, there are weak points and positive points for both these teams, but I highly doubt Enigma Gaming has even done research on Khumbu Esports at this point. They're just over here to play. I mean, look.
You really think YB doesn't cover all his bases?
Maybe YB has watched a couple of VODs and he's like, YB's like, I feel like YB is the kind of person, if he really does feel like, okay, that's not really huge of a competition, he's not really going to try to scare his players as well by telling, okay, this is how they play, this is what they do. He's going to be like, all right, just go ahead and play your classic game. It's not really going to matter. I believe you guys are going to win.
Yeah, 100%. I do agree with that. I don't think any changes will be expected. For KO, for Exeli, okay. I think immediately trying to match that KO that Thin pulls up on the map of Ascent, because normally we see Exeli playing the Sky on this map. So immediately a key change from the side of Enigma Gaming, adapting to what Khumbu bring to the table. So I love it. You can see they've clearly done their research.
They have. They indeed have. And I'm surprised, not going to lie. But a mirror matchup, CA. As expected. Coming through, and Enigma Gaming just surprising the hell out of Khumbu Esports. Now, the team that really does need a lot of research here has to be Khumbu Esports, and now we're going to find out if they have done it or not.
Yeah. We'll have to see, because at this point for Enigma Gaming, it's also a case of establishing for their opponents. We can play KO, we can play Sky. You never know what to expect against us, you know. And they're also showing that we have players in our team who are capable of flexing their agents depending on what team we're playing against, which makes preparing against Enigma Gaming so damn difficult. You're never going to know if they're going to stick to what is comfortable for them, or if they're going to pull a rabbit out of the hat and just bring on something new. But hey, right now, Exeli on KO, that's going to be an interesting thing to witness. And we'll see how it does end up working out.
And here we go. See it. The pistol round's going to mean quite a lot, and Khumbu Esports, they have some crack tamers indeed. Exeli being the recent addition in the squad as well. Khumbu Esports, they have a promising lineup coming out of Nepal region. But still, is it as promising to take down a huge team like Enigma Gaming? That's what we're going to find out soon. But a technical break, of course, this is kind of like a tradition right now. This is kind of like a thing that just goes around in the VCC. Before every single game starts, or at least before any of the best of 3 series start, we will have to go to a technical break. It's just kind of like a ritual we do.
Yeah, it's like the standard Indian rituals, you know. It's like where most Indian rituals start off with the Lord Ganesha, I believe. All the Valorant games will start off now with a technical break. Such has been deemed by Lord Necro.
They're praying the technical break gods. That it's like, okay, we're giving you your dedicated time. We're giving you a lot of attention. Please don't bug us in games. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, like take all the tech breaks you want now. No more during the games.
Please. Please, please, I'll beg you. But yeah.
This has to be a camp break, I think, though, because Enigma is in a boot camp. Because if it was a boot camp issue, then all of their players would be AFK, which is clearly not the case, or is it?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Wait, none of the players are moving. Oof. Oh, no. Okay.
They are.
Moving. Just now, Rafiel started
They're just trolling. I think so. They were just outside eating some stuff, and, you know, they're like, all right, guys, come. It's game time.
Yeah. I wish we could do that in solo queue. I wish I could pause and just eat in the middle. It'd be really nice.
I mean, I literally eat while I'm playing. It's like, when I actually need to play, I'm playing. But as soon as the round's done, and it's like prep phase, I just start eating quickly. I just like put a lot of food in my mouth, and then I just like start playing again while I'm chewing it.
How do you talk then?
I don't need to talk. I'm a install
yeah,
jet,
you press
man.
W. Yeah, you don't need to talk. Wait, how do you give callouts of like who killed you or what killed you then?
I mean, you can literally see it on the kill feed.
Wow, you're one of those. Okay, you're one of those players. So like, bro, you can see it on your map.
You can see it on your map, kill feed,
yeah,
everything.
The only thing I say to those players, if I can see it on my map, so can you. So open your damn mic and just say it. Like, it doesn't hurt you, you're dead, man. Just give the call out.
Okay, I'm dead, but the thing is, I'm dead, and I don't want to, like, you know, put any kind of problems in your gameplay. I just want to be quiet. I want to let you focus. That's why I don't say anything.
Because giving me a call out of who killed you and where would problems in my gameplay. Okay. Okay.
But yeah, no, I mean, I don't really do it a lot of times. usually I don't really do all the time. So of course, I am usually out there talking to my teammates, and actually, I am the only one who talks quite a lot in a competitive game, while the rest of my teammates are quiet.
I mean, your job is to talk, so I can believe
I'm
that.
just kind of used to it. Yeah, not gonna lie. Yeah.
But what is going on? Like, this has to be a boot camp issue. None of the players of Enigma are moving. Anti moved for the second. Joined
They're
RDK
just trolling
on doors, and now they seem to be making out or something.
Nah, they're just like trolling at this point. It's like they're just pretending. They just want to show that they are having a technical break, but they're actually not.
What? I mean, they're not even showing us Enigma cameras, so I assume that it is actually a bootcamp issue for all of the players.
I think so. Their cameras just like
the internet just derped at the last
Cypher
moment.
hacked into their cameras because Cypher's mad they're not playing him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can imagine that.
So he was like, I know exactly where you are.
Well, that's kind of scary if that actually happened to their PCs. Oh, but I just want to see the game. Why you do this? Whoever did this to Enigma, bring back Enigma-chan.
Oh no, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please pray to the technical break gods that please go away pretty quickly. But before that, we also have a little announcement about the anthem. So we are releasing an epic VCC anthem in collaboration with Sidhe Moth and Says on the Beat, and starring SK Rossi HSB and Sami and Hika as animated avatars. If you want to know more about the anthem, you should definitely check out at NODWIN Gaming on social media. And we will also be able to catch a little glimpse of the music video too. That is releasing tomorrow, I think so. Soon? Yep. I'm not really sure what's that going to be, but yeah,
it's going to be releasing tomorrow on stream. So make sure you come to the stream as well tomorrow and catch a glimpse of that, man. I just want to say, Necro, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but it's been a lot of work to get that anthem going for you guys. So I just hope you all love it. Like, it's been like 3 months of work for one 3-minute anthem. So I hope everyone loves it.
You guys see, for a 3-minute anthem, that's 3 months of work, guys. It's not easily achievable, but yeah. Yeah, at this point, I don't know myself. Why is this technical break still there, CA? I mean, they're in a boot camp. There we go. Finally, the technical break. Okay,
I think I figured it out, Necro. I'm gonna put my
their
Sherlock hat on.
Their pings are visible too in game.
Yeah, they're back. So I think I figured it out. I think this was all a production ploy, telling us that, bro, casters, you forgot to plug the VCC anthem in. And as soon as we plugged the VCC anthem, I'm like, okay, good job, boys. We can now get on with the game.
Okay, actually, they could have just DM'd us on WhatsApp.
I see you, production. I know, right? Nah, I'm kidding. I say production, guys. Don't end up spamming Cassie production or something like that. I assume it's just a bootcamp issue, but they're now back and we can get started with the map, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. And Enigma Gaming as well. There we go. Oh, nice 2 quick shots on the RVK to shut him down. Moonlight 2 as well is able to follow it up. And what's going on? Is this going to be another surprise matchup where Khumbu Esports are going to give a tough fight to Enigma Gaming? Rawfield slowly and steadily moving inside tree area.
Dab. Penguin dab.
Let's go
Penguin dab in the chat real quick before we get back to the round. But a 3v5 retake on the cards for Enigma Gaming, and they have 1 fragment as well as a flashpoint to try and set it up. So definitely can try to push through and surprise the players in under heaven. But I think your answers to your question about will this be a surprise matchup starting to show up is Khumbu likely to pick up a flawless pistol here.
Oh, that's a really great shock dart though. Rexy reading it to perfection, and now it's the only man left alive. Recon darts out too to get a little bit more information, but it's not really on the mark, so that's going to be a little problem. Rexy shoulder peeking out, but it's fine. Khumbu Esports, another round of the board. I mean, actually, that's the first round of the board for them, and that's a really great way to kick things off because they really needed this.
Yeah, 100%. But Khumbu picking up the pistol. Moonlight, surprising me, on the Sova, picking up a 3K for himself. But it's really Asite, the star player. And I am noticing that Asite seems to be much better off on the ping department than he was during the Nepal qualifiers. Had like, I think, almost 100, 110 ping consistently there. Now only 45. So I personally love that. Let's go. Whatever you did for your ping, Asite, I approve.
Sia approves, as long as you're having a great time in the game. as long as we're having fair competition. Oh, the spot came through. Raw fuel shut down. Not really able to do a lot of things even in the second round. Now keep this in mind. If they do keep all the Spectres, that means they will have flawless run for sure, but will also move in with a clear bonus to work with. Khumbu Esports. Oh my god, Enigma Gaming, they're just being shut down. I do understand it's just an eco, but I expected a little bit of more damage, and that's what I was talking about. RVK finds it, but it's okay.
I gotta talk about that flash real quick. So that's a really smart flash that I recently learned about. From Thin, you flash behind you, so the player in front of you is flashed out, but you aren't. Only the edges of your vision is flashed out. He ends up dying because RVK doesn't actually get flashed. But I really love the fact that he even knows about that flash because it's a key part of the KO utility, how you utilize that pop flash. So love seeing this teensy bits of preparation from Khumbu.
I mean, I don't know if you've played CSGO, but that's what usually players do. Yeah, it's like very common in there. So
not something you regularly see in Valo though. It's a common thing in EMEA, but even NA I haven't seen those flashes come through for all teams. So I love it that Khumbu is already picking on those small things. Usually SA lags behind.
And we talk about, oh, that's a lot of tag coming through. RVK is able to damage that man quite a lot. Shock darts out too to flush out RVK from his spot that he's found himself in. Great flash. A lot of discomfort for sure, but RVK whiffs a lot of bullets right there on the spray. And don't worry, man, we got it on the cam. Thin is left alive, and he's connecting those shots. Thin will be shut down. For all the people that don't really know who Thin is, Thin was the man who was there even last year too, and he was playing under the tag of NODWIN Gaming from the Nepal region itself. And Thin is one of those people that is a star player as well for this lineup.
Yeah, he was the primary duelist last year, but RVK with that spray, man. I don't think he's gonna be happy he got it on camera. Like, please, he's gonna be praying, like, please, NODWIN, don't be spectating me when I did that. But we got it all, RVK. We got you. Okay, I can't finish that sentence. might just not be thinking. But 2-1 though. Really good bonus round for Khumbu, even though they actually lose the round. Now is when they have the full buy on, and with the help of the null command, they're forcing into sights. This null command can be so devastating against this Killjoy, because you can see, despite all of that setup from the defensive Killjoy, she can't use anything. Her turret is useless, and they just get the win, get the sight over here, and potentially even the win in this round.
And Enigma Gaming now. They're looking to get this retake happen. Thin, that's a great find through him. Antidote as well on the tree area. 4-4 situation, raw fuel as well now. Getting the man advantage to his team. Enigma Gaming, they're being blinded by a lot of flashes right there on the site. Now it's a 2-on-2. Raw fuel's still alive. He can pull off some insane plays. He has the mechanical aim. But again, doesn't really have a lot of HP to support him. And yes, he also will need to get the beat on the timing too, but there's no way the defuse will come through. Raw fuel's gone.
Last player standing.
I kind of wish he'd gone for the defuse and relied on Exeli to hold his back, because you could see the defuse was not an open one for the players playing under heaven. There's no way they could have pushed him without revealing themselves to Exeli. So even if he got half the defuse and Exeli got a 1-for-1 trade, then he could have played it out Exeli's life and finished off the defuse. But I can understand, he's a duelist. You know, he has the same tendencies you do. Wants to kill first, defuse later.
Hell yeah.
You lose the round if you do that.
I mean, it's okay, you know?
Kills are important.
Kills are important, yeah. You get satisfaction when you get kills, especially if you're top fragging, so I get what Rawfield's trying to do there. Enigma Gaming, though. There we go. Smoke's out. Enigma Gaming, they're being blocked off right now. There is a little cushion available for Khumbu Esports, but still not a lot to work off of with that they can rely heavily on. And 2 opening frags easily being slit right into Enigma's pockets. So now it's a 3-on-5. Khumbu Esports are definitely going to be in a lot of discomfort. This is where the paranoia will start to set in.
Yeah, you need to be very careful with how they played it. So far, they played very but right now, playing much slower, waiting to get some information from Enigma and Exeli. End up working into Enigma's hands because right now Exeli will just back up, acknowledges that they're going for this heavy A mid to A execute. But Asite able to take down Antidote, I'm not sure how.
30
That
seconds
was a
left.
bit of a weird one. I'm not sure how Anti gets caught up, but that's okay. Rafiel still able to pull one back and makes it a 4v2 on the map. Now 2 from heaven, 2 from ghost. This should be a simple enough retake for Enigma.
That's a great shot from him. Make it 3k for Rafiel on the board. And now it's a 3-on-1 situation. The Soa does have the Hunter Sphere available, but still it's highly unlikely that he's actually going to go for it. He's also getting attacked by the
Moonlight
Owl Drone, and there we go. RVK finally connects the final shots on
down.
Moonlight,
And a fun
and
fact
he will
about
be shut down
RVK,
as well.
guys, it is that he recently bought the Ion Sheriff, you know, just bought into the bandwagon about Ion Sheriff being OP. And you can see he definitely likes it.
30
Already
seconds
popping some heads with that Sheriff.
Planted.
Oh man.
Enemy remaining.
But yeah, overall, Enigma Gaming make it 2 rounds on the board now. 2-3 is the scoreline, and I feel like this might just be the start of Enigma Gaming's domination.
Here.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll have to see if they can continue this form because they still haven't got the perfect eco to enable an operator on Rafiel. We ideally do want to see him on the operator, so they've got to make sure that they get this another round in the back too. And to do that, they've got the null command available this time for them, so they can play on a retake setup, but they're not going to change that up whatsoever. Just the anchors agent switched up as Anti comes over onto ADK playing that B side. Scouting will get caught out here. Trying to set up the flashes so he can get away, and he's able to do exactly that. But on the other side, Slumber and Levi get one each. Exeli and Rexy do manage to trade it back.
Yeah.
So Enigma, a little too close.
Yeah, it's still not going to matter quite a lot though. Because Enigma Gaming, even if they do let a frag slip by, it's like they're able to get 2 for the trade. So that in itself is quite well played from their side. Overall, Khumbu Esports crumbling down right here on the tree area, and Enigma Gaming getting these frags in their hands. I like how they were playing off of like contact play on the tree. 3-3 is the scoreline, the equalization coming in. And Khumbu Esports now will need to start, they will start sweating.
Hold those angles.
Everything seems to be fixed up now. And as you said, it will be with the operator coming online. Rafiel found one. He spotted Asite out too, but Asite quickly dashing on out there. Now, because of this operator, you can see the setups have drastically changed. Exeli will now reprise his role as a secondary duelist, effectively playing the mid angle. And always that KO is going to play angles that he can easily pop flash and peek on. So that's going to be something that Khumbu can look to exploit, because playing the KO themselves, they have to acknowledge that tendency.
Now, Enigma Gaming also have like 3 retake utilities available, CA. So that's pretty huge. They have the lockdown available, also the null command. There we go, null command being used, but oh no, Enigma Gaming, they're just being flushed from the site. That's a great flash, but still it's not going to blind anyone. Oh yeah, I feel like he should have underhanded it, but he accidentally overthrew it right there. I thought he actually underhanded it, but no, that was not the case. But as long as they're getting the round in the hand, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think he was talking to RVK about that flash too. Probably a misclick right there. I agree. I think he wanted to right click it probably, but ended up left clicking instead. It just flew out of the map entirely. But hey, it doesn't matter. He was still able to pick up one, and because I think it was the very edge of the null command, it was about to go down, but because he went down during the null command, he didn't actually end up going down, and gave a lot of info to his team on that regard. But once again, the setup's changing as Rafiel wants to go for the B peak, so Anti is gonna accompany him and give him the util to do the same. The Moonlight is waiting in the shadows. Both of them missed their shots though.
I thought Rafiel connected that for a second, but then I realized, okay, it's Asire who hit that shot, so it's kind of like the timing that I got caught off with, but still. Man advantage, Khumbu Esports getting that in their hands. Asire is the man who's able to step himself up, including Finn. The rest of the players definitely need to start getting themselves on the board. Cosmic Divide as well. comes through on the board. Null command to follow it up as well. Fragments on the site. Oh, Wings being clipped. Acidic will fall down. And now it's Enigma Gaming who are lining up these bodies like it's nothing. Slumber trying his best to fight back from trees. He will get his side presence too, but RVK, he's looking unstoppable. A little bit of whiffy spray at the end, but hey, the whiff was there from the enemy side as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff from both sides, but RVK able to control it in time. Sheesh, RVK. I think we might have to clip these and act him and be like, RVK, are you okay? All good in Enigma bootcamp? What is going on? But jokes aside, you can see Enigma, this is a classic tale from them. They always do end up losing those pistols. It's almost like a winning team pistol curse. You know, most of the dominant teams lose the pistols. They understand the defaults of the other opponents through that, and then they end up adapting so quick that they start dominating in the mid phases of the halves. And Enigma very similar to that. In the early parts of the half, Khumbu were able to surprise the heck out of them. Enigma seem to have understood how to play against that and are now working very well now. I do notice that a very interesting setup here from the side of Enigma. The turret on to control the A-shot push while they have an alarm bot over on A main. It's a setup that is very greedy in the sense that it gives late information and it might make them feel like there's only one player on that side. So Khumbu now going for the rotate all the way on to B, and it's really down to Rexy. You should not fight here, needs to just peek and leave. Lovely.
And that's what exactly he does. Gets a lot of info, the recon dart as well right there. So his teammates are going to be at least having a hell lot of info. Two players also being found right there, so Cosby divide there as well. So many utilities being committed from the side of Enigma Gaming just to stop this flood
30 seconds
from
left.
Khumbu Esports.
Crossfire.
Oh, there we go. Okay, well, Antidote's able to slip away with 2 kills. And now the man advantage equalized, actually scratched that. Enigma Gaming having a man advantage available for themselves. And a nice shot from Rexy too. It's Levi with 30 HP. And not anymore.
Levi with 30 HP in Dream, but not able to accomplish much. As Enigma Gaming now are starting to run away with the map. 6-3 on the board, Necro, and you can see Rexy is astounded by how that round ended up going. And I think a lot of it to do with the fact that he wasn't really expecting them to stack up as 4 onto that side when he went for the peak. I think he only spotted out 2, but the 2 he spotted out were not the 2 who got suppressed. So probably end up realizing that there's a minimum of at least 3 people in B main, if not 4, and allowed Anti and RVK to set up a crossfire down over there now. Raw Fuel, even though he tries to sneak into binary, he ran into there, so they definitely do know he's doing that. 0 point will make sure the Anti's push is not sneaky. He's gonna look to catch out. Thin does exactly that, but a key trade from Levi will mean that they can now try to recover that weapon, but Raw Fuel's covered.
Yep. There we go. And at least off of now, until now, it's just trades happening back and forth. They have the lockdown available. And they can try to shut down the push, but I honestly feel like, yep, this is just the eco round for Khumbu Esports, so they should not really try and use it just now. Levi's down low. Guys on the side too. Raw Fuel quite lucky to be alive. Whiffs coming out from both the sides. Raw Fuel also not really able to connect, but this time he will. That's a quick shot on Levi. He will be shut down. Another one to follow it up. And Raw Fuel living up to his name.
Yeah. And at this point, I think this is why you can start understanding why Enigma is hailed potentially as the best team in the Indian subcontinent, because everything they do, they seem to do in a synchronized manner. Like, for example, Anti going for the push, Raw Fuel immediately backs him up. I don't even think they need to talk about it. Just that simple idea there. The players are on the same page, and Enigma able to now push that advantage on forward. They're going to switch up once again how they play, as Exeli and Raw Fuel seem to be looking to go for an aggressive push. 0 point taken away as well. Raw Fuel was shot one down. Exeli setting up the ball for that, and he looks for another, and he will find exactly that. Even though he goes down, the damage has been done.
Yeah, the damage has been done. And now it's a 2-on-4. Nothing much can be expected at this point. If you're in the shoes of Khumbu Esports, final man alive, it's going to be Levi. A lot of pressure definitely for sure some heavy lifting to do. But Khumbu Esports, that's going to be next to impossible. Oh no, he stops right into Rafiel's crosshair, and Rafiel will deliver.
Last round before the
to
switch.
go back to picking up the pace, because that was what initially got them success. I understand that in the mid part of this first half, they slowed it down to try and play on their defaults, like play on the conditioning factor that they established through the first few rounds. But they need to have understood that that slow playstyle and combined with the fact that Enigma are going to be able to adapt and recognize tendencies. Like one key tendency is Khumbu are always in groups of 3s and 2s at the start of the round. Rarely are they ever stacking up. This makes sure that Enigma, whenever they go for a push, they go together. They never go as a solo unit, and this ensures that Khumbu actually never get an advantage to themselves. And those advantages, they're key, Necro, because now with the map we're playing, as you can see on the screen, this is the map choice of Khumbu Esports. They need to at least find a decent ending to this map, if not win, to make sure they go in a strong footing, go in full fire into Icebox, because otherwise they will be doused and finished by Enigma Gaming.
Pretty much they will be devoured. That's what you want to say.
No, I want to say doused, because fire, like doused is a word that means when you know, put water over the fire. But yeah, I think devoured is also pretty cool.
Yeah. But yeah, 8-3 CA. They're looking to make it 9-3. And the way they're going right now, like the pace of the game, it doesn't really seem that difficult for Enigma Gaming to put another round on the board, so it's just going to be another day at work. And there we go, lockdown. Oh, this is what he was waiting for, the right moment, and a huge investment as well will pay off. Khumbu Esports will need a back out from that side. And I'm pretty sure Khumbu Esports had a lot of game plans, but just because of that, a lot of time has been fought for Enigma Gaming in itself, so now Enigma Gaming, they're going to be looking really great.
3 on the board now, all of Khumbu stacking up onto this side. They have the lockdown to enable their entrance on. But both of these players stuck under hell in Anti and RVK. If that lockdown is actually invested and a single Nano Swarm utilizer could shut them down, but that 0 point is perfectly timed. It delays them for an extra 8 seconds and gives an extra moment to Anti and RVK. Now holding that angle, Anti reviews his position, but I don't think they realize that RVK is right there. Oh, no, okay, it's perfect.
Oh no, he...
Yeah, he had to get the thing.
Yeah, but okay. I feel like there's still a little edge though
30 seconds
of the Hunter's Fury there. He could have actually tried to survive, but there we go. Khumbu Esports find a clear entry on the site. That's a really great shock dart, and now it's Exeli being trapped in this little corner. He will be shut down too. Rafiel left in a 1-on-5. I mean, he can make it happen, but it's a little too much to ask for at this point. It's 8-4 half. Still, Khumbu Esports not really in that bad of a spot.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it all comes down to the pistol now. If they're able to get a strong pistol for themselves, get a city on an operator soon enough, then this comeback more than possible. But the same for Enigma Gaming. I think the preparation they've done with this KO will really show up on the attacking side when Exeli truly lets to rip apart his chest and unleash the beast. And we'll have to see how that ends up working out, because Exeli is a more of an aggressive player, plays a lot of duelists, plays a lot of active lurkers. So now on that KO, he gets to function as both, really, finding the best of both worlds.
Finding the best of both worlds. But again, Exeli was able to do really good in the pistol round, and he was the main reason why they also got the pistol round on the board for themselves. If he's able to perform similarly, if he's able to show a little glimpse of what just happened in the past, maybe Khumbu Esports will be able to at least get close to trying to equalize the round number. And there we go, Exeli, 2 quick kills on the board. As I mentioned, this is how Exeli is always able to deliver, and he's able to live up to his name. Exactly true, and why he's in the roster. Doing such a good job with the Sheriff, but Exeli as well, catching a player off guard. It's going to be thin. Did not really expect Exeli to be pushed up that much. And now it's Moonlight trying to hold off of the beam-in aggression. RBK is going to spot him out. Moonlight still peeks out though. Do like the guts on this man. And look at the aggression. Look at the confidence. being shown from Moonlight, realizing that your team's not really doing that great when it comes to the scoreline, still going for those solo engagements. I don't know what's going to bring this man's confidence down, but yeah, that's a huge statement in itself. And he's being caught in such an awkward spot. That's a perfect fragment.
And he will find a key frag though, shutting down a city, and now that will mean that with that, they can push forward into this B side, because the reaction from Khumbu is going to be to try and shut down a short. Levi trying to push in, now going for the flank, but Exeli has him marked. Will look to shut him down, but I think he whiffed a couple of shots. Levi able to get away with his life. Makes it a 1v2 on this side.
Standing.
Moonlight able to isolate on both sides and put RVK into an impossible position. Now, even though it's a 1v2, RVK does have his buddy, the turret, to help him out, and he's relying on that turret to give him some key information, and he does exactly that. Finds one kill. RVK looking for the second. He will find the clutch. RVK and his buddy for the clutch. You can see Rexy is absolutely shocked, and rightfully so. What a round from RVK.
Yeah, indeed. Great round for that man.
One enemy remaining.
Single-handedly clutching it out to an RVK, doing a great job, at least making sure that Khumbu Esports won't have any other chance to at least try and fight back this time. 9-4 is the score line, and another one to follow it up. That means it's going to be 10 rounds on the board for Enigma Gaming. Able to kick things off really well on the second half, CA.
Shot done. Now the early 0 point from Exeli over at A main doesn't reveal much information. But it does mean that now they can try to take mid control, understanding that they have the weaponry advantage, and I think they're gonna look to regroup and just go for a mid to be execute, because they saw the 0 point coming out from the side of Khumbu towards that B side. That does give them the information that this KO is playing towards that B side, but Exeli almost whiffing to his death there. Able to barely pull it off. Stuck at 3 HP now.
Oh, okay. Well, just, yeah, there we go. Peek right into Rawfield's crosshair. Well, you didn't know? You can ADS with Spectre.
No, but like, I'm surprised Rawfield ADS.
Okay. No, I think so. He was actually expecting some mid-range duels, so that's why he ADS'd, but he did not really expect Finn to be that close. There we go.
Remaining.
Moonlight as well. And now it's all down to Slumber, CA. The final man alive in this round, and yeah, I'm not really expecting a lot.
Yeah, me neither. But we'll have to see if they can actually surprise both of us. I think, again, the predictions show what we expect from this matchup, right? Nothing to take away from Khumbu. They're a phenomenal team, and I think they will give a tough fight to God Particles if/when they meet them in the lower bracket. But Enigma, arguably the favorites to win it all, Necro. After dominating against Velocity and GE in the India Qualifier 1, they do come into the playoffs looking like the strongest team. And also to add on to that is the YB Golden Touch. Throughout multiple esports genres, through multiple FPS titles, every team he's touched in South Asia usually has found success. He has like the Midas touch, you know. But right now, talking about the Golden Touch, Asite and Thin with some aggressive moves, you having their proactivity result in success. They found some key picks.
Yeah, that's what they really needed. But again, it was just a bonus round for even the side of Enigma. They can try and use the Sheriff. At least Antidote can try and use that Sheriff for some long-range duels. But not anymore, because he's been taken out the game. Kelly expects this aggression, but Slumber is going to be a little too quick on his feet. Now again, that proactive nature shown from Khumbu, was that just a fluke, or was that an actual move being made from the side of Khumbu Esports? That's what I'll find out in the future rounds. Now I do understand, it did seem like they kind of read onto how Enigma Gaming plays on the attacking side, but still, that might just also be a little fluke that they were able to pull off.
I don't think it was a fluke. I think it was just them trying to take the map by their hands, take control of a part of the map, really.
Okay, makes sense.
I think Levi wants the reverse skin. He's like, give me Slumber.
Oh, that's literally my teammates in a solo queue when I'm in a solo queue. They're just like, can you please give me the Reaver Vandal, please? And it's like, I just get annoyed all the time. It's like, I don't really want to say no and be mean to them, but it's like, please, man, just let me enjoy my game. I'm over here, I'm speaking for 9 hours straight. I come back home trying to have a great time in Valorant, and
honestly, I understand both sides of this argument, because on one side, what you're saying 100%, right? Like, this is why a lot of players have actually asked for an option to hide the skins from your teammates, but you can still see the skin. But on the other hand, I also understand the perspective of that poor guy who has no skins who's just trying to get one.
Okay, I'll give it once or twice, but not all the time, man. It's like before every single round, so it's a little bit too much.
Hold on.
Yeah, the null command's activated, and kills is just flowing in the hands of Enigma Gaming. Khumbu Esports trying their best to give it a fight, but oh, that's a huge whiff from Thin, and he will have to pay the price for that. He will have to pay a thick price for that. Khumbu Esports, 2 players alive. It's a 2-on-3. It's looking highly unlikely, but still Moonlight is trying his best to fight back, and he does. He finds one in return. Is he going to be able to find another one?
Drone tag game is on point. As soon as he saw Anki just insta flick and tag. Sounds easy, but it's not as easy. But RVK is not only the subject of many whiffs himself, but for some reason he's also currently Keanu Reeves in the Matrix. Bullets just seem to flow around him. Didn't whiff on him, and now you can see Moonlight also whiffing on the same place too. RVK standing. Like maybe that place has some sort of bug. Like bullets cannot get RVK's head.
11-5 CA. Khumbu Esports.
Yeah.
Comeback?
No.
Question mark? No. Okay. There we go. The man has spoken. The analyst has spoken. So we're not really going to be expecting any comebacks at this point. Just trying to deal damage. Oh! Nice shot from Raw Fuel. And now, again, opening frag being found. They can also try and retrieve the Sheriff in the hand. Champions Vandal's glowing, and now he's looking to glow some enemy skulls. He's looking to hand out some haircuts. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. Second haircut on the board.
When I do that and try to control, I whiff. That's not fair. How does he land a headshot?
Because that's why he's a pro, and you're not.
That's not fair, but okay. Moonlight still making him pay though. Holding on for dear life. And hopefully he can find some sunlight. But right now, we're getting none of that. Rexy shuts him down. Anti makes sure that it's an easy peasy. Round 4 Enigma Gaming.
He's trying to like, he thought the drone's not going to check him. Trying to hide. That's such an unfortunate moment. He was like trying to tuck in the corner. He was trying to tuck in the corner, like please, just praying. Please don't check. Please don't check.
You know that's when like in all the horror movies where there's like a slightly more healthy person. I don't want to say fat. Like a fat person, and he just tried to hide behind something or hide under something. He just like tried to squeeze himself so he magically gets thinner. That's what that's like.
C is basically talking about both of us, guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, Raw Fuel. He's having a lit performance with a lit Vandal, with some lit headshots, because he's a lit man.
Flick. Slick.
Okay. Okay.
Rippity rip.
What else? I just got a not safe for work word in my head.
I know. It's the call out for the pyramids. Right?
No, it's something it's something that every man has. Moving forward.
Oh my god.
12-5 is the scoreline.
Run.
What do you mean? I was okay.
You want to
there we go.
find it.
Now just
RVK just vibing with his lockdown. Okay,
like
RVK.
having a great time.
30 seconds left.
Hey, these are the kind of moments we really should be capturing and posting on our socials, you know. But right now, RVK trying to wait for this cosmic divide to go through. I think in about 2 seconds it should go down. Nope, I was wrong. It was 4 seconds, I guess. Yeah, 5 seconds. Damn it.
Oh, nice shots. 2 Asians being suppressed right there. Fragments out too to try and buy a little bit more time in their hands. Hunter's Fury out too. Oh no, yeah, this is pretty much done. They just need one more round. Khumbu Esports, they're just not able to find any way in the site.
One enemy.
And there we go, Enigma Gaming, they're just lining up these bodies like it's nothing. The final man as well will fall down. It's Enigma Gaming who take the first map of this final best of 3 series of the day and the second best of 3 series from the Group A. Now, moving it forward, this was the map pick of Khumbu Esports, and this is where they got 5 rounds in the hand. Moving it forward, it's going to be the pick of Enigma Gaming, CA, so I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, me neither, but I think what we can expect is another similar, dominating performance from Enigma Gaming. This is why we consider them to be one of the favorites to pick up the entire tournament itself, pick up the trophy in itself, and I think they showed up today with that. Despite, I think this fight was 3-3 at one point. It ended up at 13-5. You can see the team's biggest strength lies in their ability to adapt and stay calm against all odds. So at this point, Khumbu, they're going to need to do exactly that, because going into Icebox, it's going to get hella cold, hella fast, and I'm not sure, maybe Khumbu's fingertips end up freezing. You know, they can't move it quickly enough. Maybe we see a 13-0. We'll have to see.
I mean, we have seen a little glimpse of Icebox from Enigma Gaming, and we know how they play the map of Icebox. Exeli pretty much goes with the Reyna, and he's able to pop off pretty well too. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, and let's find out how things looked like in the previous game. Rafuel, of course, having a really nice KDA with the ACS of 324 and the econ rating of 132. But on the other hand, Exeli, I feel like props should be given to this man. The way he was able to hit those headshots with the Sheriff, especially on the pistol round, it kind of impressed me.
Yeah, it impressed me too. I think what's especially key is for Khumbu Esports, again, even if they do end up losing the second map, they have another shot for pushing back and trying to get the second slot when they face up against the lower bracket team, if they end up losing this. So I think for them, it's all about staying strong, right? And making sure they are in a good groove, because they certainly looked like, at least aim-wise, they were a match for Enigma Gaming. What did end up being their downfall was their not as deep a playbook as Enigma Gaming have, maybe not as composed as well as Enigma Gaming were, and this is what I'm talking about. Aim-wise, Khumbu's are on point.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's the same kind of thing that we saw earlier today, right? In the Group B, where I forgot the name of the team. They were really good when it comes to the aim game, but somewhere down line, they weren't really able to perform when it comes to the team play, you know? That's where they kind of lacked. But I'm pretty sure moving in forward, they've also gotten a huge, what do you say? They've also gotten like a huge whooping for themselves, and now they're pretty much trying to realize, okay, this is where a lot of things are online, and we don't just really need to rely on aim. Instead, we need to step up our game when it comes to the team play as well.
Yeah. And at this point, I think what's especially important for both of these teams, Necro, is enabling these star players. Sorry?
It was Exeli that I was talking about.
But like I was saying, I think both Exeli and Rafuel have shown a capability across multiple rounds to just take over the entire round and win it for their team. So going into Icebox, I want to see them being enabled a lot more by their team. We didn't get to see Exeli's operator in action. I think going into Icebox, that operator going to be a crucial part of the success for both of these teams. So maybe we actually get to see that come out from Exeli as well and give a better fight to Enigma Gaming as a whole.
Better fight to Enigma Gaming. That's what I really do want to see, a run for their money, as you like to call it as well, because we don't want to see just a one-sided competition, right? We want to see each and every single team in the grand final actually giving a tough fight to every single team that's playing in here, because there's a reason why you guys have gotten a slot in the grand final playoffs itself. So we're expecting a way much more tougher competition. But for now, Enigma Gaming, they're just making it look really easy. They're just able to steamroll it through. And now first map being the pick of Khumbu Esports themselves, moving in forward, it's going to be the pick of Enigma Gaming, which they're going to probably steamroll.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the expectation is, but you never know. Khumbu, they might just surprise the heck out of a Necro, and that's what I want as a neutral observer. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen either as an analyst, but as a neutral observer, I want it to happen just so we can see that extra bit of spice, just so we can see Enigma being challenged and see how they come out of it.
I feel you, man. Just being like a neutral observer, you definitely do want to see, you know, regions like Nepal as well step it up over here in the grand finals. But still, we talk about the esports, man. It hasn't really grown a lot in regions like those, right? There's just not really a lot of competition. There's just not really a talent that's recognized that much. So it makes a lot of sense why sometimes players do lack here and there, because they just don't really have a lot of competition to, show themselves up on the board, to face up against one of the best teams out there. That's why VCC is here, to give you a lot of experience and maybe in the future come back even stronger. With that being said, first map out the way of the second best of 3 series of Group A. We're going to be moving in forward on the second map of Icebox, which is the pick of Enigma Gaming. Before that, you guys will have to wait through a short break. We'll be right back.
It's a bad man, signal, give a sign. And put your gun fingers trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they fire your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Your gun finger trigger. Pull up. And pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now, the first map of the second best of 3 series from Group A is out the way, and Enigma Gaming were able to steamroll it through, and the enemy team, which is Khumbu Esports, only got 5 rounds on the board. Moving in forward is going to be the pick of Enigma Gaming, and on the map of Icebox is where they secured their slot in the Grand Final playoffs in the India Q1, and they look really promising. Moving in forward, we're of course going to be seeing aggression as well being amped up a little bit from the side of Enigma Gaming, so the reply should be there from the side of Khumbu Esports. But again, is the reply going to be strong enough to stop them? That's the question.
Yeah, that's exactly the question, because we expect Khumbu to rally back and show up strong on Icebox, but we know Enigma to be a team that once they get a taste of victory, they just push all the way through the finish line and make sure they get the win for themselves. They're not the kind of team to give hopes of comebacks for other teams, so it does make this storyline that much harder for Khumbu. But hey, we've got to see what they can make happen, because again, Asite on the operator is my single hope here for Khumbu Esports. If they can get that rolling real nice and early, maybe they can push forward for a comeback in this map.
Exactly. I mean, Exeli, he definitely has the aim over there for sure, but somewhere down the line, I just feel like his teammates aren't really able to show themselves through. Don't get me wrong, they are a solid team in itself, but I just feel like we talked about this, CA, and I just feel like they haven't really been tested at the level that Enigma Gaming have been tested, right? I mean, that's how diamonds are forged. You go through a lot of thick and thins, you go through a lot of stuff, and that's how you're able to pretty much compromise on a lot of loopholes. You're able to patch them up. But for a team like Khumbu Esports to find those loopholes, they just haven't really went through some of the best teams out there. So this is kind of like a stage. This is where they're actually facing some teams that are out the box, that are out their region, and that's why they're kind of being caught off guard in a real weird note.
Yeah, but I think that's why we expect more from Moonlight, Thin, for example. These are players that were part of the ex-Damru Gaming roster, which did face off against this similar level of opposition back in VCC 1. So hopefully they can turn up today in Icebox and show off their skills. Because Moonlight, I will say, he had a decent map one on Ascent, but we didn't see as great performances from Thin as we expect.
Great performances, yeah, definitely. We did not really see them, but moving it forward, man, in the second map, I feel like, I mean, first map being the pick of Khumbu, weren't really able to do that great. Second map being the pick of Enigma Gaming, I'm mentioning this over and over again because I know what the outcome's going to be here, moving inside the map of Icebox, maybe in the pistol round, and maybe after that, they will be able to win those back-to-back 2 rounds over there in the first half and in the second half. But then moving it forward, I don't know how things are going to be looking like in the buy rounds because Enigma Gaming are always going to reply back in style.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to have to see how it does end up panning out, because I think right now what's especially important for Enigma Gaming is revealing as little as possible. As we talked about, they're one of the teams who had the longest preparation times for the grand final playoffs. So coming into this series, they want to make sure that they're going into a strong note against their upper bracket finals matchup, which is Team Exploit, who themselves look quite dominating in their win today against God Particles. So for Enigma as well, like on Icebox, I'm curious to see what they do end up playing, because we know Cali loves that Reyna pick of his, but maybe they do experiment with the Neon. I think Icebox is her weakest map though, so probably not. You can play her, but it's sus.
I mean, again, I honestly feel like Enigma Gaming over here realizing how things went in the first map. I just feel like they're not going to take things that serious, and I honestly feel like it's pretty much going to be the glimpse of what happened at Exploit Storm. You know what they did in the first map, it went quite close, but then later on they realized, okay, this is what we can do. And then in the map of Split, Exploit Storm just started playing their casual game, and they just started rolling through God Particles.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we're not expecting much from this map from the side of Khumbu, but we're also hoping that they will be able to surprise us, because exactly, we don't want to see a rollover really from Khumbu. We want to see them fighting back strong. We want to see that positive mentality and the smiles we were continuously witnessing throughout the Nepal qualifiers, so hopefully we get to see that.
I mean, again, man, smiles, hopefully they're there on the faces, because even if you do lose out of here, you're going to move down to the lower brackets. But CA, the Asian select in front of you.
Yeah. Not expecting any surprises. Most likely the Reyna gonna come through. Oh, for Cluster as well, and for Exeli, as you can see. So mirror compositions on both sides. Both of the teams happy to compromise on that Killjoy, take her out, and play on that extra duelist inside. Now we'll have to see if Cluster is able to translate that into a stellar performance or not.
I mean, this Asian select definitely looks kind of funky, but I kind of like it as well. It's my eyes are not really used to something like this, so it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. But moving in forward, Khumbu Esports, again, as you mentioned, mirror matchups again, moving inside the map of Icebox, and Khumbu Esports, they're looking to give a tough competition to Enigma Gaming, which is looking highly unlikely, especially how things started, how things really started on the first map. Exeli is the man who was able to deliver quite well, but his team needs to step up as well. Are they going to be able to do so? That's the question.
Exactly. Are they going to be able to do so? That's the biggest question right here. And I think not just for Exeli, for Cluster as well, playing that Reyna. Exeli going on to his comfort zone. I think his personality and Reyna's personality just go so well together that it feels like a match made in heaven. You know, a pair better than the Twilight couple themselves. But right now, Khumbu Esports starting off on the defense will give them an opportunity to try and enable Exeli's operator ASAP.
I don't think it's as good as our pair, CA. Come on.
Okay.
Our pair is way better.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. Moving it forward, though. Now we do have...
no technical breaks. Thank God.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Oh, yeah, thank God you reminded me of that. I was actually kind of scared of the technical breaks as well, but we don't really have the technical breaks over here. So, already Exeli, as always, he's going to go on the aggressive page. And he's actually able to connect these shots, and he does, but the trade's there this time. They're well aware of what Exeli is going to do. Instant wall as well in mid. Retrieves the Sheriff in the hand. And now this time, it's Moonlight who's looking to connect some skulls up, but oh no, this is not really his likely weapon. This is not his signature weapon in the pistol round, so he's whiffing quite a lot of shots there, but it's fine. He's got the body shots to back him up. Snake bites out to try and deny the plant, but I'm pretty sure it's a little bit too off the mark. And yes, it is. Levi going to be a little disappointed in himself. But Enigma Gaming getting that plant on the board, now left on a 2-on-2 situation. Thin, that's a great shutdown. And now Antidote, the only man left alive. A great shock dart to shut him down. Wow, Khumbu Esports kicking things off well on the map of Icebox.
Yeah, Antidote tried to dodge the shock dart, ended up walking into it, so that's a bit of an F. It's something that happens to everyone, you know, but very well done by Thin. Now on the Sova, setting up that shock dart as his team able to pick up the round. Now, in this position, I think what's key is Rexy trying to survive for as long as possible, but I feel like he's caught off guard by the wall going down, the timing of the wall going down, and gets caught because of that. So this does allow. Now you can see Enigma, because they've got the plant and they got 3 out of 5 kills, they're gonna go for the force by Necro, and quite interesting. 2 Sheriffs, a Marshal in there, 1 Spectre only, so a slow force buy is what we're expecting, but it might just get Exeli caught off guard. He's expecting pistols to come up in front of him, and he gets caught out. Exeli with the Sheriff, just praying it, praying. Gets 1 for himself, and so far so good for Enigma on their force buy.
There we go. Enigma Gaming also having the man advantage. So far so good. As we put it together. And yeah, indeed, it is looking really good so far. On their force, able to do so much. And you need to realize, as soon as a team gets the plant on a pistol round, you got to expect a force by coming in instantly on the next of it. And now Rafael, his play is going to be really crucial. His role is going to be really crucial in this force buy to make it work, because he has the Marshal in the hand. If he's able to at least get another headshot on the board, that means Khumbu Esports, they're pretty much donezo in this round. There we go. This is what I talked about. Finds one, looking to find the second one as well, but it's fine. Rexy's got his back, and he will shut both of them down. Light work for Enigma Gaming.
Light work indeed. The force buy paying dividends. Necro Rafael with the aggressive push creates the space for Exeli to then move in, find a lot more, and it's Rafael who caps it off as Enigma finds success. They upgrade their force buys. But they started off with just Sheriffs in this round. They picked up the Spectres of Khumbu Esports, and they get to continue on with not just the bonus in this round, but likely a bonus in the next 2, because now Khumbu are on an eco, and this significantly hurts the chances of Exeli getting an operator anytime soon.
Yeah.
Have to see though. Maybe he can get aggressive, pick up a couple of frags, and in the next buy get an operator for himself.
Oh, there we go though. He's able to get a pick.
Shorty!
That's a big one too. In the closest Shorty, at least there's trades happening back and forth. But this time it's Khumbu Esports have found themselves in a little advantage. And now Enigma Gaming pushed on a little bit of back foot. This should not be a taste of their own medicine. If it is, then Enigma Gaming, their economy will be in shambles. No, scratch that. They have enough money to buy for the next round, so again, an equal chance to try and fight back. But they should not give peaks like this away. Antidote as well, able to follow it up. Antidote has a resurrection available.
No way.
And I'm pretty sure is he gonna go for it? I think so. He can. If he wants to. Yes, there we go. He is, because he realizes even he himself doesn't really have a lot of HP. And if they do get this round on the board, that means they're gonna have 4 players. And you said it yourself. This can be huge for Enigma Gaming's economy.
True, more of a economical resurrection there, I assume. And also respect for Khumbu, acknowledging that in that 2v3 situation, He didn't want to risk it, really, you know. Yeah. Now picking up another Exeli will get the overheal from the assist that on the kill that Rexy was able to find, and then grab one for himself. Enigma now with a 2-1 lead, and most likely going to continue on with their bonus in this next round.
Yep. Imagine if they win the next round too, and they keep on continuing with the bonus.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, yeah. So I think the Marshall most likely going to get dropped to. Oh no, I thought the Marshall would get dropped from Raw Fuel, or the Spectre would get dropped from Raw Fuel to RVK, and Raw Fuel would end up upgrading. No, RVK is like, you can keep the Spectre, my friend. I will frag, don't worry.
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in myself. Or actually, maybe he's like, all right, you know what? I'm not really able to get a lot of kills on the board myself, so I'm going to go for a better option, which is a Phantom. Better Spectre. Because you can run and gun with
a Spectre?
A better Spectre, yeah, because you can run and gun with Phantom too.
Not as good, but yeah, I definitely get what you mean. Anyways, Enigma going for a 5-stack, but they want to utilize the power of that Spectre, and as you said, a key miss from Asite. Rafu's not going to give him a second chance. Shuts him down, but Cluster finding 2 key frags in the dismiss to get on out of there.
Last player standing.
Not enough though. Yeah, not enough though. Yep. He did find those 2, but his teammates are just getting shut down again. As I mentioned, there are a couple of solo players that are able to stand up for Levi. That's a really great frag for him. Nice shutdown, but he doesn't realize there is a man who sneaked right underneath him, who's went on the right side. If he peeks out, Levi's pretty much going to be shut down. Position node, the wall's also going to fade away soon. It breaks out an Exeli. Yep, having an off angle, Levi being caught off guard.
A second of hesitation there from
Did he
Levi
just
too.
test his control button? Or crouch button?
I think so. Classic Exeli, you know, he's called the BM King for a reason. Starting the BM already in this match. But yeah, I think again from Levi there, just a teensy bit of hesitation. If he just set up the snake fight and gone for the peek right there, could have made it work. No, he didn't actually. Never mind.
Wait, I think so. I felt like I saw someone actually testing their crouch key.
Maybe it was Rexy.
Oh no. For some reason, I honestly thought it was.
Wow.
Okay, Rexy, nice frag. Asire shut down. Khumbu Esports there too on the site.
And you see the read, right, from Enigma Gaming. They notice that the Jet is on 5 like 1 ult point away from getting her Blade Storm, and realize that Khumbu is most likely going to go for the eco and try to get that ult off for Asite. So they set that up. That's not something they've done in the previous rounds. Just pure game awareness coming through from the side of Enigma Gaming, calling out that, hey, this Jet wants that ult top. Let's try and shut her down.
There we go. Shocked up. Not really in the game anymore. Because the Sova got shut down.
Standing ahead.
Recon Dart in the front too. Easy stroll on the B site.
One enemy
and now it's
remaining.
a 2-on-5 CA. Exeli is just shutting their dreams and hopes of making anything happen in the upper brackets, and he's going to be like, all right, you can try your chance in the lower brackets, because in the upper brackets, we are the kings. Yeah. Oh my god. Missed shots for both the sides. It's okay. Flawless round, though.
Cluster landed 1 body shot there. But that's all he got, and that's all she wrote for Khumbu. Again, like, beautifully done. This is not just a one-man play, right? Like Rexy, yeah, set up a beautiful shock dart, but the call has to have come through from Anti, I'm assuming, and the raw fuel combining there, doing a lot of damage to Asite to make sure the shock dart finishes them off. So beautifully done together by the team to find that initial frag and a read as well, panning out to value. All of these kind of things are the kind of things that really will scare the heck out of any team playing against Enigma, but an interesting wall setup here. I wonder why RVK does it like that, because it doesn't cover all of heaven.
Why you doing like that?
Begins.
Oh, cluster. Nice opening. Hunter's Fury out too. Rexy's able to follow it up on the Viper. Oh no, that's the controller out the A site. Asite is able to shut down Excali's aggression though, so that's going to be a huge frag that he found. Asite is lining him up. And that's all they really need. A man on fire. A man on a mission is Asite to find, or at least to make sure that his team is finding some success in the map of Icebox, or at least they're going away with a decent amount of damage dealt. Cluster shuts down Rexy 2. It's all down to RVK. It's a 1-on-4 now. Spots out the man on left. Does he play on a stretch rest? If he does, then that's the reason. Yeah, I think so. If he does play on a stretch rest, that's the only reason why he did not spot him jump down there.
Yeah, he plays on a stretch rest, so yeah, that's why he doesn't end up spotting him out. And you can see the price of comfort on that stretch rest, periphery of his vision blocked out. But again, what's really confusing about that round is why they go for such an aggressive rush if the whole plan in the first place is for RVK to try to get a wrap around B or a wrap around mid. They need to wait for RVK to get into a good position before they actually went to the execute. So maybe not on the same note, but we've seen this from Enigma in the past. When they stumble, they go to comfort, and one of their comforts is this mid to be execute. Getting the spike on raw fuel, he's already got the plan down, and just like that, Enigma, they get the site, they reset the momentum and bring it back to their team.
Yeah, this mid to be, it's like, even though it's such an easy thing to counter, but still teams at the moment, they're not able to counter. It's like they crumble down under the pressure. Oh my god. Just able to get some spams through though. Dupes. And now it's a 3-on-4 CA. They can try and go for a res and try and equalize the man advantage. A nice shot from Moonlight to shut down Antidote. A CA to follow it up, and now we're left with a 2-on-3. Scratch that, make it 1-on-2. RVK doesn't really know that there's a man lurking around, and Levi playing his position to perfection.
Not able to hold on in the post-man. Enigma Gaming, Khumbu Esports executing that retake to perfection, and a crucial part of that retake is recapturing Kitchen. So as soon as they lose this initial flag right here, when Exeli takes them down, they're put into a disadvantageous spot, but they don't give up. They push on through, and they're able to still pull it out. I think for Enigma Gaming though, could have maybe played on safer post plans. A couple of their players, I understand if Exeli wants to get into their face, but maybe Rexy and Anti could step back and play on safer defaults so they could play on the post plant instead. They give the fight to Khumbu, and Khumbu happily take them up. 4-3 on the scoreboard now, and these are usually the moments where we see Enigma adapting and running away with the map. We'll have to see if they can do it, because Exeli is on the operator. We talked about how this was the primary hope, and he's making it work, man. Yuki frags in the face of Enigma Gaming. Khumbu Esports are fighting back strong.
Oh yeah, they are. I did not really expect such a tough fight from Khumbu though. With this round win, they're also going to equalize the... Oh my god, round number. Finn able to sneak away with another one. Rexy, the only hopes left alive. And look at this, they're not really going for an eagle pick over here. Instead, they try to recon it out. Rexy is trying to isolate these duels. He will do so successfully. Almost lines up the third headshot too, but Moonlight a little quick on his left key.
A little too quick, and did end up cutting him down. But I think once again, I should say, such confidence. Pushes through into that. I'm not even sure what they call that angle anymore. In the early parts, it used to be called right pipes. The actual pipes on the left, and the side opposite to it was what we called right pipes. But I'm not sure what players call that angle anymore. Maybe forward belt is what I'll assume. Either ways, pushing through, getting that aggressive peak one, expecting another player to pass through from the nest area and getting into Exeli's face to make sure that the lure doesn't affect him. Now Exeli with the lure, trying to find some value, but it's a Cite once again who will shut him down. And a Cite being a nuisance for Enigma, but Anti shuts him down now.
You will not kill my allies.
Seem to be back right quick, and
yeah, a little bit of technical issues over here. It's fine though. We've got it fixed quickly, but moving it forward now. There we go. Enigma Gaming finally able to get a grip on how Khumbu Esports are working off of each other, and finally now able to shut them down. And this is what we're exactly talking about, right? Even if Khumbu Esports do get a grip on what exactly is happening in the game, if Enigma Gaming are able to get this effective reads, and we do know the adaptive nature of Enigma Gaming has been upgraded what we saw from the last year, because of course the roster changes came in through, so overall, things are looking great.
Yeah. 5-4 now on the board for Enigma Gaming. Khumbu should still be able to afford a full buy and an operator for a city. But actually, maybe not, because you can see they're looking real aggressive in their approach. So
It seems like we're back. Oh my god, after a lot of technical breaks, after a lot of technical difficulties, finally we're back over here, ladies and gentlemen. Not a lot of things to worry about. We're back over here to entertain you guys and also put on some lame jokes and nice smiles on your faces. But yeah, overall, it was a huge technical break. We had a little bit of internet outbreak over here in the office. But finally we're back now, CA. How you feeling?
I mean, I think you called it perfectly. Yeah, I think you called it on our WhatsApp group perfectly, right? It's like we didn't offer the main ritual or serving to the technical break gods, and they got mad. They're like, okay, major technical break right now. These guys did not do the correct ritual.
Yeah, the ritual didn't really went through. So basically what I typed on the internal group was, we did not really get a technical break before the map of Icebox. So now that's why we are getting this kind of a technical break, because we just didn't really do the ritual. And this is always why NODWIN Gaming pushes to a technical break as soon as the game starts. No, it's just a joke, guys. Nothing really serious. But yeah, we had a little bit of internet outbreak. We don't really know what exactly was the kind of main reason behind it. As you can see, I'm also a little tired. I was actually running all the way around. I was like, wait, what exactly is happening? I was trying to figure out the main reason, but we're finally back over here. They said that they're going to be letting us talk on the camera to you guys, explain the issue, while the game is pretty much lined up and ready.
Yeah, and I think it should be started in a couple of minutes right here. The players too, a big shout out to them. I think, were willing to just pause the game. Make sure that you, as the audience, don't miss a single second of it as we go on. And just to recap where we're at right now, Khumbu is fighting back strong. We saw much better performance, I would say, than on the map of their own choice, because I feel like a large part of that is Exeli's KO did surprise the heck out of them. But now coming into the map of Icebox, especially Acete on that operator has been a key role in helping them push back. But Enigma still have the lead, Necro, so they are still looking like the stronger team.
Yeah, exactly. They still do have the lead, so they're looking really a stronger team. But overall, Enigma, I mean, Khumbu Esports, they can try their best, right? They're actually giving it all they have to try and get the read on what Enigma Gaming are trying to make it happen in game. But still, Enigma Gaming, it's like the adaptive nature always just kicks in, and they're able to shut them down no matter what they try to do. But over here now, we did see Enigma Gaming pretty much going on a force fight, and this opening kill is going to mean quite a lot. And there we go. Rawfield's able to open things up. He's probably going to try to get a frag on another man as well, but it's not going to matter. Antidote's there with a huge 3K and Exeli to seal it out.
Yeah, an easy round picked up for Enigma Gaming. I kind of wonder if this round we saw a replay of. And there we go.
Oops.
Pretty cool.
One enemy remaining.
I'm not sure what exactly happened there, because I believe the half ended on a 7-5, and then Enigma won the pistol and then the anti-eco, but that's okay. Now attack timeout being called for Khumbu Esports, acknowledging how important this upcoming round is for them, Necro. It's going to be the buy round for Khumbu Esports. If they are to come back on this map, they need to win this buy round right here, right now. Make sure Rawfield does not get his hands on an operator, because we saw it's going to be a similar impact as well. We saw Acete pull out on his own operator, especially on this map. That jet op can be also crucial to the defender's success.
Yeah, this means quite a lot for Khumbu for sure. It was a quick shutdown too, so now this rifle round is going to mean quite a lot. This buy round in itself, if this buy round slips by, that means Khumbu economy will again reset. So that's where Khumbu will need to start capitalizing that, okay? What can we do to try and get a grip on a team like Enigma Gaming? Because this is their final chance. This is their final map to actually bounce back and try and make their name in the upper bracket, CA.
Yeah. And what's really important right now is, as you said, Enigma trying to make it to the upper bracket, Khumbu trying to stay alive in this best-of-3 series. It all comes down to this buy round, because for Enigma, this is a pure bonus. They're going to just look to pop heads and damage the economy of Khumbu to a large extent. And you can see for that note, Khumbu making sure to play in pairs. Now, what Khumbu really need to make sure of is they don't give those mid-range battles to Enigma Gaming, because the Spectres will reign supreme, but Rawfield's just too damn good. Took a city down low and popped Cluster's head like it meant nothing. Even though Pin is able to trade him out, these trades are not worthwhile for Khumbu. They needed to make sure that they don't drop their weapons.
Oh no, that's Lorb.
Oh my god.
A little bit of F moments for sure, but it's fine. Antidote should be able to retrieve back, and that's a nice flick. Acete capitalizes on the aggression that Antidote was trying to pull off, but the aggression not really paying off this time. Rexy has the Marshall in the hand. I mean, we did see Rafael put on an insane performance with the Marshall in this best of 3 series, but is Rexy going to be able to replicate it in his gameplay?
That is the question right now, Necro, but I think what's especially key is at this point, Khumbu, they've forgotten.
30 seconds
It doesn't really matter anymore what damage does or does not happen. The round is key. And Tin making sure to spam out the tube, make sure Exeli is able to get on out of there. Now, in this 2v2, this round should be able to be pulled off by Khumbu Esports. They just got to make sure there's no further economical damage done to them, especially with Rexy just on the Marshall, extremely low. RVK gonna set up the one-way and go for the defuse. Ends up doing a decent chunk of damage to Tin. Trying to peek out from both angles. RVK coming in on the push. Exeli has got Tin's back. He's gonna find the 3k and he's popping off in this round. 4k Rossi, well, I present to you potentially 4k Exeli.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no, not
okay,
anymore.
Sorry, I should have asked.
Yeah, you literally just cursed him. And he's able to shut them both down, but he knows there's no way he's going to be able to get the spike defuse too. So yeah, it doesn't matter. A lot of damage done. All the guns off the board now. That means Khumbu Esports, again, talk about the economy, it's going to be a little hurt. Not a little, by quite a lot.
Yeah, literally more than a little, because they lose every single weapon right now. I don't think they're going to be able to afford full buys on all their players. Exeli got a 3k, so he should be able to afford a full buy, but the rest of his team may not be able to do so. I think Exeli drops over a buy maybe to one of his teammates and plays on the Blade Storm, but no, they're actually just going to go for standard buys across. So you see a couple of light shields, a couple of specters, definitely that weaponry advantage in favor of Enigma, but I think Khumbu just being able to pick up a round will help their morale to a large extent. Now Khumbu need to potentially go for a mid to be execute, but instead they get caught out by Exeli. And just like that, their plans now down the drain.
Yep.
No Viper wall as well. It's a little weird for Khumbu.
No.
Why no Viper wall?
Where is the utility? Or just not really see. Okay, that's a little too late though. The Viper wall should have been placed. And yeah, what is this Viper wall? You're not even getting the site control in your hand. It's such a weird execution coming through from Khumbu Esports. It's like they've just given up on winning this round already. It's like they already know there's no way in hell they're going to be able to bounce back from this. So
I'm
Levi's
just very
there.
confused. Why no Viper wall early?
I think
A
so. They
normal
forgot.
Viper wall.
They forgot.
But they can go back and
it's
split
weird to
it
say.
up.
It's weird to say that they forgot, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I don't exactly know what were they trying to do there. There we go. Enigma Gaming, another round of the board. And rookie mistakes being made from the side of Khumbu, and rookies are being shut down.
If someone in chat noticed something we didn't, please do let us know, because that was weird. Like, I am genuinely confused as to why there's no Viper wall. And
I don't know. There's nothing really to notice here because the round just started, right? So
no, even that wall, right, where if they had gone towards the right and cut off tube, they could have still gone for the plant, I guess. It's just very weird. And questionable.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Get out of my way!
Okay. And moving on to the next round is going to be the eco for Khumbu Esports. Going for the aggressive rush with Exeli leading the charge on that Blade Storm. Going to run into RVK and RVK will shut him down. Was the first kill from RVK a bit of a luck kill? Like, he just randomly sprayed, right?
Missing out his shots. Levi capitalizes, but it's fine. Exeli's got his back, and he's got a lot of crispy aim, and he will deliver on the board. What do you think about big keyboards like that, CA? I mean, Rafael's playing on massive keyboards. I personally like to play on only 60%.
I've only had a laptop player so can't really comment, I guess. Have a laptop.
I don't know. I just feel like big keyboards just take so much place on the desk. I don't know. And I feel like a 60% keyboard can
I do
satisfy
notice,
all the
I think
needs.
all of them have the same keyboard, so maybe it's not really an option.
It's like a sponsor thing, I guess.
Yeah, maybe a sponsored thingy, maybe it's like a bulk buy from Enigma, and it doesn't matter as much to the players because they've gotten used to it. But hold on, talking about bulk buy, this is the full buy for Khumbu Esports, a 1-for-1 trade. This time I would say worth it because now their priority is just the round. They've got mid control with Cluster moving in. He needs to try and become a nuisance right here, distract all of the attention towards him while his team tries to get onto the B side.
11 rounds on the board for them. Oh, that's a great shutdown from Thin.
Oh, look at that. They set up the wall to go up on top of Anti's wall, which is why he had no idea that they were coming in from B-Long. Brilliantly done by Khumbu Esports. They surprised the heck out of Antidote.
They do, but now it's all down to the aim battle, CA. If they are able to win these aim duels, then that's going to mean quite a lot. The planners, is he AFK? What is the Viper doing all the way in the back? I think so he's AFK.
No.
Yeah, the Viper's
Not
AFK,
like
so that's a little problem. Oh no, we're probably going to be having another technical break CA soon. So we're going to have to talk for 5 minutes.
30 seconds left.
On just a screen which is written technical break onto it.
Honestly, I'm okay with that. I feel really bad for Khumbu Esports right now, though, because they fully deserve to win this round. The wall was a piece of brilliance by Khumbu Esports. They played that perfectly. Yeah. I think Moonlight on the Sage, if I'm not mistaken, just playing that to perfection, setting up that wall so his team could go through. And it was not even in the audio range of Antidote, so they just surprised the heck out of Antiba. A bit of an unlucky situation will mean they end up losing this round, and with that, most likely the map. I mean, that's a feels bad, man. That's a truly feels bad, man. I don't think people deserve that.
No more. Yeah, no, that was definitely a huge, brilliant move from their side, but sometimes, man, it's just the unfortunate circumstances that do get to you. So, yeah, I do feel what you're trying to say here. That round should have been Khumbu Esports' round. But again, better luck next time, I guess. 12 rounds on the board for Enigma Gaming. We're probably going to be seeing a technical break. Noah's back, so no, he's not. He's still AFK. And they're not even going for a technical break. I think so. I think so. They've just given up at this point.
Nowhere to run! Okay, I think I'll figure out what exactly happened right here real quick. But right now, Khumbu just trying to push in 4v5. Exeli and Rexy will pick one up each, and Exeli is laughing and smirking all over them.
He's actually going for
finish it off with a classic, but that's just BM Exeli. You can't do that. You can't.
Come on, you can't do that, man. The team's already a little bit struggling. Come on. There we go. It's the final man, and it's going to be Enigma Gaming, who win the final best-of-3 series of this first day of Grand Final playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. All 4 best-of-3 series covered. Group A and B covered as well. A little sad ending for sure for Khumbu Esports.
Yeah, extremely sad right there. I believe that it would have probably gone a different way and could have gone a lot closer, because I think they would have got that round in the bag. Levi would have set up the plant in that 3v3 especially. They had the entire site to themselves, but unfortunately things just not working out.
Kind of blows. Kind of blows, not gonna lie. It does kind of blow. Because again, me as being like a neutral observer, neutral viewer over here, I want both these teams to actually perform to their best. I do not want any kind of odds stacked against them, and especially a technical odd is one of those odds that any of us we don't really like those kind of odds stacking up against ourselves. So of course, being themselves, being the player, try to be in their shoes. Imagine what kind of feelings they're feeling right now.
Yeah. Exactly. They're probably not feeling happy at all. But I'm hoping they can look towards the lower bracket, because I think what Khumbu especially showed today is that I think we have to now start calling them the true dark horses of the tournament. Fighting against Enigma, they looked really damn good. Cite, especially with his ping issue being resolved, where we saw 110 ping in the Nepal qualifiers. He's now on much more of a competitive ping on 45, 50. So we can really start to see glimpses of his true potential, why he was one of the first Radiants in Maldives.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was doing a really good job there too. So overall, Cite, how he's able to perform, how he's able to do in the pistol round itself, he's able to prove himself that he has a really crispy aim. He has a really mechanical aim, and if this guy gets a lot of exposure, I'm pretty sure in the end he's going to be able to deliver too. But Enigma Gaming over here, proving Khumbu Esports completely unparalleled in all the stats, but objective wins. Khumbu Esports, somewhere down the line, taking a little lead in there.
Yeah, and just got information from our team. It was the choice of Khumbu Esports to not take that tech timeout, I guess, just wanting to move on with the map itself. I can't say I blame them, but I do feel really bad for it.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, but as you were saying, Khumbu, they have a ton of potential. The headshot percentage also showing us a lot of that potential, but one of the players that we hyped up for that $1,500 prize, for that MVP prize, is obviously going to end up being the MVP of this best of 3 as well. 42, 18, and 5, and an ACS to 313 and 7 first bloods. Rafael had a great series.
Yeah, Rafu definitely had a great series. He was able to dominate through no matter what. Exeli as well as one of those players in the squad over here of Enigma Gaming. He's able to do really a great job, but overall, again, a sad ending for the side of Khumbu Esports. Still a valiant effort. As you mentioned, they have another chance to bounce back from the lower brackets, which we're probably going to be covering tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. And as you said, it is going to be the lower bracket matchup. And of course, every single matchup today, as well as from here on out, is going to be so damn good. I think HSB capped it off perfectly. The best of the best in South Asia facing off each other. So we make sure that all of the matchups are absolutely thrilling. So I'd make sure I don't miss a single one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. And tomorrow too, guys, even if there are lower bracket games, you guys need to tune in. You guys need to realize, even if they're in the lower brackets, they can turn out to be the dark horses.
Can we get an Exeli on Neon, maybe? Look at that headshot percentage, dude. This guy's cracked.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, at this level, every single player is cracked. It just really depends on what kind of role the player has assigned to. But still, sometimes, overall, it's just the duelists shining through because, of course, their job is to get frags on the board. But these are the brackets of Group A in front of you lads as well. And as you can see, Enigma Gaming and Team Exploit, they have confirmed their matchup in the winners match of the best of 3 series, which is the upper brackets. But then we're going to be moving down to the elimination match, which is the elimination bracket, also called as lower brackets, where any of these teams, if they do lose out on that, they are going to be kicked out. And unfortunately, their journey is going to be ended in the VCC. But still, they've had quite a run no matter what team it is. Respect is deserved.
Yeah, exactly. But no team is out just yet, Necro. So
yeah,
we'll have to see which team is able to really make a mark and step through. But right now, as you said, I think for every single team, the pressure is amping up. The stakes are very much at the highest point and maybe only higher in the finals weekend itself. But trying to get to that top 4 mark, trying to get a bite of that prize pool, it's on every single team's minds right here, right now. So for the 4 teams today that have gone to the lower bracket, that much more pressure gets added tomorrow and day after when they play their lower bracket matches. So we'll have to see how they're able to perform.
Well, it seems like we have a little interview lined up with the players of Enigma Gaming. So without wasting any more time, let's just straight up go into it.
लग रहा है और अभी फोकस कर रहे हैं कल वापस मैच है अगेंस्ट टीई तो उसके लिए फोकस कर रहे हैं तो यस ऑफ कोर्स अच्छा लग रहा है बट ये यू नो पूरा जब तक टूर्नामेंट खत्म नहीं होता है तो वो खुशी ज्यादा नहीं होता है
ये बट यू नो अगेन घूम फिर के वही बात पे आते हैं एंटीडोट की ये जो आपकी लाइनअप है कंप्लीटली रेनोवेशन के थ्रू गई है 2 महीने 3 महीने पहले ही फॉर्म हुई है एंड अब तक का जो आपका सफर रहा है इनसाइड द वीसीसी हैज बीन फ्लॉलेस बट जो कल की मुलाकात होगी टीम एक्सप्लॉइट के अगेंस्ट हु हैव बीन स्लेइंग अ लॉट ऑफ बिग टीम्स लेटली कैसा रहने वाला है
एब्सोल्युटली आई थिंक जो टीम्स एवरी टीम जो क्वालिफाई किया है टॉप 8 टीम्स सब टीम्स बहुत ही यू नो अच्छी है और उन लोगों का गेम प्ले मैं देखता हूँ तो यू नो दे आर गुड ऑन देयर गिवन डे दे कैन बीट एनीवन गाइस एक सेकंड दे कैन बीट एनीवन ऑन देयर गिवन डे सो कोई भी टीम को लाइटली या कोई भी टीम को यू नो वो हिसाब से नहीं देखता मैं तो कल का मैच हम लोग पूरा अपना ये गेम खेलने की कोशिश करेंगे अगर अच्छा खेलेंगे तो ऑफ कोर्स जीतेंगे
जी चलिए जो गेम रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन है वो फिक्सेस ने एक पूछा मैं एक ऑफ टॉपिक क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछता हूँ एंड्रॉइड आपके लेफ्ट में कौन बैठता है
मेरे लेफ्ट पे ऋषि बैठता है
तो जब आपका एक एस आया था इस मैच पे आपने एक बहुत वियर्ड सा लुक दिया था तो मैं उसके पीछे का रीजन जानना चाहूंगा क्या था वो
यार एसेस तो अभी होते नहीं है मेरे से तो 1-2 बार अगर हो भी गया तो बंदे में फिस्ट बम नहीं देते तो इसके लिए थोड़ा वियर्ड था कि यार दे दो फिस्ट बम दे दो
फेयर इनफ आई मीन ऐसे परफॉर्मेंस के बाद तो डिजर्व आप करते हैं चलिए मैं आपको एक ऑनलाइन फिस्ट बम भी दे देता हूँ एंटीडोट थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एंड उम्मीद करेंगे कि कल का भी मैच आपका इसी तरह का रहे कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर टुमारो टू यू एंड योर टीम
थैंक यू सो मच सी यू
Tomorrow's day is going to be a really crucial day for all the teams that are going to be fighting it out again. The teams that are in the upper brackets, they will have another chance to bounce back. But again, the teams that are all the way down in the lower brackets, which is the elimination brackets as well, they won't have any other chance to bounce back. But here we have the giveaway winners. And it's going to be 4 winners this time, CA.
I actually think I know one of them. I think one of them is one of my viewers, actually.
Oh, what's his name?
If I'm not mistaken, the second one, Abhishek, I'm not 100% sure. But I think it's someone I've had a chat with on Instagram. So congratulations to all of them. But if one of them is my viewer, bigger congratulations to you. Let's go.
Okay, there we go. See, I'm being biased because he's just his viewer. I'm
Well,
kidding.
yeah, no. I get to support my viewers because they support
Okay.
me.
All right. I'm over here supporting everybody because I don't really stream. So these are the only stream that I am in. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hopping in. I love you guys. I'm pretty sure CA does too, each and every single person that is in the chat. Hearts from us. I wish I could spam hearts right now in the chat, but I'm not allowed to. It'll be kind of weird. So there we go. Yep, hearts from us right here. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in the stream and also sticking with us from all the thick and thins that we went through, technical breaks too. And if you guys think you guys enjoyed our casting, of course, you guys can go ahead and follow us on our social medias too. That'll help us out quite a lot. That'll put on a lot of smiles on our faces. With that being said, we have concluded all the 4 best of 3 series today, and it's time for us to take a leave as well. So it's going to be me, Necro, and it's going to be CA signing off.
So high in life, without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life, without you I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life, without you I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
made of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brain is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's a mess. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The power with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with
You're the superstar above me when the sun goes down. The one and only who could light this town. And when you're feeling like you're burning out, I will remind you that you're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like 1,000,000 pounds, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like 1,000,000 pounds, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar.